Is Jdoza here, joined by the one and only triple aggro hater, Boulevard. What's going on, man? How you doing today?
I There are many titles you could have introduced me with. That's not the one I would have picked. But I don't hate triple aggro. Historical evidence of the success rate of triple aggro hates triple aggro, at least in the Americas shard. Thanks for that wonderful introduction, Jdoza, my usual co-caster, who I finally get to join on the seasonal broadcast. You excited? I know you've never cast before, so this is going to be your first time. You're a little bit new to this. Don't worry about it. I'll show you the ropes.
I honestly have no clue what I'm doing. I really hope I don't mess anything up. Or, most importantly, I hope I don't say anything dumb, which we just went over a second ago. So we'll see if we can make it all day without that happening. But yeah, very excited to be here with you, Boulevard. Very excited to see some awesome matches here. We got a good one, set up for you guys first off. But before we get into that, we do want to go over the format as per usual of the seasonal. So Boulevard, take it away with the format.
Yeah, so for those of you that are joining us for the first time, haven't seen a seasonal before, we're going to be playing 9 Swiss rounds of best-of-3 matches. We are hopping in at round number 3, so about 7 rounds left on the day. And players are going to bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combinations, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all in it. Players ban one of their opponent's decks before the matches begin. Players cannot use a deck after winning a game with it, and each tournament round lasts 60 minutes at maximum. There is an in-game timer to make sure that everybody stays honest. And then, Jdoza, why don't you tell the people what they're playing for this weekend?
Oh, what are they playing for? Pride? I mean, that's probably the first thing, as I'm sure somebody like Mo would agree with that. Very excited to see who is able to take home the prize pool here. But for those of you who don't know, they're playing for a whopping $10,000, as you can see on screen there. The total prize pool is $20,300. Now, again, this is just the open rounds today, so I do want to clarify that this is the prize pool for next weekend once they make that cut to the top 32, and that's what these 9 rounds will be playing towards today. To see who will actually be able to go head-to-head for that money. As we go down there, second place is $3,500, third and fourth, $800, 5th through 8th, $400, 9th through 32nd, $150. And as we all know, everybody is truly here at the seasonals for that card back, Boulevard. You get the card back if you get 3 wins, and then everybody gets that sweet, sweet player icon.
I thought you were going to say clout on dating apps, because as we all know, that is the only reason that anybody should or would ever play card games, is so that you have cool stuff to put in your Tinder profile picture.
Oh, we know you're expert. You're an expert at that, Boulevard. But super excited again to be here. Welcome everybody for the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal, and we got a pretty spicy matchup here that we're gonna get into to get started. Boulevard, right? It's looking like the ex-champion here, Majin Bay, going up against Sir Termund, which I hope I got that name right. We're just going over that earlier. And what are you thinking about this lineup, Boulevard?
Sir Termund's or Majin's?
Either or. All right, let's go with the players first. Let's start with Majin Bay, because honestly, God, I love that guy. I always see him on Twitter. I see him posting videos. I know he did some stuff with Wisdom and Giant Slayer as well, putting some videos out. What do we think about Majin Bay? What are his chances here?
Majin Bay's chances, at least in this match, are looking pretty good. Majin brought what I think a lot of players are going to call the standard lineup for the day. We've got Rashnasis, we've got Draven Ezreal, and we've got Demacia Aesol. Just some kind of target. I know some players are cutting the Aesol. It's all Zoe Shyvana. I think he's on 2 Zoe, 2 Shyvana, 2 Aesol. But I think that that's actually going to pair really well as like this soft counter Azir Aurelia lineup that still does very well into the field. And I think that a lot of players are saying, hey, this is like the lineup of the seasonal. This is probably going to take the most top cut spots. And then Sir Termund went a little bit more off the rails. It was Thralls, Starspring, and Azir Aurelia. So, it's...
Yeah, those are 100%. I got to agree. It's definitely kind of a weird lineup, that Tom Raka and Lysandra Talia, the Thralls, as we've seen time and time again over the last few weeks now. And then also with that Azir Aurelia, which we all, we've seen a million times right now.
And we still love to see it, don't we, Doza?
Yeah, it does look like those are different matches, though. So it actually is not going to be Majin Bay versus Sir Termund. It's going to be Majin Bay versus somebody else, which I'm going to get confirmation on here in just a second. We'll see who Majin is playing in just a bit here, but we'll just go over Majin's matches because, obviously we want to start with the ex-champion Boulevard over everybody else. So what I do want to mention, though, is Majin Bay, I know obviously goes kind of hand in hand with Jason Florent a lot. We see them all over the place. Majin Bay is just killing it on the scene lately, and I'm very impressed with what he's doing at the last seasonal, obviously taking home a victory, and then also having those tournaments after the fact as well, just doing a lot for the community as well. So shout out to him, and very excited to see round 3 here as he has started 2-0. See if he's able to get off to a quick start. So is this kind of the lineup we're expecting to see out of everybody then? The Dragons, the Thresh Nasus, and that Draven Ezreal?
Probably. There's some wiggle room to replace one of those decks with a Zero Aurelia, because obviously it's just one of the more powerful decks in the format, but I think you take those 4 decks, Majin's lineups, plus a Zero Aurelia, and that's just kind of the lineup. You pick 3 of those 4 decks, and that's probably going to take up most of the top cut spots. But first, speaking of previous seasonal champions, we're going to go to a quick interview with the the Empires of the Ascended seasonal champion, Arigby.
Hey, Rigby here, gonna do some interview questions. I'd always wanted to stream, but never felt like there was something I was good enough to stream at, or something that people would want to watch me do. So winning seasonals seemed like the perfect opportunity to start doing that. The community is awesome. A lot of other streamers and pro players and high-level ladder players have come and checked out my stream, given me a lot of tips. Special shout-out to Majin Bay. He's been extremely welcoming. Favorite deck, definitely Zoe Vi. I like mid-range decks. I like decks with a lot of removal, controlling the board, challengers, life gain. The one thing that I would highly recommend is you need to play decks that you are comfortable with and confident on. I've played in 3 fight nights now. They are amazing events. The one I won were decks I was comfortable with. The other 2 I lost. I tried playing aggro decks. I should not do that. Not like I can try playing them on ladder or other places, but not at tournaments. I've been playing League for like over a decade, since before Season 1 even started. In LOR, I'm a big fan of Piltover. I love playing ADC, so I would love to see Caitlyn. But also Jhin would be, I'm sure they better not disappoint. He better be as cool as he is in League of Legends. Everyone that has been supporting me, thank you so much. Diversity is really important. Being Pride Month, I'm also really proud to represent the gay community. So thank you, and cheers.
And that was an awesome interview from Arigby there. And how fitting, too, mentioning Majin Bay, just as I said it, with the community. Just awesome guy, also helping out Arigby, after that win there. So good to see everybody kind of, forming this community and really just getting to meet everybody. Hopefully get a LAN event sooner rather than later for that as well. So, but awesome stuff. Boulevard, I mean, what are your thoughts just overall for today as well? I mean, are you excited for this or what? Who do you think has the best shot at taking this away? And who do you think, what kind of lineup are we really thinking is actually going to end up taking it?
Once again, I'm going to echo a sentiment that I said a lot during the last seasonal, where if you came back in time 2 months and said, hey, Lee Sin's going to win the seasonal, I'd believe you. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that deck is as down and out as it's ever been, but we've said that before, and it is still proceeded to perform. But we're going to take a look at what the meta actually looks like right now, and you will soon see that Lee Sin is not listed among the meta decks. Instead, we have Thresh Nasus, an old favorite, coming up right before the balance patch before the last seasonal and sort of taking over as the top dog.
Yeah, Thresh Nasus has been around for quite some time now. Ever since Nasus came out, that spell shield just making him an absolute behemoth alongside Atrocity. And man, arguably Boulevard, the best 3-drop in the game at this point, Merciless Hunter. I remember some early iterations of this deck actually not including that card, and then really quick, this card became a staple in the deck. And this is also in some other decks too, like Overwhelm. There's some other options for this card. I think this is one of the key points of this deck is that Merciless Hunter. And as we see here, Azir Aurelia as well, Boulevard. We know how much you love this deck, right?
Yep, it's fun. I love playing Azir Aurelia. It's so much fun. I can't express how much I love the Blade Dance mechanic and all the cool things. And they really did capture Aurelia's personification from League of Legends great. She dips and dodges around the battlefield and, you know, has that evasiveness that we haven't really seen out of any other card before. So I'm excited to see them explore that kind of mechanic a little bit more in the future. But obviously this is the most popular deck on ladder right now, sort of the hot topic deck of the format, as well as, you know, something that I think we're going to see in a lot today.
Yeah, and Green Glade Duo there, just a quick shout out to that card. It definitely allows this deck to have some very good matchups versus some matchups that otherwise would be pretty unfavorable for Azir Aurelia, like Overwhelm as an example. So we'll see if that's going to come in big a little bit later. But another long-time favorite, Boulevard, Draven Ezreal. Do I say it? Do I say it? Slow burn.
Oh, man.
I said it. I did it. I'm not taking it back.
It's so fitting that the sample list that we got here is actually from Ian Aguera, who, of course, did get second place the Cosmic Creation Seasonal with this deck. And honestly, one of the players that's been running this deck since its inception, sometime after the release of Targon. I think it was like once Tribeam came out. And it took a few weeks to convince everybody that, hey, Tribeam Improbulator is actually not a troll card. This is not a troll deck built around this. It's just a very efficient tempo tool. And it really never fell off. And I know that, like, Shen Fiora is another deck that's been around forever. Frostbite midrange. These are decks that have come in and out of metas, and right now, Draven Ezreal is as strong as it has ever been.
Yeah, it has, like you mentioned, so many good matchups. And I'm sure we're going to see this come in big a little bit later with Azir Aurelia. I'm sure it's going to be a very common matchup that we see today. And then, obviously, we just went over to Majin Bay actually playing this deck. Very similar version to what we see on screen. And finally, TLC, baby. Trundle, Lysandra combo. We got Matron in here to get out that big old watcher for the great OTK that we've become so accustomed to over the last few months, Boulevard. And this deck still just gets it done. Come turn 9, turn 10, turn 8, if you're really high roll and are really lucky, you straight up win the game.
TLC is this kind of weird thing where if you're in bed at night and you're really scared, oh, the boogeyman's under my bed, and nobody comes in to check it and you're still scared of it, that's Nasus. If your parents come in and turn on the lights and check under it and there's just a mouse under your bed, that's TLC. Yeah.
great metaphor, Boulevard. But I got to agree. It's a deck that you got to worry about, but unfortunately, I don't really feel like too many people, I don't think they're worried about it in this particular seasonal, but I was talking to you earlier too. I was watching a little bit of the EU tournament. I do suspect that this will be a pretty popular deck throughout the day today, as we move towards, the later rounds. And I'm sure that those later rounds will include a lot of different players running TLC. And another deck here, Dragons, which we also mentioned this earlier, how this might actually be this combo of Demacia and Targon might actually be one of the longest standing decks that we see here. I know Draven Ezreal's been around for quite some time too, but now it's got a little bit of an upgrade. We got Dragon Chow actually being used. Poor guy, always getting sacrificed to a turn for Shyvana. And Blue Sentinel is a card that you and I, Boulevard, have actually talked about a lot as well. I don't personally feel I'm sold on this card as doing a lot for this deck, but it's not terrible, and it's definitely a decent 2-drop here.
It's definitely as you had mentioned, a decent 2-drop. I don't think you're in love with a lot of the 2-drops that Targon and Demacia offer up to you outside of the Dragon Guard Lieutenant, but I would say that this is definitely the deck today that we are going to see the most flexibility in, not only in the spell lineup and the follower lineup, but even the champions, because some players are back on that Zoe Shyvana Asol split. Some of them have cut the Asol entirely, and we're just on Zoe Shyvana, but I think across the board, we're still going to see Shyvana in the list. She got a few buffs. She's finally doing what she needs to do, and so many games you'll run into where the Dragon Chows come down, Shyvana comes and gobbles them up, levels the turn that she comes down, and can just take over the game from there with that continuous generation of the Strafing Strikes.
Yeah, and we can actually see, too, in Majin Bay's lineup, you mentioned that split between Zoe, Shyvana, and Aurelion Sol. That is exactly what Majin Bay is running, and also opting for 2 Fangs, 2 Solari Sunforger, 2 Radiant Guardian, a lot of that lifesteal tech for those aggressive builds like Azir Aurelia. So it's going to be very exciting to see some of these decks play today, and it's just going to be, I'm just excited to start off with Majin Bay right from the start, man. I mean, how cool is that that we hop in here round 3, and our first game is going to be an ex-seasonal champion, Majin Bay, already at 2-0. Taken on now, I do believe we have the opponent confirmed here. Sasori 501 will be Majin Bay's opponent, playing Thresh Nasus, Azir Darius Burn, another Burn deck that we actually did not show up in that graphic there, and Draven Ezreal. You think we're going to see a lot of like Spiders or Azir Darius today? Any of that kind of stuff? Nightfall?
I think it's a little bit weird to throw those like 12 one-drop aggro decks in a non-triple aggro lineup. I mean, for example, like this is a lineup that is very obviously hard countering Azir Aurelia, which is kind of what I think of when I see the Azir Darius deck. I know its matchup spread is a lot worse than you would kind of want it to be, but it does target out Azir Aurelia very nicely. I believe that's actually that deck's worst matchup. And as such, you know, we're already at a 2-0 record. Maybe we saw Azir Aurelia in the first 2 rounds, but Majin Bay is not running it here. And that deck might be the weak point for Sasori.
Yeah, and actually just pulling up the Thresh Nasus deck as well that we also see Sasori playing. Seems very typical for the most part. This deck is not changed too much from build to build as we see it now. It's pretty much, there is a competitive build that everybody's playing, so I don't expect us to see too much variation today in the Thresh Nasus builds. The Azir Burn, I'm sure we will see much different builds. I know some people play Darius, some people don't, some people play Draven. This build actually does have one of Darius in it, as well as the other, you know, the full suite of burn cards like Ruinous Path, Noxian Fervor, and Decimate. And it does look like, with that said, we are heading into game number 1 here. Actually, it's going to be the bans first as we go into the preparation stage. And let's see what we go. What are you banning here, Boulevard?
I would probably ban so unfortunately, one thing that I haven't quite been able to pin down is the Draven Ezreal versus Thresh Nasus matchup. You know, how does that one actually play out? Because I can see a lot of merit to both sides of the board. I was a little bit better versed in it before the big change in the Thresh Nasus builds, right? The Empires of the Ascended versus Guardians of the Ancient Thresh Nasus actually look very different. A lot of those players were starting to cut down on Bakai Reaper, maybe even going down to like 1 or 2 Ravenous Butcher. Of course, we still saw about 3 Bladed Caretaker in every list. Those cards got nerfed. We got Merciless Hunter, and now everybody's back on the aggro train. We are comboing out in the early turns. Bakai Reaper is everywhere. Merciless Hunter everywhere. And that level of fearsome in the deck can actually make House Spider a really inefficient anti-aggro tool that we generally get to see out of the Draven Ezreal. So, you know, I guess most of it is going to come down to, can I line up my removal onto the right targets? Is my Tri-Beam Improbulator getting hit with a Rite of Negation? So depending on how that matchup goes, I would either ban the Draven Ezreal or the Thresh Nasus, probably from both sides.
Yeah, it's interesting because on the side of Sasori, I don't really think there is a great ban between the Dragons, the Thresh Nasus, and the Draven Ezreal. I mean, either way, every deck is going to have okay matchups, I think, into Sasori's lineup. So just from looking at this first ban phase of Majin Bay, I mean, it's looking like this lineup. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people are bringing this lineup. It plays well into most things, and that's already what we're seeing here. And yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's Ezreal Draven or the Thresh Nasus on either side. And I do think that for Sasori, making the decision here to go aggro, as much as I am totally cool with triple aggro, as much as you hate to hear that, Boulevard.
I'm gonna cut you off for a second here, Jdoza, because we actually did get the bans, and neither of them banned Thresh Nasus or Draven Ezreal.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like Majin went for the ban onto the Azir Darius, and then Sasori went to the ban onto Dragons. So just taking the mirror matches, which, you know, not to discredit Sasori or anything, but we know how good Majin Bay is at the game. That is not, a seasonal champion is not someone I want to play in a mirror match.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, the burn is gone. And you know what? There is something to be said about burn in seasonal tournaments. I think I was watching a Fresh Lobster game earlier in the EU side, and something like discard aggro, it feels really bad in a seasonal tournament to just get high rolled from discard aggro, or any burn deck for that matter, because burn in general, they all have a pretty good capability of just high rolling you. And I wouldn't be surprised if that maybe is a little bit of Majin Bay's consideration here of, let's take a little bit of that luck factor out of it. And these games will be a little bit longer now, and I have a little bit more time to, use that skill gap to my advantage.
So I know you've got the deck lists pulled up. Did you notice any significant difference, because we are just going to see mirror matches here, between the Thresh Nasus build or the Draven Ezreal build of these two players?
Not really. They're both running the Bakai Reaper. Looks like there is one. Oh, the Wings and the Wave on the side of Sasori. So there's 2 Wings in the Wave on the side of Sasori. There are 0 on the side of Majin Bay. And there's also no Right of Negation in Sasori's deck, which is actually, I think, a huge deal, especially when you're, possibly saving one to negate an Atrocity. And I think that might be a huge advantage for Majin Bay here.
It's kind of hard to say because Atrocity is really the only target for Right of Negation. The card is generally a liability in the Thresh Nasus mirror where, you're really going for these early aggressive combo turns, and with the Wings in the Wave in the deck, we're doing that even more so. So I do understand cutting that card and saying, in the Thresh Nasus mirror, I'm going to get on board a little bit earlier, a little bit more consistently, and a little bit quicker. Whereas Majin is only running the 1 copy, so I don't think it's going to weigh him down too much if he does open with it. And as you had mentioned, Atrocity, a phenomenal target. And Majin knows he's going to win the counter war once he does decide to go for something like that.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention, though, because you mentioned, usually Atrocity is the only target for Right of Negation. I would argue Black Spear. Now, in this matchup, and I say that especially because of Thresh, in this matchup, Majin Bay actually only running 1 Black Spear and Sasori running 2. So I don't know if those are going to come in too big. I've actually seen a lot of these decks running 3 at times as well. But, an early Thresh with a wide board of units, if you're able to pick off Thresh with something like a Black Spear and just unit damage, or Black Spear plus Vile Feast or something like that, it's definitely something to take into consideration, as Thresh can be a difference maker early on in the game too to get you that quick Nasus.
All right, it looks like we're not starting off with a mirror match, though. We are starting off with Draven Ezreal up against Thresh Nasus. And I don't know about you, Doza, but I am willing to stake my entire knowledge base of this matchup based on how this one game plays out and just kind of ride that for the rest of the day.
Oh, 100%. We got it easy after this. I mean, this is going to tell us how everything's going to work the rest of the day. If Majin Bay wins, he just wins the tournament, is essentially what's going to happen. We just know he's going to go undefeated. I'm that confident.
Our first 2-time seasonal champion, Majin Bay. I like the sound of that. I'm sure Majin loves the sound of it as well, but Sasori is looking to upset that and become a seasonal champion in their own right. Now, this is kind of... Oh, that's a pretty tame turn 1. No Dunekeeper Decimate coming in. No Ravenous Butcher either.
Yeah, this is a slow start for Sasori, and I don't think that's really what you want to see. On the other hand, this deck, Draven Ezreal, is one of those decks that has a pretty good time dealing with a lot of these smaller units. We don't see any Static Shock in the first hand here of Majin Bay. There is 3 in the deck, so that kind of feels bad a little bit, but nonetheless, there is a lot of removal. A lot of this is slow, though, and honestly, Ravenous Flock in hand, not going to do a whole lot into this board as it currently stands. So I'd argue a little bit of a slow start on both players' sides, but we'll see how this goes.
I think part of it is going to come down to Majin lining up that Thermogenic Beam onto the Thresh, because one of the things that we'll just see players do in the Thresh Nasus deck is go as wide as possible, sit on our hands for maybe a turn, and it looks like turn 4 will be that sit on our hands turn. Maybe we get a Spirit Leech down, but just try to have 5 units on board to pair with the Thresh when we throw it down and say, hey, now if you want to start clearing my board proactively, it's actually helping me. It's getting me closer to pulling that Nasus out of my deck, that really big threat. Ooh, we're actually going to see Captain Farron just tossed away here in the early game so that Majin, not wanting to bank the spell mana.
That feels so bad.
I think you're okay with that. You don't hate it.
Are you though, Boulevard? I don't know about that.
It's either that or you bank a little bit of spell mana and then you throw the Captain Farron. Like, you have 2 Captain Farrons in hand, so you throw one away. I think that at some point you are going to want a Captain Farron. Especially with the slower early game that's coming out of Sasori here.
Well, and like I mentioned, though, slow for Majin Bay, right? We don't really have a whole lot of 3-cost cards yet to really buff up this Tri-Beam. Maybe we get the Thermo Beam down to 3, and then we also have the Arachnoid Sentry as well. But it's looking rough for Majin to actually deal with this whole board. That Mystic Shot is actually huge off the top. Because, now we can get rid of this Bakai Reaper if we want. We can even wait until next turn on the open attack. And then we can also block these other units without fear of that Slay proc going off, taking a little bit more damage from the Bakai Reaper. So this feels a little bit better now, having this Mystic Shot on the side of Majin. But, man, this is definitely feeling rough for Majin. This is not going to be a short game. This is going to be... This is going to go a few turns, and the problem when you're going a few turns versus something like Thresh Nasus, that's just more turns for them to draw Atrocity, and we know what happens when that happens.
All right, let's see if the Thresh comes down here. I think Majin, we saw him kind of hover that Mystic Shot and say, is this a line that I want to take? And I think he was really considering, if I let this player go into a 6-wide board into turn 5, they're going to have to overwrite something to play the Thresh, and I can still throw out the Mystic Shot next turn, but, wanting to play a little mana efficiently, this is such a strange opener from Sasori. This is not how we expect the
No.
Thresh Nasus to go, sitting with 3 0-1s on board pretty much since the second turn of the game.
Yeah, no Spirit Leeches yet, no Ravenous Butchers even, which would have felt amazing with these Cursed Keepers here. I mean, maybe we start to see him come out next turn, who knows? But
It's turn 6. We could throw down a Nasus, but Jdoza, do you know how big this Nasus is?
I don't, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's like 2
It's
still?
It's a 4/4.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, there
Nasus
was,
is
sorry,
a
he missed a
4/4.
shot at the yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not big. That's not when you want to throw big old Nasus down right now, and that'll instantly get cleaned up by something.
And we're already starting to overwrite our units, and with the hand that Sasori has here, I'm actually really curious about that Wings in the Wave on the first turn. Obviously, it came a little bit later on, but the fact that we've thrown down 3 Cursed Keeper already, I feel like our prey mode might not have been the most optimal, especially if we had prey generation already, and then just ended up overwriting that prey later on. You know, maybe we should have held this back turn 1, banked the Spellman, and played it as a 3/3 onto one of these other units, get our self-sacrifice package going, because we're still sitting at a 4/4 Nasus. Overwriting doesn't count as a slay. That is not the situation you want to be in on turn 7.
That'd be a thing. Wow, I never even thought of it like that. I will say, this slow start from Sasori, you're starting to see it really take a toll now, because now the last couple of draws, we have a Draven and a Culling Strike with 2 Tri-Beams in hand. So now all of a sudden these Tri-Beams are going to have value after looks like we're playing this Culling Strike on the Bakai Reaper. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the play we see here. Not to mention, I'm almost positive we throw it on a Draven. Draven does work in this matchup. There's not a whole lot that we can actually do about it unless we get a Black Spear down, which honestly, I wouldn't be surprised with the way Sasori's hand is right now if there is at least 1 Black Spear in there. And I don't know, things seem like they're swinging back in Majin's favor right now, and it could start with this Draven.
I think it ends with Captain Farron. You know, this has been a really slow early game. All of a sudden, it's already turn 8. As we had mentioned, you know, do you really want to draw a Captain Farron off discarding a Farron? And now that we've had a relatively tame early game going into the Farron turn, yeah, Majin's looking really nice right now, because Captain Farron is not something Thresh Nasus deals with particularly well. There's the 5/5 Nasus.
Especially when Nasus is only a 5/5 and getting cleaned up by a Thermo Beam the second he comes down. There is no Rite of Negation in this deck, so that is something that Majin is going to feel really comfortable saying, yeah, 4 mana, I don't care. I'm going to throw that Thermo Beam out there and clean things up.
I'm curious if we're going to throw down the Farron, or if we want to play a 3-drop and hang on to the potential of a Tri-Beam Flock combo, and it looks like we are going to do that. Just so everybody at home is aware, the Tri-Beams are currently sitting at 4 and 3 damage respectively.
Yeah, and that will give him a little bit of safety from a Nasus coming down again, but we do not have the other one, or at least we don't see it for the time being. There's the Black Spear that I had mentioned. So that does feel a little bad for Majin, and now Sasori finally starting to see some of those self-sacrifice units. There's another Spirit Leech, and man, I can only picture what Majin's thinking right there with that movement with his hand. He's probably saying, where the hell are my static shocks right now? I need you. Where are you?
Ooh, Puffcap Peddler's not a bad pickup. So the problem is that half the draw power of Sasori's deck is already gone. Right? We're not drawing another 10 cards. We've already thrown down 2 Spirit Leech. It's only the 1 Spirit Leech and the Glimpse Beyond's left. So, I mean, Puffcat Peddler's not something you're going to hate. Draven Ezreal is a deck that usually comes down to the smallest margin, and even that 1 or 2 extra damage off the Puffcaps can be all it takes to get a lethal.
Especially knowing that we have the Farron in hand. You know, like you said, just that 1 damage, it can make a huge difference, especially knowing that there is no heal in a deck like Thresh Nasus. You know, you are what you're at. You're at the 17. That's how much damage we got to do. So we'll see if we can do something here. But this is looking to be a pretty big attack here. Majin might actually have to trade some of these units. We could stuff a fair amount of this by playing this Arachnoid Sentry, and I gotta think that's probably what Majin Bey is thinking about right now. I mean, it just seems like such a good play here. And yeah, it looks like we are going to go with the Sentry, stun out that Abomination. And now, all of a sudden, this looks like an okay turn for Majin, as we can basically trade with the entire board here.
I'm actually a little surprised that we didn't go for a Spirit Leech stun and take the block onto the higher HP unit just to get it off the board, instead of taking sort of these inefficient trades onto the 4/1s. That's even if Sasori wants to go in with it, which I would imagine They probably do, right? Sasori, I think, is on a game plan right now of, can I get Nasus into one-shot range? It's currently about 10 shy, but if you just throw down a Nasus and have the Atrocity in hand, that's not something Majin's going to be able to answer if you do it all in one turn.
We see another Prey just tossed out into the wind, and that can be a problem with this deck sometimes. It's probably one of the reasons, honestly, why Majin is not running the Wings in the Wave in his iteration of this deck. And it's something I want to mention, too. I know I said that this deck doesn't vary too much, but there is Blighted Caretaker since its recent nerf. A lot of people have opted to stop playing it. We actually don't see it in either person's deck, and one of the other reasons we don't see a lot of it now is because of this. I mean, look at this field. It's so difficult after you get past that initial turn 3 where Blighted Caretaker feels like an instant win that, you know, your field's full. You can't actually make use of those saplings. So that is another thing I want to note here with most builds today. Probably not going to see those Blighted Caretakers. 8-8.
Ooh.
Wow, that was a snap try. He's like, nope, get this out of here. Get Nasus out of here.
Gonna get us a 5-drop. That's the Preservationist. Something that we don't often see, even in the Turbo Thralls deck, right? You know, that's sort of the deck that it was made for, and we're just not even seeing it there. And we're actually still offering up the Nasus in combat and going with it first to buff up Bakai Reaper. You could put Nasus last, you could put Bakai Reaper. This looks a lot better.
There we go. Okay,
this looks a lot better, right?
Yep. Okay, so now we threaten the level up of the Nasus as long as 2 things die, but we do have this flock. This does force the flock out of Majin's hand instead of just, you know, chump blocking with something, so that it doesn't actually level up on this attack. So it's going to be a little bit harder in the future anyways for Sasori to get down that Atrocity level 2 Nasus combo. And yeah, things are looking, after this turn, after this board trades away, things are looking beautiful for Majin Bay here in this game.
I'm still a little worried for Bay. You know, with that, I mean, that was the second Nasus, sure, but going for a board clear on your own there almost reads to me like Sasori is no longer playing for Thresh, and a reason you could be doing that is because we have the third Nasus in hand, which is now up to an 11-11, and Majin doesn't have an answer for that. He's going to have to try and hit it with a Thermo Beam, which could work out, but just a couple more Slays with the remaining cards in hand, and it's going to be totally outside of that range.
Well, we got big old Captain Farron coming down in the meantime, and this will start putting pressure onto Sasori as well, which is going to be a problem in and of itself. I mean, this is going to push 5 damage if nothing else comes out. There we go. And now we're pretty close to having lethal. We got this Ballistic Bot as well, which is going to start pumping out some ignitions. And honestly, those ignitions might make a big difference too. We were talking about how those puff caps might make a difference. The ignitions are in here for that same exact reason. Get, 2-3 damage down, and now all of a sudden, some of those paired with those decimates is going to equal a victory for Majin Bay.
Yeah, it's a little scary for Bay still, though. We are more or less out of removal. We have the Thermogenic Beam, but if Sasori throws down a Nasus here and goes for the open attack, that Nasus is going to level. And then we need to find a way to pop the Spell Shield before we can actually start to go in with something like this. And we're going to have to use this Axe to buff up the Draven to get a Fearsome blocker. Things could turn out really poorly for Majin if Nasus number 3 comes down right this second.
Yeah, one of the cruxes that we've always talked about with this deck, Boulevard, and we've talked about this so many times on other casts, this Draven Ezreal deck does not deal with big units on the open attack, right? Because it needs to deal damage before something like Scorched Earth can come down, and there's no burst speed damage with this deck. So it becomes really difficult if we are able to get something down and then open attack. I don't think Majin Bay is going to let that happen at this point. But, I mean, you never know. We'll see how the cards fly here. But that's 2 more damage off the top. So we're looking at 10 in hand, plus potentially another attack with a Captain Farron. And we also have this Ballistic Bot. It really depends. Like you mentioned, if we get this Nasus down here, Sasori might be okay. If not, I think Sasori's going to be hurting.
No, and it looks like Sasori is roping out for the second time in a row.
Uh-oh.
Majin, I don't think Majin takes this pass. I like the development of the Ballistic Bot, but maybe we're just going to say, hey, yeah, I'll open attack with the Captain Farron. At fast speed, there's nothing that you can do to kill this Farron. You don't have Black Spear available. That's going to put us into lethal range with the Decimate, and that should just be... Yeah, now we get a block, so it wasn't a disconnect.
I don't know what that was, but now we have lethal. There's the Black Spear.
All right.
There's no way, I think, to counter these Decimates. The Mystic Shot. This is going to be lethal for Majin Bay. One more Decimate away.
All right, so Draven Ezreal, absolute hard counter to Thresh Nasus is what we have learned here. There is no way a Thresh Nasus deck could ever hope to beat the powerhouse of Draven Ezreal. What a good takeaway. Thank you, Majin Bey, for opening our eyes to the reality of the matchup.
We're done. Everybody knows now. We're all pros at this matchup.
Yeah.
100%, baby. Although, listen, I'm not going to lie, Boulevard. We have talked about this before, and most people, I feel, do think coming into this matchup that, yeah, my past tense, present tense, I mess them up sometimes. They do think that Ezreal Draven is pretty good into Nasus Thresh, and we saw it right there. I mean, it did a great job of, even though it got off to what looked like kind of a slow start, it did a great job picking things up and making it a pretty convincing victory at the end there.
And now I'm really curious, is Sasori going to stay and take the Thresh Nasus mirror, or are we going to swap over to the Draven Ezreal and go, take the matchup that Majin just won? It's important to remember that in a normal tournament, this doesn't really matter. If you're going to get 2-0'd, just save some time, get 2-0'd, but we're still playing for those seasonal points. The difference between a 2-0 and a 2-1 could be the difference between you going to the World Championship later this year.
And that sexy, sexy card back, Boulevard. Let's not forget that, okay?
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with you getting 2-0'd or 2-1'd.
No,
you have to win matches for that.
You need to win matches, all right? We care about that. But now we do have the mirror match that we thought we were going to get in the first game. We're getting it now, and we got the Bakai Reapers to start. We also have Right of Calling with Curse Keeper if we want to go that route. We'll see if Sasori plays something so that we don't keep that Vile Feast up to counter that. And yeah, 2 Right of Callings actually in hand. Are you a fan of 2 or 1 in the deck, Boulevard?
I don't mind 2. I think that finding your champions is really important, and I think it's definitely one of the better payoff cards.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we already got a Nasus in hand. We already got a Slay down the pipe here, and already push it in for a lot of damage, too, for Majin. That's 6 damage, and damage in this matchup, super, super crucial. Just getting into that range of the Nasus. Now it only needs to go up to 14. I mean, it's a long ways away from 14, of course, but it's a little bit more doable than 20. Although I will say, we've seen some 20s in our time, Boulevard.
That we have, Jdoza, but the rest of Majin's hand is a little bit slower. We're going to have to see if Majin actually gets value off this Right of Negation. We've got an excellent curve here with the Merciless Hunter, and I don't think that there's going to be such an explosive turn 4 out of Sasori that the lack of development that Majin has with more units to go wide is really going to matter, and then it's going to come down to, do we both have Thresh on 5?
Yeah, and Thresh on 5 is honestly... it's one of the most important points for this deck in not even just the mirror match, but almost every matchup, right? We talk about it constantly in the Azir Aurelia matchup with, them needing Homecoming to respond to it. So Thresh just coming back in a big way once Nasus was released, getting added to this deck here. Very crucial, critical champion for this deck. And
you said coming back. Can you tell me what the original Thresh deck was that he's coming back?
Oh, geez, I don't know. Wasn't there some sort of Tryndamere deck that he was used in at one point? Or technically Thresh Aurelian Soul was before this?
I mean, I don't think it was. It was a concept, sure, so was Thresh and every other champion, but...
Hey, I didn't say it was good, all right? I just said it existed, all right?
Yeah, I think Thresh and Tryndamere both received nerfs coming into open beta because of their interactions in the pre-beta weekends. But now we're going to get a glimpse beyond a little bit of draw action going down. And I think it's still mostly going to come down to, do you have the Thresh to match on 5? Because if you don't, we're playing totally different games now.
Yeah. Yup, 100%. Majin, we see it in hand. There's the Merciless Hunter coming down. So far we're doing a decent job matching card for card, sort of, with Majin. Opting to Spirit Leech on the Abomination, though. I mean, that's a decent-sized unit. It does get another Slay off, but... we'll see if it's going to pay off here for Majin Bey.
Actually, a little surprised to see it go down onto the Abomination rather than the vulnerable Bakai Reaper.
That is a good point, actually, because the Abomination trades just as well with the Bakai Reaper, but the Bakai Reaper allows the opponent to kind of control the combat a little bit more, so...
Yeah, and we've got Vile Feast if we want to save the Reaper, but we just drew that for turn. We didn't know that was coming.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, there's one Vile Feast.
I think this is good for Majin, though. This means Majin gets to develop the Thresh, and Sasori doesn't.
The only downside is that now the board is cleared. So, in a perfect world, you want a bunch of units on board so that Thresh can go ahead and, claim those souls, level up, get that free Nasus on board. But I think you just jam it. I mean, it's great removal, too. You have some prime units to pick off here with the Prey, with the Spiderling. Take no damage, get a soul in that Lantern. Like, that's going to feel really good for Majin Bay here. And Sasori, so right here is a perfect example. We could just throw out the Black Spear. I don't know if we need to now preemptively like that, but yeah, instead we're just going to Merciless Hunter. And if there's a Black Spear in Sasori's hand, that might end up being pretty good for Sasori, just being able to clear this Thresh pretty quick. But we're just going 5-6, baby. We're just ripping it. Thresh Nasus already on board.
Turn 6, 0 spell mana banked throughout the entirety of the game for Majin Bay.
No concerns.
Just playing out that perfect curve, even finding the Spirit Leech as the top deck on turn 4. And this would have been a lot better for Majin if the second Merciless Hunter hadn't already come down, if we could have tried to sneak through that Nasus by pulling one of the Fearsome blockers. But now, because we didn't open attack either, we're going to be matched on souls with what Sasori has, but our Nasus is still going to continue to grow. And unless Sasori has a Nasus of their own, there's nothing that's going to kill that Thresh in one shot.
No, it's going to be a little difficult here for Sasori. Yeah, we're just going to chump block this Nasus. It's going to go up to 9/9, take 4 damage, so that's something. But it is outside, crucially, of Black Spear. We could have Black Spear, Vile Feast, if that's a thing. We do actually have Rite of Negation in the hand of Majin Bay. Again, we talked about this when we went over the matchups. That is one of the key differences right now in this mirror match, with Majin Bay having the right and Sasori not having it for potential atrocity. Or, like I mentioned there, honestly, I don't hate right on a Black Spear at this point in the game when it could swing things in your favor to, level up something like a Thresh or save your Nasus from being killed. Wow, another one in hand.
Oh, that's actually a really nice pickup for Majin, because one of the things you have to be wary of when you're taking an unleveled Thresh into your opponent's turn, both of you sort of have the Thresh parity, is if your opponent has enough sacrificial effects, they can just level their Thresh and go in, maybe even threaten the life of your Thresh because their Nasus is either going to hit you in the face, Thresh is your only fearsome blocker, anything like that. But this, the Siphoning Strike is so juicy for Majin here. It's just a matter of, do we hit the Thresh or do we hit the Nasus?
And do we throw down Bakai Reaper first? No, okay, we're actually going to Vile Feast. I was gonna say maybe get the Slay proc onto the Bakai Reaper, but yeah, this is. Oh, okay, I see what he's doing. Yeah, nope, we're gonna do it for the level. Okay, gotcha. 100%. Love this play.
A weird stack.
Yeah, what just happened there? Is that they just overlapped each other? Yeah, so Vile Feast procking that Slay, then getting the Siphoning Strike, getting the level up, and this is setting things up beautifully for Majin Bay to hopefully go towards a 3-0 victory. We're missing the atrocity part of the equation, but let's be honest. I mean, this is the harder part, right? Especially in the mirror match, leveling up that Nasus. And generally speaking, if you're the first one to do so, you're in a pretty good spot, Boulevard.
Not only that, but the -1 attack makes the rest of the units so irrelevant on the side of Sasori. And now it doesn't matter that Thresh has vulnerable. It's a 5/8. All of your units have -1 attack. We just saw your Nasus die. It's not at a 9/9. Even that can't kill the Thresh right now. This is an absolute disaster scenario for Sasori, who is actually in threat of just dying to the open attack from Majin because we don't have any fearsome blockers outside of the Merciless Hunter that can get pulled by the Thresh.
Yeah, this is looking grim. This is looking very grim for Sasori. But Majin Bay, just like you mentioned earlier, Boulevard, just hopefully inching one step closer to a our first ever two-time champion. That would be something awesome, honestly. If the first seasonal casting with you, Boulevard, it'd be great to see Majin Bay as also the first, potentially getting into the top 32 there, the first two-time winner. So it's looking good for him right now.
It looks like we're trying to level the Thresh so that we have a fearsome blocker, but we also throw our other fearsome blocker into combat so it could just die to the Nasus. This should just be lethal on the open for Majin.
I think you're right. There's the level up you mentioned. We're going to get the level up on our side as well. Yeah, 2 Nasus coming in hot. Being at 15 right now, both Nasus represent lethal if they hit face. And I don't think there's anything that Sasori plays, especially with the spell shields on both of them. There's no way to counter this. I think we just go in and we're golden. Yeah. And another siphoning strike, another Nasus for a siphoning strike, just to really shove it in there and just 100% solidify this win. Majin Bay, double Nasus, going face, 32 damage, baby. And Majin Bay is going to advance 3-0. I like the little bow there. I like the little bow. 3-0.
That's Majin pointing at the camera telling us, you can do it too. Anybody can be a seasonal champion.
So inspirational. So inspirational. I love Majin Bay. I love watching him play. Awesome guy. Always got a smile on his face too. So awesome to see him starting 3-0 here. And I think we do have another match that we can get into. I'm not sure if it's still going on. I believe we have Grandpa Roji and OTK. OTK Acux. So hopefully we can jump into that game in a second if they are still playing. So we'll confirm that. It looks like Grandpa Roji actually was playing something that we were trying to find a lot in the tournaments that we were doing before Boulevard, our weekend tournaments, Matron Cythria combo. Somebody actually brought that. I was not expecting to see a lot of it today. Also brought Malphite Talia. So are we thinking, was this the caster tournament? Are we looking at the wrong deck list here? And then we have Ash LeBlanc Sejuani. And then on the side of Acux, we know very well from OTK. TF Fizz, Azir Aurelia, and Ezdraven. Boulevard, what are your thoughts on TF Fizz?
Filthy Gamer Weeb is going to top the tournament with TF Fizz. And anybody who is lucky enough to ride his coattails might be able to slide one more TF Fizz player into top 32. But outside of that, it's Filthy Gamer Weeb and maybe one other.
Yeah, I mean, that are we officially saying Filthy Gamer Weeb is a run trick on TF Fizz? Is that an accurate statement?
if you read the blurb of the top 10 players to watch on GiantSlayer.blog, Filthy Gamer Weeb actually made up for like 50% of the TF Fizz games played in Masters.
Oh wow, that's okay. So he is the one playing it, but apparently Acux bringing it as well. We don't get to see it here, unfortunately. But we do get to see another Ezreal Draven. This might actually end up being the most played deck today, Boulevard. I would not be surprised. Versus Midrange Frostbite, which we've seen this time and time again since the beginning of the game. This one playing Ash LeBlanc and Sejuani. We don't typically see Sejuani much anymore, Boulevard.
No, she's this weird sort of outlier where whenever I talk about 3 champion decks, I'm like, okay, if you see 3 champions in a deck, it's probably a very unrefined list. Unless Sejuani is one of the champions, because we've seen her as a triple champion split in Frostbite midrange in the past. We've seen her in a triple champion split in Overwhelm, and again in Frostbite Foundry. I don't know what it is about Sejuani, but if she is in the list, you are allowed to run 3 champions.
Well, that's what we're seeing here on the side of Grandpa Roji. See if it's going to work out. It is a very good, I wouldn't say very decent Tri-Beam, but we were able to get rid of a Yeti, so that's good. And it's looking like Culling Strike off the top for Grandpa Roji. I'm not going to lie, this hand is not looking great for Grandpa Roji. We don't really have any good activators for this Reckoning. We also can't even get down Sejuani alongside the Reckoning to get an activator down, so it's not looking too hot right now.
The difference between a Frostbite midrange deck that has resolved Hearthguard and one that has not resolved Hearthguard is a world of difference. And most of that really is just, you know, coming down to this Trifarian Assessor. Does it get to draw an extra card for itself? Is it something that I can use to play a Reckoning? And as you had mentioned, we're going to have to develop the Sejuani this turn just so that we have something on board to try and go for the Reckoning on the following turn. But if the Sejuani gets dealt with, the things are looking a little risky, and it even doesn't necessarily have to be killed. If it just gets damaged, then all of a sudden this Reckoning is so much riskier.
Yeah, and we have to pray that it goes off, because honestly, if it doesn't, or if it's not active, if the Sejuani is somehow removed from the board, we are reduced to praying that Flash Freeze and Harsh Winds can help us survive long enough to make it to some sort of decent draw. And honestly, I don't know if there's too many good draws that are really going to get you out of the situation right now. I mean, it feels like Grandpa Roji is pretty far behind Acux right now because of the quality of hand.
Oh, and Troll Chant is not what you want to see. We need units. Okay, that's a unit,
right,
but
there we go.
Oh, these are
That's you nailed it, Boulevard. Avarosian Hearthguard. Like where are you? Come to me. Like, it would be so much better if this was a 5-4 right now, but not going to get it. And yeah, again, just still too dangerous to fire off Reckoning. We just have to try to get any sort of draw we can with the Assessor. I mean, we have the Glory Seeker as kind of a backup, but that's not a good backup 5-attack unit with only 1 health. There's a pretty good shot Acox will also have an answer to that as well. And yeah.
Oh, and we can't even save this with the Troll Chant, with the Elixir of Iron. So much protection in hand, and I feel like Draven Ezreal is one of the things that has been keeping Frostbite midrange in check for so long, because I feel like Frostbite is probably the deck in the game that is most susceptible to Tri-Beam and Probulator swings.
Yeah, and just removal, straight up removal. You commit a Frostbite to try to make that trade in combat, and then your opponent just says, nah, I'm just going to get excited something, or I'm just going to Mystic Shot it instead. You can't really get value out of your units as much as you would in some other matchups. I will say those are some really good trades for Grandpa Roji here, but this is a really good open attack. So we are going to get the Harsh Winds out of Grandpa Roji, which is a really big commitment. This is going to allow Acox to possibly develop a little bit more. Acox does have to be concerned about the Reckoning for most of the game. There is 2 of them. So if we develop too much of a board, which is why I think we see Acox pass there, there could always be some redevelopment from Grandpa Roji and then going into a Reckoning, and then Acox loses 2, 3, possibly even 4 units. So all of a sudden, the tides are turning a little bit, Boulevard.
Yeah, we could see not quite an Ashe OTK. I don't think we're going to be able to get that off, especially, I mean, as the board currently stands, an attack from Ashe and everything would end the game, assuming nothing out of Acox, but I would imagine one of these units is not long for this world. But with double Troll Chant and an Elixir of Iron, we're pretty much safe from anything other than Scorched Earth. We're not safe from a stun, though. That's not something that the HP of your unit really matters for.
If this is setting up for Flock, that might feel pretty nice for Grandpa Roji. That way we can Troll Chant. But this looks like we're going to have, Mystic Shot for the Glory Seeker. We can Troll Chant or Elixir of Iron this. Elixir of Iron, another addition. I made this comment, another cast we were doing Boulevard, where Elixir of Iron kind of fell out of popularity for a little bit, but we're seeing 1-ofs or 2-ofs alongside the Troll Chants now. And yeah, another one going to get blown out by a Troll Chant now. And if we're able to keep all these units on board, we're drawing a Crystal Arrow. This might be an OTK Boulevard. I you know how I am with math, so I don't take my word for it, but it's looking pretty close.
Yeah, things are actually looking like they might be swinging back into Roji's favor, because there really can't be too much development out of Acox on the following turn, because you have to be cognizant of that Crystal Arrow. And you definitely don't want to let Roji save that for the offensive turn. Okay, the kill onto the Ashe is a really big deal, but Reckoning is still on the table. Granted, very tentatively, the 5-1 Glory Seeker is like the last thing that you want to be solo Reckoning with, but with this Ezreal coming down, I think you've got to do it.
Yeah, and you have the Troll Chant. Now I think you're pretty good, because you only got 1 card in Acox's hand.
Yeah, I think this is totally safe. The only thing that kills this at fast speed is a Get Excited, and we don't have another card in hand to discard.
Yep, and Troll Chant, wow. What a blowout here from Grandpa Roji with this Troll Chant. That is such a big play, keeping this Glory Seeker on board. It's literally the only unit left, but hey, you only need 1 unit to win the game, right, Boulevard?
Sometimes. It's not often that we see, like, in other card games, you play your 1-drop, and then your opponent doesn't do anything for 20 turns, and you're like, all right, yeah, I killed you with my 1-drop attacking 20 times. That doesn't happen very often in Runeterra. And now that all of the protection spells are out of Roji's hand, even something as simple as a 1-damage Tri-Beam Improbulator swings this back into Roji's favor. Or into Acox's favor, rather. But maybe we just Reckoning a Draven. That seems a little wild, but...
I would argue it if we had another unit possibly in hand to go for lethal next turn, but looks like we can't block, so Brittle Steel doesn't feel like it gets a lot of value here.
It is scary to go to exactly 8, though, because that means you're in the range of the Fair and Double Decimate, and that is, obviously we talk a lot about pretty much any deck with Noxus in it usually isn't paired with any sort of healing. Draven Ezreal, famously, Frostbite midrange. These are decks that are not playing any amount of healing. Your life total is stagnant, and we're just going to fire off the Crystal Arrow because we can't find anything else.
We need something that's not a spell, and that is not what we're finding right now. Let's see what we got off the top.
Most of the spells are out of our deck at this point. Okay, now...
Apparently not.
now, surely all of the spells are out of our deck, and we still have the Troll Chant or the Brittle Steel to play around this Axe. Just get these resources out of the hand, make sure that there's no rummage coming down, but...
Oh, wow. This is so much closer. After that Reckoning swing, this is so much closer than I had anticipated it. Acock's actually really staying in this game. I do think, I know we came in a little bit late, I think there's Whispered Words possibly left in the deck, which aren't bad because that is draw. So as far as spells are concerned, I think there's also 1 Harsh Winds left. Harsh Winds actually feels like it wouldn't be that great right now, unless there is a Farron that comes down. But if there is a Farron that comes down, like you mentioned, you know, the double decimate's going to end the game anyways. And yeah, the lower we go, we're just 1 Farron draw away from losing the game. And that's probably what Acox is praying for, draw after draw after draw right now.
I was going to say, actually, given what we've seen out of Roji, I think we've seen Roji draw all but 3 spells in their deck. As far as we know, there's like 1 to 2 Whispered Words left, 1 Culling Strike, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Harsh Winds, and I mean, we knew that all 3 Hearthguard were in there, and it looks like we are going to get it fired off with Reckoning. Nothing is going to be able to stop both of these units from living.
Yep.
And this, if that's not a unit in the hand of Acox, this could be lethal on the open.
This does look like it's going to clean things up here. We got 10 damage. Acox at 9. Let's see what the 2 cards in hand are. We need something to remove this Glory Seeker. And it looks like we got it. Well, okay.
Oh, this is so tense. It keeps coming down to it. 1 top deck from either player completely determines this match.
Wow.
Second Hearthguard, a very good one, especially with all the freeze in hand. Even if Farron comes down now, it's not going to be able to... Oh, we get the Kahiri that was summoned off a Tri-Beam earlier in the game on summon, shuffles a copy into the deck. Obviously, no Predict in the Draven Ezreal to buff this up. And Ashe is a phenomenal finisher. This should be the end of the game finally for Grandpa Roji.
Why Acox is just thinking, why me? Why me? Why this card of all cards from Tri-Beam? Filling up your deck with draws that you don't want. I don't think it would have mattered, but Grandpa Roji gonna take it there over Team OTK's Acox 2-1. That was a very up to the last second, back and forth game there. We thought Acox 100% had it. Then it swung back in Grandpa Roji's favor. Then it seemed like Acox was stabilizing again. And then all of a sudden, nope. Grandpa Roji goes ahead, takes home a victory. So good stuff there from Acox and Grandpa Roji. And man, just 1 round, and I'm already super excited for today, Boulevard. Some awesome games so far.
When was the last time we saw Reckoning not end the game on the spot? Usually that's like the boogeyman that has been able to keep, the Frostbite mid-range within the meta for so long because it comes down, it wins the game on the spot. This time, it came down a little bit later than we wanted. The damage was done. The second one kind of got thrown out for value. It was like, well, I'm not doing anything else this turn. You've got 2 units. We might as well. But yeah, kudos to Acox for being able to stay in it so long, but eventually Roji does get the better of what is usually considered not a great matchup.
Yeah, 100%. I got to agree with you there, Boulevard. And I'm just, it through 1 round, I will say, just getting back to the, the overall meta, we did not see any triple aggro yet. I know there was a lot of talk. I tuned into some streams earlier. I saw a lot of people talking about triple aggro and losing to triple aggro. It was kind of like a meme thing at this point. I think Mo brought triple aggro, right? If I remember that correctly. Yep. So good old Mo bringing triple aggro as we love. So I'm still curious to see if that is going to pop up. I put the over under at triple aggro. I think at 4.5. That's
insane to me. There have been 2 that have topped in the last 3 seasonals, and you said, what if today we just triple the number?
I got faith, man. I got faith. It's going to happen. I feel like there's enough meme players out there that want to bring triple aggro. I think it's going to happen, okay? I think it's going to happen. But here are some of the decks. So actually, I had just mentioned this. We didn't actually get to see this deck out of Grandpa Roji in action. We just saw that last game there for the final victory versus Acox, but... Man, Boulevard, we saw this a couple times in a tournament a couple weeks ago. This deck, it can win. It's the mobilized version. You got Cithria, you got Spectral Matron in there. What are your thoughts on this? Is this viable for this tournament? Is there any particular matchups that this is targeting, you think?
It was so weird because when the deck was in its prime, it was split into 2 camps. There was, as we see Grandpa Roji bringing, the 90% Demacia version, and then there was the 90% Shadow Isle version. And I was a lot more on the Shadow Isle version. It was a little bit more fun. You've got those like Spirit Leech, the self-sacrifice kind of combos going off. Now in the much more Demacia-centric style, at the end of the day, you still have the possibility that Shyvana just takes over the game like she does for the Dragon decks. You still have triple Radiant Guardian, triple Screeching Dragon. You're actually going to get a decent amount of value out of Dawn Speakers. When was the last time we saw that card in tournament or anywhere,
Dawn Spiders,
really?
I think.
Yeah, exactly. That was like the first deck in Runeterra was the last time we saw Dawn Speakers. So, I think this is a really fun list. I'm not really expecting it to continue to do well. I know it used to, at least, I don't know about this build, struggle a lot with dragons. They usually just got a little bit bigger than you and had things just a turn earlier than you did and had a lot more removal that would just, if your Screeching Dragon matches their Screeching Dragon and they concerted strike you, that's the end of it. But we've also got Talia Malphite, and it's worth remembering that Grandpa Roji's in the XO bracket.
I was literally just gonna say that, and the other comment I want to make too, right? Like, if you're playing highly competitive decks, if you're playing like that Dragons lineup with Ezreal and Thresh Nasus, whatever, you go. That's when you go 9-0, 8-1. You make top cut. If you play the fun lineup, you still make top cut. You just make it at 7-2, right? That's how it works, right? You just got to take that extra loss. It's a little bit harder, but you'll get there. And I'm hoping that Grandpa Roji is going to be that person that gets Malphite, as we just saw on the screen there, into the top cut. That would be. That, I'm not going to lie, I would be very surprised if we have a Malphite in the top cut Boulevard.
Well, he did get buffed recently, so it's not totally out of the question. And then, of course, rounding out the otherwise very exciting lineup, we have an old favorite in the Frostbite midrange, more or less a standard list. As you had mentioned, we traded out a LeBlanc for a Sejuani, but outside of that, I think this is about more or less what every other list is going to be looking like. Actually, very surprised there are only 2 copies of Culling Strike.
Yeah, Culling Strike. I mean, Culling Strike gets a lot of work done nowadays, especially, that matchup we just saw, Ezreal Draven, it kills both of the namesakes of the deck, right? It's Thresh, amazing target, right? And that's another great deck that absolutely, I don't want to say absolutely everybody, but a prominent amount of people are actually bringing to the tournament, Thresh Nasus. So I feel like that card is one of the go-to cards for mid-range Frostbite. It's one of the reasons why it can find success. So we'll see if that's going to come into play a little bit later on in the tournament. So, but exciting stuff for the first round for us anyway. So that was round 3. We came in a little bit late here, again, starting in round 3. But we are going to go to a short break before we get into round 4 here in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. Welcome back, everybody, to the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. I'm Jdoza, joined by the one. I started saying Boulevard before I could get the word joined out of my mouth.
Joined by Boulevard.
Joined by Boulevard, the one and only redheaded, amazing caster. What's going on, man? Did you like last round or what? You excited?
I did. I'm excited to see what we'll see for the rest of the day. I know you had been talking about, oh, triple aggro. When are we going to get to see triple aggro? And the answer, Jdoza, is now. We are going to be covering Mr. Emotional, a.k.a. Don Mozera, a.k.a. Mo, a.k.a. the best aggro player in Legends of Runeterra, self-proclaimed.
Self-proclaimed, indeed. He self-proclaims a lot of stuff, to be honest. But discard aggro, the first deck that we see on the screen here. And we just talked about this. The one thing, the giant glaring thing that jumps out here, because let's be honest, most discard aggro decks are the same. There is 2 Noxian Fervor in here, Boulevard. It does 3 damage. It must be good, right?
Mo has decided to bring 3 Noxian Fervor decks, and traditionally that's going to mean spiders and pirates, and I guess the third most popular one right now would probably be the Azir Darius, but Mo said no. What if I still play discard aggro and also play 3 Noxian Fervor decks?
I mean, if Unto Dusk in 3 decks is good, then Noxian Fervor must be good in 3 decks, right? Like that's how that works, right? I think Doombeast Dino would approve.
Yes, Dinah would approve, but let's talk about the actual decks. Of course, we have the Azir Darius. We were talking about this one a little bit earlier. Definitely the worst matchup for Azir Aurelia. And generally, when you're bringing triple aggro, I think that's actually one of the decks you're looking to pick on, right, is the Azir Aurelia. It's actually relatively consistent to go under that deck, to just go a little bit faster and push out the burn, because something like Homecoming is going to be way too much mana for them to use in a matchup like that.
Yeah, and last but not least here, we have spiders. I mean, spiders have been around, I don't know, probably since the very first day this game was actually dropped. It is a long-standing deck for aggro players, and it's surprisingly like really good into a lot of matchups that you don't expect to. I mean, again, we talked about this earlier. You know, a lot of aggro decks can just high roll their way to victories. This is no different, although I will say, you know, I prefer myself when I'm playing spiders to play Brothers Bond. I really like that go wide strategy, and popping a Brothers Bond, just, you know, 2 mana 4 damage feels pretty nice. But we do have the 1 mana 4 damage in Stygian Onlooker. So we got 1 mana Decimates and 5 mana Decimates in this deck. So all in all, I do think this is a good build for a spider aggro deck. We'll see if it's able to pick up a win. Is Mo undefeated as well?
I would assume so, because they're on broadcast. Generally, we're trying to get you undefeated players, still definitely in contention regardless of ladder ranks. So, you know, if anybody's going to do well with triple aggro, I think that Mo is one of the more prolific names in the scene that is running triple aggro. So if anyone's going to do it, he's definitely the one we're keeping our eye on. How are you feeling about Mo's chances, Doza?
It's Mo on triple aggro. How do I... He's going 9-0, baby. Let's go. Are we serious here? He's going 9-0. It's Mo. He's got this. He's got this. 9-0. I'm calling it now. Please, Mo, don't make me wrong. Please, just win this next match.
The bold prediction. I don't know if you know this, but winning the next match does not make him 9-0. It makes him 4-0, which is still less than halfway there. You're not even halfway there yet, Mo. But it looks like Doza certainly believes in you.
It bides my time, okay? Just one more round. Yeah, I mean, listen, for as much as we joke about Mo and bringing, you know, a lineup like this, which most people, you especially, you know, just dub it a meme lineup because it's a triple aggro. Everybody kind of hates on triple aggro a little bit. I don't know. I just, you know, but he is a great player. You know, he's been in the scene for quite some time. He's an awesome player. He does, I promise, play other decks besides aggro. He just is known for his aggro play style. And it's great to see Mo playing what he's comfortable on in this tournament, because listen, Boulevard, I know you've had this advice before, and I know you've had it given to you. You've probably given it to other people, especially for new players. Play what you're comfortable on, right? When you play what you're comfortable on, 9 times out of 10, you're going to give yourself a better chance to win.
Yeah, and we know that Mo loves discard aggro, but where's the Moverwhelm? No, it's funny to me, because I think what I would have considered as close as you were going to get to a triple aggro lineup that I thought would have been viable in this tournament was Azir Aurelia, Overwhelm, and discard aggro. Because when we were going through previous tournaments and looking at what Aurelia Azir was typically paired with, most often it was a tie between like 4 decks. It was like Deep, Draven, Ezreal, Overwhelm, and discard aggro. And some of that is playing towards an anti-TLC lineup, and some of that is just pairing it with strong decks. And I thought that, like, it seems so weird to me that we're running triple aggro and we're not running Aurelia Azir. Sort of the most prominent aggro deck in the format, because people get really controversial about what tags we're throwing on decks, but it looks like we are actually getting into the game, and I do respect the decision not to bring the Aurelia Azir, because that is a deck that is looking to get targeted, whereas your Fervor deck's not necessarily losing to the same things.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everybody knows Azir Aurelia is going to be a thing, whether it's in a triple aggro lineup or it's in a, any other XYZ lineup. Like, it's already being teched for, it's already being prepared for, so I don't hate the decision not bringing it. I 100% agree with you, and it does look like I see the 2 decks here. It looks like we do have that Overwhelm, like you mentioned. There's Dragons. We'll see what the other one is in a second. Also, you did mention just briefly before we get into this game, I don't think the other player, his opponent is actually playing. Okay, it looks like it is TLC. It's Gaston Mez here that we're playing up against. Deep, you mentioned.
Yes.
We've yet to see Deep. Where is Random when we need him? We've yet to see Deep.
Well, we'll see Deep eventually. I'm sure. But the one thing that I do want to mention here, and I think a big reason that Mo didn't bring Aurelia Azir, is Aurelia Azir is a great counter to TLC, which we see in his opponent's lineup. The rest of these decks don't do the best into TLC, so it's sort of this weird controversial strategy where, like, if you have Aurelia Azir, that's a deck that you want to be leaving open, but Mo can't afford to leave it open. So that's all. I mean, that's got to be the ban coming out of Mo, right, is the TLC, or do we ban the Dragons and say, hey, maybe one of these other decks actually does beat TLC, but for the most part, I think that not much has changed in the regard that TLC, a very good anti-aggro deck. I think Mo's like kind of looking through the build right now. Yeah. Because some players, they just take TLC, they say, hey, this beats aggro. Let me actually cut some of the cards that beat aggro because they're probably just going to autopilot ban it anyway. But if you look at your opponent's list and they've cut Avalanche and Ice Shard and Bladed Ravine, yeah, maybe we leave that one open.
Yeah, it's weird though. I briefly saw that list when it popped up. It looked like there was a Grasp of Undying. There's 2 Catalysts in there. I mean, those are cards that we don't necessarily always see played in TLC. That is additional healing though, so that is something to take into consideration. I 100%, it's hard, right? Because Dragons also has a lot of lifesteal. There's Radiant Guardians, hopefully we'll see with this deck in a second, but there's a lot of lifesteal that you have to worry about with that as well. And I don't know which one you're more worried about. Overwhelm is like an auto win, right? Like, I feel like any of these aggro decks could pretty handedly deal with Overwhelm, even without like a very high rolly hand, assuming Overwhelm doesn't also high roll you. But I don't know. Yeah, I gotta figure TLC is just the go-to pick here for the ban for Mo.
I definitely think that you're right in that Mo's strategy is going to be to try to target out this Overwhelm deck, and then it's a matter of, if that doesn't go according to plan, if I do get high-rolled one game, which of these decks do I have a better chance at beating? And my initial reaction is going to be the Dragons deck, because it gets, into the game a little bit later than you necessarily want it to against something that's playing 12 1-drops.
So this Dragons deck is interesting. All right, you definitely keep the Dragons deck up. This Dragons deck has 1 Solari Sunforger, 2 Fangs, and that's it for the lifesteal. There's 1 Guiding Touch in there and then 1 Star Shaping, but that's low in comparison to other Dragons builds. There's 2 Fused Firebrands in here, which is why I kind of entered saying the deck the way that I did. We don't see this card. It is a dragon, so it fits the theme of the deck. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if this Fused Firebrand can actually get worked on. It again, for those of you who don't, maybe recall that card, it is the 5-cost 5/5 dragon that also comes, of course, with Fury, but also with Spell Shield.
Looks like Mo just keeping the 1-drops, putting everything else back. I didn't get to catch what we queued up game number 1 on the opponent's side. I don't know if you saw it.
It's Dragons and then versus, what is this? The
Azir
Darius burn.
So I know you're a really big fan of the Azir Darius. How do you feel about Mo's list in particular? Just the 3 Azir, the 1 Darius, no Dravens, nothing like that, filling out the rest of those champion spots. It looks like, yeah, we've got the full suite of 12 1-drops in there. And then, of course, just a couple of spells. How are we feeling about Mo's chances?
I love this deck. This deck is, the way that he built it is the way that you're supposed to build this deck, which is 12 1-drops. Like, it feels, I know, we all know how much you absolutely love 1-drops, Boulevard. I know they're your favorite type of card in the game. But they get the job done in this deck. You basically expend your whole hand in the first couple of turns to do exactly what we see here. You're getting a lot of damage pushed through, or at least forcing the trade. onto this little elephant just chilling there, minding his own business. But it looks like we are going to hold it back and take the 3 damage to the face and get the slay from the Bakai Reaper. So this build, yes, definitely love it. There's a lot of over-the-top burn here, too, with the Ruinous Path, the Noxian Fervors, and the Decimates. But I do think, especially looking at the hand right now... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he needs to draw a Ruin Runner. There it is right there. I think we have a pretty good shot right now with this Ruin Runner.
And it looks like this is just going to be a really powerful open attack. Yeah, another Demolitionist top deck really isn't going to dissuade you from that being the line. It looks like we're going to get a push through a decent amount of damage here. I would imagine that this Dragon Chow is going to block, yeah, something that allows it to survive the interaction. And then we can go ahead and drop the Shyvana, get our draw off, and start to go from there. But that Ruin Runner really going to contest that Shyvana. Now, we're looking at Mo's hand. Had a pretty aggressive opening. Down to 11 life on turn 4. Is that sort of the mark that you're going for, or do you want them in Darius range by your second attack turn?
No, this is fine, but the problem is, I mean, this is the matchup that's going to be the most difficult, obviously, right? We do have things like Star Shaping, although, again, only a one of. Because Guiding Touch and Star Shaping are only one ofs, and, okay, there is the Fangs. I think we can play around the Fangs A-okay. I think this is fine. We can get through 3 lifesteal. But, yeah, no, I think... Being at 9 life right now, seeing the Fangs come down, I think this is A-okay. We have both of these Imperial Demolitionists that can come down this turn. We have exactly 5 mana to develop the Ruin Runner, go into an open attack with an extremely wide board, probably trade something with the Fangs. And it's just going to be a matter of what are your next 3 draws, and does your opponent have Star Shaping? That's literally what this is going to come down to.
Let me tell you something. If there was a judgment, per se, in this Dragon's deck...
There is not. Can't confirm. No judgment.
And we could get off, you know, like a turn 6 judgment with the Fangs. That would just be game over, right?
Oh, of course. I mean, judgment, that's all judgment does, Boulevard. It just wins games. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we've never seen judgment do anything but win a game. And actually, this is a perfect top deck on the side of Don Mozera, being able to get that vulnerable tag onto the Fangs, pull it down to the end of the line, and sort of negate some of the lifesteal. I guess it's going to come down to how many combat tricks do we have in hand on the side of Caston, because there are 3 single combat, 2 strafing strike, and 2 copies of concerted strike. So more combat tricks than we typically see. A full 7 combat spells.
Yeah, I love this by Mo, and this is why Noxian Fervor is so damn good. If we do get a combat trick onto the Fangs, which I imagine we will see, it's actually going to be on the Screeching Dragon. Okay, interesting. So... This might mean that Gaston is holding up another single combat for Fangs. Like, I can't see... Do we really want Screeching Dragon just to get that much bigger and not value the lifesteal? I feel like that's... Yeah, okay.
I was going to say, I feel like if you're going in with Screeching, you're hanging back some kind of second combat trick, and we're going to get a little bit of lifesteal off. Not quite dead yet.
It's close, though.
The Fang sticks around.
Yeah, Fang sticks around. Luckily, though, with that Noxian Fervor targeting the Spiderling, it still only got that 1 proc off, which is good. Ooh, Merciless Hunter, another great pickup, but there's the one of Solari Sunforger. Feels bad, man. Yeah,
and we still got a gem in hand. Sharpsight is still something that we need to be worried about, because if Sharpsight comes down onto the Fangs and we tried to block it with something with 2 attack, that might just be game over. Mo is out of resources in hand. The field is looking okay, but it kind of depends on what's going to come down as a block for the Sunforger this turn, if anything else is going to die to the Fangs, if there's additional combat tricks in the hand of Gaston. But I don't know. I feel like next turn is sort of Mo's last turn, and he's going to have a lot of life that he's got to push through.
Yeah, this was the concern with this matchup, which is really unfortunate because, again, only 2 Fangs, only 1 Solari Sunforger, 1 Star Shaping, 1 Guiding Touch. We drew a decent share of our lifesteal when we're not actually, you know, having this deck pivot too much towards lifesteal for this exact situation for aggro. Whereas somebody like Majibe, who we saw earlier, is playing the Radiant Guardians, things of that nature, to protect against aggro, probably knowing what Mo is playing, obviously. And just feels bad for Mo seeing both these cards come down this early in the game. Oh,
there's a strafing strike. You can see it on Mo's face. The opponent back up to 20 here.
Yep.
It was a good start on the side of Mo, but all these combat tricks in conjunction with the, you know, while we do only run a few lifesteal units, we did end up drawing most of them, or rather enough of them. that I would say that this game is almost totally out of Mo's hands at this point, and there is the double dragon draw to further build up the board and make sure that we're not really taking any more unit damage from here on out.
Yeah, this is rough, Boulevard. It's really unfortunate, but here's the deal. This is kind of what we were preparing for, right? This is what Mo want. Well, he didn't necessarily want a loss, but he did want Overwhelm to be the deck that he has to beat twice. And that is very, very doable with the lineup that Gaston had, which is why we saw the TLC ban. So I definitely think the next couple of games is definitely in Mo's ballpark to pick up a victory here. So just toss this one up to, hey, you know, your opponent had the lifesteal to deal with your aggressive push here and move on. You know, put it behind you.
And we get the Moon Glow, or not Moon Glow, the Moon Silver onto Sharp Sight to buff up the Fangs. More lifesteal going to stick around. I thought that, you know, once I saw the way combat was going to play out and Gaston was going down to 11 again, I was like, okay, you know, maybe it's just going to take like another Demolitionist into a Darius and Mo can actually bring this one back. But with the Fangs sticking around, that is disaster scenario.
Yeah, because now we have to block the Fangs. Sure, we finally get it off the board. But now if we do top deck Darius, which kind of really would have only been our only out, I think, assuming Gaston doesn't have one of the two Concerted Strikes or another Strafing Strike in deck. There's a Concerted Strike. Jesus, wow, this feels so terrible. Yeah, I mean, that would have been it. And now we're going up 17. There's no way we actually get back in that range of leveling up that Darius. And a Shyvana level up for good measure. Again, with the empty boards in hands. 2-3 cards now for Gaston and a Ruinous Path top deck, which we can't actually activate yet because we need a Slay to get the full use out of that, unfortunately, to actually drain 2 from the enemy Nexus. And yep, that's going to be Mo getting taken down there by Gaston. So now we got 2 Overwhelm matchups, Boulevard. See, I'm feeling pretty confident in Mo here to take down Overwhelm, though, right?
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you take a rough loss game 1, but you're looking to 2-0 the last deck anyway. So the fact that they got their free win, it's great for them because it gets them more seasonal points. As we had mentioned earlier, every game win that you get in the seasonal counts towards your Worlds qualifications. So even in your losses, it's important that you play for the 2-1 rather than the 2-0. And Mo's hand, not looking too bad again. Got a 1-drop. We got a House Spider. Going to be able to go a little bit wider than this deck is going to be able to deal with. Ooh.
Talk about an aggressive start. And that is a lot of 1-drops. That is 2 units that are going to provide 2 units. And not to mention the Noxie and Fervor to top it all off. This is looking like the makings of a pretty good victory here. If we get, I don't know, if we get something like the Ruthless Raider to come down, I mean, it just trades with both of these Saboteurs. I mean, nothing's really going to feel too good tossing it down, just having it go to the Wolves here.
Okay, so there is a Kindly Tavern Keeper in the list of Gaston. You know, not something that we see too often in these decks, but I did want to sort of call it out, as well as Ice Shard.
Yeah, 2 Ice Shard. That just stuck out to me like a sore thumb. Wow. If we have those, I mean, again, so this is going to come down to, once again, like last game, we saw the lifesteal drawn when it was, you know, seemingly lower probabilities of grabbing those with how many were in deck. We really only have 3 good options in the 2 Ice Shard and the 1 Kindly Tavern Keeper that are just straight up anti-aggro tools. Let's see if Gaston can find them here early on in the game.
Not only that, but this one also stuck out as really weird to me. There's a Rite of Negation in this list from Gaston, which, given that Mo already has the Decimate in hand, we might actually find value off of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I guess technically you can throw that in there as an anti-aggro tool in this case. Not typical, but, you know, we'll take it where we can get it. And this is another huge push with 8 damage, or sorry, 7 damage still waiting in the wings in Mo's hand. So I think we're feeling pretty good right now to head into game 3. This is a very quick game if that's the case. We'll see what Gaston has.
Ooh, the way that we've lined up the blocks makes me think that this is going to be the Ice Shard coming out.
Oh, yep.
The House Spider lives. And we're going to get our Fervor off, so not a total disaster scenario for Mo. We've still got the Ruin Runner and the Decimate, which is a lot of damage to push through.
So the question is, especially having the Ruin Runner, which can come down next turn, does Gaston have the big body to combat this Ruin Runner as a blocker? Even if he does, I mean, actually, yeah, even if he does with that Imperial Demolitionist now, it's looking decent to go Ruin Runner, Imperial Demolitionist on the Ruin Runner, and have the Decimate. actually close out the game as long as we could push through damage with that House Spider. If a 5-cost unit comes down. So if we see something like a Rune Runner on the side of Gaston or a reduced cost Ancient Yeti or something like that, I think we still have the ability to close out this game. And it's actually just going to be another... Is that the third Merciless Hunter?
I think it's the second.
It's the second one, okay.
But still, it's taking more units off the board and making sure that Mo isn't going wider than Gaston is able to handle. But that is only a 1 HP unit. We're going in with the Ruin Runner. Battle Fury wouldn't save you. Like, it wouldn't save your unit. It would save you 4 damage, but that's really not how you want to be utilizing that card. And unless this is... Nope, it had to immediately be Kindly Tavern Keeper. Unless we've got the Rite of Negation... and we don't have it, okay.
All right, well, my heart just, like, stopped a beat for a second there. I was like, really? Come on. No, don't do this. Please don't. All right, so Mo tying it up there again, like we thought. Pretty easy time with Overwhelm on the side of these aggressive decks, or these burn decks. So now we got discard aggro. What kind of high roll do we think Mo's going to get here? Or low roll.
Jinx flavored one. I think that's like really... Okay, he has the Draven skin. Fine. I think this is the first champion skin that we've seen all day.
I think you're right, yeah. Yep.
And look, how are you going to be playing Draven Ezreal? Majin Bay. How did Majin Bay play Draven Ezreal and not have the pool party Draven skin?
I'm not gonna lie, the level up animations on all of those skins, or the ones that have level up animations, look like the Zed one looks so cool. Like they are very, very cool.
I have never seen the Zed or Yasuo level up animation. I told myself I wasn't gonna watch the trailer for them, and I would, if I saw them in tournament, I saw them in tournament. I would never.
Oh, 2 champions that we never see now in tournaments. Great, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
Ooh, no 1-drop, though. I mean, I guess this is discard aggro, right? We're kind of changing the pace a little bit. We did have something that we could have played turn 1 in the Zonite Urchin, but that we've moved away from that strategy.
And just Merciless Hunters on Merciless Hunters for Gaston just keeps finding them. Again, one of the, if not the best 3-drop in the game right now. There's a reason why we see this in 2 of the most played decks, honestly, Thresh Nasus, and I never thought I'd say Overwhelm was one of the most played decks, but it is, in fact, one of the better decks right now. Merciless Hunter as a 3 of almost 100% of the time.
Definitely one of the premier cards of the Guardians of the Ancient. So how are we feeling about Mo's hand right now? We don't really have the sort of go wide hand that we wanted for the crowd favorite that we've just drawn. We can get a little bit wider, but with the vulnerable constantly coming out of so many cards in this Overwhelm deck, I don't know if we're going to be able to go wide enough for the crowd favorite to really have the impact that we wanted to. In a second Rockhopper, they only play 2 Rockhopper.
Yeah, that feels so bad right after we draw into that Draven there, so we end up having to put the that vulnerable tag on the Draven. So that's very, very unfortunate, but I think we'll be fine.
This is a big push turn, though. We've got the Vision, we've got the Axe, and it looks like... Okay, I thought Mo was just gonna like play this turn really conservatively, but we do end up going a little bit more aggressively. A little surprised we didn't go in with the Zonite Urchin, but it looks like we are hanging everything back to get a crowd favorite.
Yeah, and we're actually getting some pretty good utilization out of this this Flame Chompers too. Ooh, but the Troll Chant gonna go ahead and take out the Draven. But all right, we're saving the Draven even though it still has vulnerable.
Yeah, I think that what we're going for is kind of hoping that Gaston doesn't go for an open attack. Because if Gaston does any kind of development, which I think they need to do if they want to start pushing damage and actually winning the game, then we get to see the crowd favorite come out. And that extra +1/+1 from keeping our Draven alive goes a long way, because now it doesn't die to this Yeti.
Yeah, which is actually a huge deal. We can chump block it. Or actually, no, looks like we're actually going to pull the Spider. So I don't mind this either. You're going to get the 2 damage possibly next turn when the Yeti blocks, and then we should be able to keep it around, assuming no other vulnerable tag cards come out. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. And another Axe going to come out, this time on the Flame Chompers, to trade with the bigger, better Rockhopper there. And yeah, like you mentioned, it's so weird. Only 2 of them. We drew both of them early on in the game. Jinx in hand, though. That's the key thing here, Boulevard. We might not have high rolled that first turn, like you mentioned, with that super wide crowd favorite. But we still got the Jinx, and, 9 times out of 10 for discard aggro, that's all you need, baby, and you'll be able to take home a victory.
Yeah, well, Gaston's hand has been inconvenient for Mo, getting a lot of the Overwhelm off, being sort of a nuisance. We didn't draw any Overwhelm units, right? The first one that we actually saw come down was this Ancient Yeti, which means that because Mo has this Jinx, and because we've already used so many of our cards that can deal with the Jinx, so many of the vulnerable cards, yeah, there's still Exhaust left, but with only 2 cards in hand, you figure if one of them's a vulnerable and one of them is an Overwhelm unit, yeah, Mo's in a rough spot. But unless it's exactly those 2 kinds of cards, I think this Jinx might be able to start to take it home.
Yeah, and we have the discard here. We're going to get the level up. It just always feels bad when you don't, like... I know it was a recent change to Jinx, but like when you can't discard and then also get the Rocket in the same turn, but I feel like that's actually pretty low probability of getting that sort of interaction with something like the Daring Poros and whatnot. Like, it doesn't... I feel like it doesn't happen that often.
No, but it's nice when it happens. I mean,
it's great.
You know, Jinx is fine as she is. I think the 2 cards per turn actually matters a lot in this matchup as well. I mean, the Rockets are great, don't get me wrong. Ooh, do you get excited? Do you discard second Jinx? What are we doing here?
Oh, yeah, what do we do? I mean, that's the second Merciless Hunter again, so...
Yep. Man, we're going to pass because we want to use this Get Excited now to protect the Jinx, but Renekton is not something that is going to allow us to protect the Jinx. And maybe we actually just let this Jinx die then, play our new Jinx, then play the Zonite Urchin, get our Rocket, and kind of go from there. Because Renekton's only getting the +1/+0. We're going down to a precarious life total, but the Rocket's actually going to wipe everything other than the Merciless Hunter.
Yeah, this is actually a really high-value Rocket, Boulevard. I've never... Wiping out a Renekton and a buffed-up Rockhopper here. This is crazy. And that means also, I mean, even the open attack we have is going to be pretty decent, depending on what our draws are here in the next turn. You know, technically the Zonite Urchin trades with the Merciless Hunter as well. I highly doubt we just chump block this 1/1, but you never know. Rummage not bad either.
Yeah, really nice top deck for Mo, though. You know, we had said 2 cards left. If it's a vulnerable and an Overwhelm unit, Mo's in trouble, but the second Jinx coming off the top means that things are swinging back in crowd favorite.
Wow.
That's a massive pickup. That might just be lethal.
Yeah, that's insanely good of a top deck. Woo! Man, crowd favorite, my favorite, baby. That is... Mo is loving that draw right there. And you can see, like, this wave of relief in his face, too. Like, yeah, that's what I needed, baby. That's what I needed. And I don't know. I mean, even if we have some over-the-top unit, Boulevard, I don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with. I mean, sure, you chump block the crowd favorite. Maybe you trade with it if it's something like an Alpha Wild Claw. But then you're still taking a fair amount of damage from all these other units, or you trade away your Merciless Hunter, and now you're only left with 2 cards in hand, and yeah, there's the Yeti to trade with it.
Yeah, and we're going to go for the Rocket first, just to make sure that everything's a little bit lower in case a pesky third Troll Chant comes out somehow. And we've got a couple of better options, as well as pushing through more damage with the crowd favorite because of the Overwhelm. And I think this is still lethal this turn. This might be 1 off. I think this is 6 damage.
1, 2, 3,
but it also means
4,
that we're wiping the
6.
board, and it gives us that much more of an opportunity to guarantee the Rocket, because Gaston has to play a card. There's the Noxian Fervor. You can see the pop-off from Mo.
Golf clap, Mo. Golf clap. Very, very excited about that Noxian Fervor. Let's go. These are the top decks that we live for, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you get good at Legends of Runeterra. You draw good. Plain and simple. That's what you got to do. That's it.
Yeah, and we're going to run out our unit first, just so that if something happens to this Jinx, if the Noxian Fervor doesn't kill our opponent somehow, we do still have the option for the Rocket to come out. And now the Noxian Fervor going to secure things.
That was actually 1 off of lethal. If we didn't have to, that was actually way closer thanks to Battle Fury. So, but Battle Fury not gonna be enough. And Don Mozera keeping alive that 9-0 streak. Let's go. I told you, Boulevard. See, now it's 1 more round. I don't have to worry about getting crap for saying he's going to go 9-0. It's going to happen. In Mo we trust, okay? In Mo we trust. It's going to happen. There we go. So we got our triple aggro lineup. I was decently impressed. I will say, because of the lineup that we saw, I do think it was very heavily favored for Mo with the TLC and the Dragons, obviously banning out that TLC. Dragons, all right, just toss that to the wind. We're not going to be able to get that one back because of the lifesteal. And then you just have to roll the dice and, hey, can we take down Overwhelm twice? And the answer to that question, I feel like most of the time for a triple aggro player is yes, you'll be able to reliably anyways take down Overwhelm twice in a row.
A little bit too much of a mid-range deck in that regard. Not enough interaction for the kinds of things that Burn is going to be doing. And it looks like we are getting into Jason Florent, the other side of the Mastering Runeterra podcast, along with Majin Bay, who looks like they are in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Gio8991, the opponent. Looks like they are still tied up, so I believe this is probably on a little bit of a delay, which is why we're in the first game still. But yeah, this is the Azir Aurelia, and is that Voice of the Risen on field? All right, cool. I don't see that card nearly as much as I thought I had before to recognize that picture.
Yeah, and it looks like as things currently stand, the Voice is going to die, which is going to take the buff off the Sand Soldiers, which means that I think that's still not lethal? No, that's exactly lethal.
Yeah,
it gets the 5 attack because of the, I forgot that Risen is +2 attack, not +3. I saw +3 on the soldiers, the Azir, yeah, so this is still going to be exact lethal, and there's nothing in Jason's hand for this. Would have only taken 1 more life to get over this, but it looks like Jason is going to fall here in game number 1.
Yeah, and, with that said, too, quick update on Jason's status here. 2-1 currently, so another loss would not be very good for Jason's chances here of making the top 32. So it's do or die here, really, for this next game with Jason, taking the L to Gio here in that first game of the match. So we'll see if we can take it back and win 2 in a row. Jason's lineup, too. I want to go ahead and pull this up and see what we're looking at. I'm going to see maybe...
We're looking at
maybe
the
Jason
same as Majin Bay.
I was just gonna say, maybe Jason and Majin Bay kind of, colluded a little bit, talked a little before the tournament, had a similar lineup, and is it card for card? It looks like it's pretty. Is it like exactly the same lineup? Yeah, looks like it. All right, so Draven Ezreal now versus. Make sure I got this one right. Also Draven Ezreal. This is a mirror match.
Okay.
Every time I see Noxus and P and Z, it's always a toss-up. It's like, is it discard aggro, or is it Ezreal Draven?
I wouldn't call that a toss-up. To me implies 50-50, and I feel like 9 times out of 10 it's going to be Draven Ezreal.
I knew you were going to hating on aggro again. It's fine. I get it.
How are you going to prismatic your Draven and not give him a skin? It's summertime. Even this board has plenty of little oases around it. Draven could take a little dip. But he's not dressed for it. He's got a fur coat on.
Yeah, he's dressed for the Freljord right now.
But this is a really good hand for Jason. We've got the Draven. We've got, if we want it, the 3-mana Thermo Beam right after that. Get these Tri-Beams really pumping up. Okay, triple Draven's a little bit much. That's a few too many. 2 Draven's cool, because if one of them dies, you have the second. But 3 is a little bit too many. But of course, Whirling Death, to me, is the champion spell that people tend to play around the least and has some of the biggest blowout potential.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that, right? It might not be so bad that we have 3 Dravens, because Whirling Death is huge, especially if we're able to somehow, which I doubt this will matter in this matchup because of so much removal, but just level up a Draven. A lot of times Whirling Death will allow for kind of that surprise level up on a Draven. Not to mention, that gives you that many more 3-cost cards for these Tri-Beam and Probulators, which is a pretty big deal. At the end of the day, you play one, it shuffles another 3-cost Draven into your deck. You can start cycling those again. So this might actually turn out to be a pretty good advantage here for Jason. We'll see if we're able to utilize them in a good manner.
Yeah, kind of curious if we're going to match this with our own Sump Dredger. I saw the hover on the Tri-Beam and Probulator for a second. It is a 3-damage Tri-Beam at the moment, but I like those kind of tempo Tri-Beams in the early game if you have multiple Tri-Beam.
Yeah, and honestly, we have so many 3-cost cards in hand. I would very much like to see Jason buff that Tri-Beam up a little bit more. This attack does feel bad, but I think we can get some pretty good Whirling Death value here.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to take full advantage of the fact that we have 3 Dravens. It's a block and a Whirling, and probably a Draven in the near future. Probably not next turn. I would imagine that could be Sump Dredger for the Axe, but honestly, I think playing Draven on your attack turn is perfectly fine as well, just contesting whatever your opponent throws down.
Yeah, so Whirling Death off to a really good start here for Jason to try to bring this back to a 2-1 victory over Gio and keep his tournament hopes alive here. Get another Spinning Axe. That's not too many cards, right? No, we're at 9, so we will not overdraw. And now it's hard though, right? If you do play Draven, like you mentioned, or Sump Dredger, we're at the point where we have to start using something in hand because now our hand is maxed out. I don't think we'll have a problem depending on what Gio plays here. I mean, I'm sure Culling Strike will be active. We could technically just discard axes on the offensive, and I think that's why we are actually just going to see the Draven here. We're just going to possibly even level him up here. You never know.
Yeah, at the very least, we have to discard 2 axes, but okay, with 3 mana open, I don't think you go for the Draven level. I think you do want to be a little bit respectful of Get Excited, but maybe you're even fine with that and saying, hey, I don't really have too much payoff for the axes right now. If you get excited, you're discarding a real card because you haven't gotten the ignition yet. But I think 1 axe is a fine play. It's a little contained. And honestly, I don't know how much level Draven actually matters in this specific matchup, but we're going for it.
Yeah, I agree. So I like this from Jason, but I do agree with the sentiment that I don't think it's a huge difference in this matchup strictly because of the removal, right? What I will say, though, is this is big to get Draven out of the range of, double Mystic, Mystic Shot and Get Excited at least. Get Excited being the big one there. There is still Thermo Beam. There is still a buffed up Tri-Beam, of course. But if we can get even 1 Overwhelm hit in with this Draven, that will end up being a pretty big deal. So we'll see if Gio has the removal for it.
And actually, there is no Get Excited in the deck, so that was a totally safe Draven level on the side of Jason. I don't know how I feel about all these Draven Ezreal players cutting down on the Get Excited, but it kind of makes sense, right? If you're expecting a lot of Dragons, Nasus, and Draven Ezreal, then Get Excited isn't the most useful card that you can put in for all of those matchups.
And even when we do see it put in, I feel like it's typically a one-of in most scenarios. So it doesn't strike me as super odd, but I like it personally because it can give you that extra reach at the end of the game, or especially in matchups like this. Get Excited might be the difference in having that little bit of extra burn damage over the mirror match, right? So like in this case, Jason, if we are able to find a Get Excited on top of something like this Mystic Shot in hand, we might be in a pretty good spot to just, burn our opponent down before they're able to really get anything else reestablished. And wow, that is a high roll. That is a perfect emote. That is good timing on the emote, Gio.
Chief Mechanist Zevi. For those of you that don't know what this card does, I don't blame you. Anytime you draw a card, it makes it fleeting and gives you an additional fleeting copy. So every card that Jason draws for as long as this Zevi is on the field is going to turn into 2 fleeting copies.
Yeah, that is insane in this deck, depending on what we draw. Like, okay, that's actually not bad if we double Arachnoid this turn.
It is kind of awkward, though, because both of them turning into fleeting copies means that you need to play a little bit more proactively than you really necessarily want to. And honestly, I'd like this a lot more if we had another Tri-Beam in hand, because if you draw a Tri-Beam off Zevi, it feels like you just wasted it.
And I think this is really good for Jason, because if we get some sort of unit summoned here, I think we're going to be able to go in for a big attack. And it looks like Gio is setting up to remove possibly the Draven, but that's still going to be a lot of unit damage coming in. And with the Mystic Shot in hand and already Farron coming down on 8, I think we're golden here. I think this is a really good spot for Jason to pick up a victory.
Yeah, getting these double Arachnoid sentries on the attack token so pivotal. This would have looked so much worse on defense, but because we already had the advantage on board thanks to that Tri-Beam, we're going to get a stun out units and make a lethal push. And even if we don't quite get lethal, we probably have it with Farron over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, I will say that is probably the best response Gio could have in this situation, which is really good. But I don't know. Like you said, this might still be lethal if we block the 5/5, 3, 6.
Are you trying to do math?
I'm trying. I'm giving it a shot.
Oh, Rummage is not a good start to this.
No. I think this is just going to end up representing lethal for Jason. And okay. Wow. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, that prevents lethal barely.
Okay, does it prevent lethal through the axe and the Mystic Shot next turn? Did you do all that math? Okay.
No, I didn't. I did not do that math.
I was gonna say there was a lot of math to be done.
When it comes to math, we know I only go like 1 step in the future. I can't go like 4. All right, I have a limit here, Boulevard.
Yeah, well, we do know what. Okay, we're actually taking a lot more damage than we need. Well, 1 more damage than we need to technically, which actually does give Jason exact lethal with the Mystic Shot and the axe, because we blocked a Arachnoid sentry instead of the Sump Dredger.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I think we still had it. Wait, if this was, that would have been... Okay, well, yeah, now, all right. So we have it with the Mystic Shot. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we would have survived from the Mystic Shot if we blocked
it was
some
probably still going to... Ooh, two Ezreals. That's nice.
Jesus. Are they leveled yet?
No, we've been throwing... We haven't really been targeting things. I'd say it's maybe at 4 out of 6, but it's irrelevant because the Mystic Shot comes down. Of course, no healing in a deck like this. That is going to be Jason Florent tying the series up 1-1.
Wow, all right. So the tournament hopes still alive here for Jason. Again, sitting at X-1 through the first 3 rounds. It's 2-1. And, if we lose this... It's a pretty good shot. We won't be able to make top cut. Generally speaking, there are some 7-2s that make it, but not if you're losing this early. You gotta think, right, with the tiebreakers. So,
all right, this is not where Jason Florent wants to be. As we saw early, just last round even, Majin Bay showing us that Draven Ezreal has a 100% win rate against Thresh Analysis. Totally impossible for the Nasus player to concoct any sort of hand to bring it back and beat this deck.
Yeah, I mean, this could very easily be a complete stomping on the side of Gio being able to take home a victory here. I mean, there is always the potential, especially with Cursed Keeper and Dune Keeper and Merciless Hunter. That's a very nice curve to start off the game if we want to go aggressive. We also have the attack token on 1. It does look like Jason wants to go that route. So, yep, it's looking like we're going to go all in and say, hey, if we can aggro you down and have a bigger, badder board than you do by turn 4 or 5, then maybe we take home a victory. We'll see if that's going to be the case.
Jdoza, we talked about this. We said that whatever happened in round 1, we were going to just base the rest of the knowledge off of that. It's unwinnable. Right. We talked about this.
Gio wins. Move on.
Yeah.
Production. Can we next game?
Skip it.
Skip. Fast forward.
All right. So it looks like we are going to get the Curse Keeper down. House Spider is something that is actually... I don't think Thresh Nasus players are, too upset to see House Spider, right? Because it doesn't actually block any of the fearsome units like the Bakai Reaper or the Merciless Hunter, and it's something that you can slay relatively easily with something like the Merciless Hunter that we see in hand. We could even get, unfortunately not going to have all the mana for it this turn because we're attacking on odds. We'd love to just be able to, pick off the 1-1 with a Sand Soldier, but still, a really aggressive turn out of Jason right now.
House Spider is the issue, though. House Spider is amazing to chump block a lot of these. I mean, we're gonna go wide with the Dune. I mean, we got to commit now, right? We can't not play this Dune Keeper and expect this strategy to work out now. We already committed from turn 1. Okay, or the Merciless Hunter. I mean, either or is perfectly fine, but I do think you need to commit to continuing to go wide, continuing to develop a board. Maybe we can go ahead and play the Dune Keeper on the following turn. Wow, Draven now too. Feels bad right after playing Merciless Hunter.
This looks like this is not going to be nearly as much damage as Jason was hoping to push this turn. And because we're tapped out of Glimpse Beyond mana, and the only thing we have in hand for it is a Dune Keeper, it could be rather difficult to actually get that draw power off in the box. Not a dead card per se, but not something we really can afford to be committing 4 mana to right now.
Yeah, and I like those blocks from Gio too, right? We didn't, we didn't take the value trades. There's an argument to be made for that. I think we would have taken 3 more damage or something like that. That's very crucial, especially playing Draven Ezreal, being that there is no heal in this deck. And if you do get down to that danger zone of 10, 11, 12, Nasus becomes a threat just on his own. And you don't want that being a thing. 14 at this point, we really don't want to go any further below that amount. Otherwise, we risk, just losing to a straight up leveled Nasus, regardless of Atrocity. So I do like those blocks, but Jason still has a pretty formidable field, and I gotta think if we had a Static Shock, we could wait for the open attack to play it next turn, so maybe we develop something here.
I have to imagine that if Gio goes down below 2 mana, we're probably gonna get a proactive play onto one of these Glimpse Beyonds. But as long as Mystic Shot is represented, it's a little bit too risky. This could be the green light.
Oh, that is 100% the green light.
Or is this the box?
I'd always feel so bad to just box Draven, but honestly, you now represent 9 damage on the open attack. Yeah, this might be the way to go. The only problem is, again, this plays in a Static Shock, but with the Glimpse Beyonds, maybe you just say, all right, listen, if Static Shock is played, I feel pretty good about just glimpsing both units And if there's a Mystic Shot on top of that, then, it just is what it is. But it's still at least get one glimpse off, and your opponent is tapped out if that's how that transaction goes. But now we have the ability to go wide again.
I like developing if your big fear is Static Shock. Just sort of taking toll of your opponent's mana and saying, okay, if I am really scared of Static Shock, they've pre-committed 4 mana into the combat phase, they've only got 2 mana to develop and still represent that, I can just go wide here. And the only thing that they could possibly throw out is a Ballistic Bot or a House Spider, which I will deal with should that come. What I'm really curious about is Jason going to hold the double Glimpse Beyond, or are we going to forego the Prey and try to push an additional 3 damage?
So Arachnoid Sentry, I think, is also a concern.
That is true.
All right, but no Arachnoid. Okay, this is really good for Jason. Yep, and that's why we see the fading icon. Who cares about that Prey? I want 3 more damage to the face, baby. And Jason is going for it. Even has a glimpse on backup after the fact if some removal does come down. You got to think something's going to come out here, like a Mystic Shot, which is just going to get glimpsed away, which is going to feel like a really awesome trade for Jason right now. Or Flock, even better. This still leaves Mystic, though.
Yeah, there is the opportunity. I think you might as well throw it out. Yeah. See if you can get a little bit more removal out of your opponent. Just because the one thing that you do have right now is the wide board, and actually it resolves. This is like best case scenario for Jason. Now we get the Nasus, who should be pretty hefty at the moment. Yeah, is that an 8/8? About to be a 9/9 post-combat?
Things are looking up for Jason, and this aggressive strategy from turn 1, that opening hand, we decided to keep it. We didn't mulligan anything away. I think it was 100% the right decision on Jason's part for this matchup. I think that's the way that you can actually take down Draven Ezreal, is just keeping that high tempo, that high pressure up through the early turns, because right here is generally where the Draven Ezreal deck will start to try to catch up a little bit more, but being already at 5 health, it's going to be very difficult for Gio to do that.
And I would imagine that Jason is just going to take another pass here, or we're going to throw down the Merciless Hunter and say, hey, you want to Mystic Shot something, that's fine, you can Mystic Shot this. You don't really want to float the 6 mana, but something you would hate to do even more is throw your Nasus down into a Mystic Shot to get it set up for a Scorched Earth.
All right, here we go. We're taking the pass. We have the opportunity to just go in for an open attack even, which I think at this point almost certainly gets a Static Shock. So I do like developing the Thresh, because if some removal does come out, you got a couple things here. You can pick off this Ezreal. If some large removal comes off on the Thresh, well, now you have these wide units to go in with. And it is going to be the Culling Strikes. That's actually worst case scenario really for Jason, but this glimpse is going to feel so good again, man. So good.
And I like the Thresh play because it also gave us the box should something like a House Spider or too many blockers come out. Now, double Culling Strike coming down to make sure that no additional draw is gotten. But Jason's hand is currently in a fine state, and it looks like got to have something here because that's lethal.
No.
There's the static. Okay. Is this where we start to see a comeback?
I would say possibly. The issue is we already have a Thresh and a Nasus in hand.
Those are problems.
I know it's a little bit of an issue for Gio. Again, this deck does not deal with open attacks from big units very well. So next turn, depending on what Gio develops to the board, if we get Nasus down, I mean, we have to have fearsome blockers first and foremost. I don't think we're actually too worried about it just because Nasus is not leveled yet. So he's not going to have Spell Shield or anything like that either. That's not really a great draw for Jason either. So this is definitely where Jason starts to run out of steam. But Thresh and Nasus, I mean, they might be able to pull it out here. And let's not forget, an Atrocity off the top will also completely change the game in Jason's favor, assuming that we can manage to get Nasus down in a game state where, Gio can't actually deal with it on the stack.
Yeah, what Gio's got to do is really play for this Ezreal level up. I think he's about halfway there, maybe 4 out of 6, a little bit higher. Oh, I missed it. I didn't expect him to hover that when I said it. That was too convenient. And it looks like we are going to get the Thresh down. But, I think that there is a realistic path where we can get this Ezreal to victory because Jason is going to have to play this Nasus, not open attack with it. A second Arachnoid Sentry could be a big difference maker, or, as we saw in the previous game, a big Tri-Beam Improbulator into some kind of execute style ability.
And using this to slowly whittle away at the Thresh, just making sure that we can eventually deal with it, is most likely a Flock somewhere in the hand of Gio. Black Spear, I mean, I guess that might be okay if something like another Draven comes down. We can pick off the Ezreal with the vulnerable tag, so it's not too big of a deal right now, but it could prevent some future development. And I'm actually surprised to not see the Nasus here, Boulevard, come down. That's a little weird.
I think we're trying our hardest to set that up for an open attack, like you had mentioned, not give it too many turns on board. We knew that there was a blocker that could potentially take it out. But, because we had the Fearsome on 2, we Fearsome the Ezreal, so yeah, there was no way that we could actually push through the Nasus attack. So I guess that's just the consideration, right, is saying, I don't want any unit damage coming down onto the Nasus, so I might as well go for the open attack and stop something like an Arachnoid Sentry or Captain Farron or some other big threat from coming down freely.
Yeah, maybe waiting for the Farron to come down first. That might very well be the case. This also kind of reads now to Gio, potentially anyways, depending on if Gio's hand tracking and whatnot, but that Nasus has been at the left for a little while now, hasn't been played. Could be kind of thinking possibly that's just an atrocity kind of sitting there in hand. We're at 5, which is kind of that golden number because there's a lot of units at 4 attack that aren't named Nasus. That atrocity could end the game. Oh my god, that is a card. Wow, we just had some high roll tri-beams, Boulevard. Jesus.
Yeah, do we have a second tri-beam? Because using a 10 mana or a 10 damage tri-beam onto a 1 HP Thresh seems like not the ideal way to use a tri-beam improbulator.
Oh wait, that's right. Arbiter's 10 cost. That was a 10 mana. That was a 10 damage tri-beam.
I saw the 1 and I thought it was. I saw a 1 on the tri-beam. I saw a 1 on Thresh's HP, and I thought it was a 1 damage tri-beam improbulator, but no, it was 10.
Oh my god! I'm thinking it's a high roll. Like this thing is like a 6 cost or a 5 cost or something like that. And this is, just goes to show you how often we see these cards on the field. Oh man, Arbiter of the Peak, ladies and gentlemen, making their entrance into the game, and actually, I think the bigger concern here is that it's going to start pressuring a lot of damage and actually start to threaten to end the game for Jason.
Luckily, though, we did get a Black Spear, and as we keep harping home, Jason is just 1 Atrocity top deck away from ending the game. There is nothing that Draven Ezreal can do to kill a Nasus if you play it and Atrocity it all in the same turn.
Yep, you got to get that damage down onto it first. We are going to... looks like put a little bit of damage onto this Arbiter of the Peak. Still going to take a decent chunk here. Looks like 4, because thanks to that Overwhelm. And yeah, it's a pretty good shot at drawing Atrocity, right? We're pretty deep into the game here. There's still 2 in deck. Probably around 25 cards or so left. There's another Nasus, so we can feel pretty comfortable to just throw one down now.
Yeah, I guess second Nasus, it's not Atrocity, but it's probably one of the better cards you could have hoped for given a lack of Atrocity. And let's see if there is an answer out of Gio. If there was 1 10 damage tri-beam, there could be a second one that's not quite enough to kill it.
Yeah, I don't know if you
Captain Farron
caught that either. He actually did play the Nasus all the way to the left, knowing that one's been in hand for a while. So it does look like Jason is kind of playing that game a little bit of, is my opponent hand tracking? Do they think they have a read on this card? This is going to be the Siphoning Strike, though, which is a big deal. I wonder, with so much removal that's come out of Gio, maybe this seals it because there's no removal. I feel like we would have seen some removal come out to prevent, the Atrocity top deck. Like, let's say that was an Atrocity top deck. Gio would have had to have damaged that Nasus to prevent the Atrocity coming down, since we had the opportunity. And now it's got Spell Shield. I don't know. I don't know how much removal Gio actually has. But if we attack with the Nasus, the problem is we're damaging it.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the issue here.
With the Spell Shield on it, maybe you're okay with that. Maybe we just send in the Bakai Reaper and say, hey, please, block this with one of your units, go in with something. But no, it looks like we are just going to continue to play for the Atrocity top deck. And the Nasus came out more as a way to just stifle some of the aggression. But Ezreal, number more than
3.
1. I thought it was 3.
3.
But
Yeah.
Pretty sure this is 3, but it wasn't 100%.
Ezreal, number not 1.
And with 2 Thresh gone and 2 Nasus in the deck, this should be a Nasus top deck, but no, it's the Thresh.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's better or worse for Jason. I think he was really hoping for a Siphoning Strike.
Yeah, because we need to get rid of this Ezreal
Yeah.
now. And unfortunately, Thresh is not leveled, so doesn't have that 4 attack to actually pick Ezreal off, which is very, very unfortunate. The worst part about this is that this Mystic Shot generated now does take care of that Spell Shield. So it kind of feels bad not attacking last turn.
Well, I would imagine the Mystic Shot's going face.
Oh, actually,
Jason's
yeah,
down to
Jason's at
7, yeah.
7. Well, I mean, do you try to play around that Atrocity top deck though?
You would have to have something else in your hand to try to set up the Nasus anyway. As it currently stands, though, you're only missing out on 1 damage if you throw the Mystic Shot at the Nasus instead of face, and then if your Ezreal sticks around, you'll still have lethal with the Decimate. That'll still be 5 damage coming down, so I am curious to see how Gio is going to play this one out. You know, do we continue to play around this Atrocity top deck if we even have the answers in hand for it? Because I don't think it's worth bluffing at this point. If Jason top decks the Atrocity, they are going to pretty quickly be put in a position where they have to play it regardless of whether or not it's safe.
Yeah, there's no reason to see. I actually think this is incorrect just because we have lethal with the Decimate, like you said.
Well, that's only if Ezreal survives.
Okay, assuming Ezreal survives, I guess. Yeah.
So now we've got it even if Ezreal dies.
So even if we top deck Atrocity, do we? I guess burst speed spells. We'd have to. Oh, there's a rummage.
Okay.
Speaking of burst speed.
Yeah, another Mystic Shot's lethal.
Yep. Here we go. Yep, we got it. All right.
This is 1000% the situation in a real life card game where you check the top card of your deck to see if it was Atrocity.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. You check like the top 5.
How far away was I?
What, was it at the bottom? Like, was I just dead the whole game and just didn't know it? So, wow. Okay. So Jason Florent there getting taken down. So, unfortunately, that means Jason will be going to a 2-2 record, which is not looking good for the top 32. I don't know about you. I mean, we know my math skills again, but I don't think it's possible to make the top cut having 2 losses that quickly.
I mean, it's irrelevant how early you pick them on because the tiebreakers are solely decided by ladder. I don't know what Jason's ladder rank was.
Good point.
So I'm not totally sure on that, but we do maintain the 100% win rate of Draven Ezreal over Thresh Nasus. So Majin Bay taught us a lesson a little bit earlier on, and it's hanging true.
Yeah, barely by the skin of our chinny chin chin there. But we are going to go ahead and take a quick break before we get into the next round here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. Howdy ho. We are back for Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal, joined with Boulevard. And Boulevard, I'm excited to get into this next round because they let us know we're going to be doing real Prism Sword. And you spotted with your eyes some nice spicy little decks there, huh?
Yeah, guess what?
It's what?
Chicken butt. There is a Lee Sin and a Frostbite Marauders coming out of Real Prism Sword. Now, we talked about Lee Sin. This deck is down and out. It's absolutely nowhere. But if it wins the tournament, I'm not going to be surprised. Marauders, on the other hand, even the Frostbite version, it, like, picked up some fringe playability, like, right before the Empires of the Ascended Seasonal, but then really fell off the earth right after that, and we haven't seen it since. But, you know, there's no deny really anywhere in the meta right now. The Ionia decks are primarily Zero Aurelia. Those aren't playing deny, except for, I think there was one we saw earlier playing deny, but that one's an outlier. That's not normal. So maybe the strength in numbers is always going to resolve. It's just a matter of how does two Marauders win you the game?
Yeah, and this is, you know, we were just talking about this before we got back on camera, where, you know, in my opinion, because I have played this deck a lot on ladder, actually. I well, not necessarily the Frostbite version, but I did play the Carsey version that we saw back in the LRA a little while ago, which I loved, by the way, which is P and Z. But the deck itself on turn 3, if you get a Marauder down, followed by a turn 5 strength in numbers, is insane. We do have this Dragon deck up first, so we'll get back to the Marauders in just a second. This is pretty typical Shyvana A-Soul, as you know, we're going to continue to see here.
Something a little atypical, though, is Pale Cascade.
Yes. Yes.
We don't see that anywhere in this deck anymore. It has been wholly replaced by 3 Sharp Sight, usually not running both of those. And it looks like some of the things that have been taken out for it, obviously, one, no Judgment, so but the big thing is there's no Dragon's Clutch, you know, sort of that consistent access to your dragons at the pivotal points in the game. And I'm really curious how this is going to play out, having this super heavy combat-focused version with the 3 Pale Cascade, with the 3 Sharp Sight. Is that going to make a difference?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that almost like too much for, you know, that's a lot of investment in combat there. But
only one
we'll
Hush
see.
too. But we're moving on to the Lee Sin, and this is, you know, given what we thought Lee Sin would look like in this tournament, this isn't it. Gift Giver is not something I expected to come out, and it looks like it has replaced Mountain Goat, which makes sense because we're back on the 3 gifts from Beyond. We only want our Crescendum to hit the Eye of the Dragon. No Sparklefly either. We are 100% I want Eye of the Dragon. And I feel like Eye has been a little je ne sais quoi coming out of the format. There's a lot more fearsome than there was previously. It's not doing its job against something like Thresh Nasus, where it's constantly blocking these things out. And Merciless Hunter, Eye of the Dragon feels like another victim of that, where it just gets the vulnerable and it's not going to be able to do its job.
This lineup so spicy, Boulevard started speaking French. So, yeah, I mean, we've talked about Zoe Lee Sin, or just Lee Sin in general, so many times in the past. You know, we could talk all day about, okay, there's gifts from the Beyond in this deck instead of XYZ, but at the end of the day, I feel like we just need to draw the Lee Sin. It's going to come down to whether or not we draw it. And finally, back to that strength in numbers Legion Marauder deck. I gotta love to see it. So, as I was saying earlier, if you get Boulevard mentioned there's no denies really being played for the most part. We might run into some, who knows? We'll see who Prism's opponent is here in just a second, but it looks like it's actually going to be Artificer. Did I say that right? Yeah.
Artificer?
Artificer, Jesus. Artificer. Playing Draven, Ezreal, Nasus, Thresh, and then Dragon. So the typical lineup that we're used to seeing today. So we aren't going to see any deny. Again, we will see Right, which is going to be in Nasus Thresh. So that will be something that we need to, you know, worry about, right in negation. But otherwise, if we're getting a Legion Marauder down on 3 or 4, and then we're banking that spell mana on one of those turns into turn 5 for strength and numbers, there is 9 times out of 10, there's not a lot that somebody can do about 3 Marauders coming in that are all being buffed by +3/+3. That's going to be a huge issue for a lot of players.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to get into the game here, see what is queued up first, and we are at the ban screen. So we do have a little bit more time to talk about the decks. And I do want to touch on this Marauders because while it is very different from Frostbite midrange in a lot of ways, it still has sort of the key game-winning swings. There's still 3 Culling Strike in this deck. There's still Reckoning. And sometimes it doesn't matter what other 39 cards are in your deck. All you need to do is resolve 1 Reckoning and the game ends.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it earlier, right? I mean, Reckoning got some serious value in a spot where We weren't even sure if we were actually going to be able to get it off. We did eventually get some Hearth guards down, which allowed us to do that. That generally is going to be the nice, big, beefy unit that you want on field, so it can't be picked off by something. So we'll see if that's going to come in big here. So what do you ban? So if you're... All right, what do you ban out of the Dragons, the Zoe, and the Marauder? Like, this is a really hard decision, right?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what either player is looking to ban here. So in the previous seasonal, I thought Zoe Lee Sin did well enough into Thresh Nasus. But there are a lot of matchup charts that changed for Thresh Nasus with the release of Merciless Hunter. And I feel like Lee Sin very well could be one of those decks. As we had mentioned, you're no longer getting as effective Eye of the Dragons. Even just getting vulnerable down onto your Lee Sin can be a big deal. And your Zoe, of course, not really going to get as much value as you want it to. I think that's actually one of the reasons we started to see Zoe cut from all of these Dragons lists, is because it was just too easy for her to become vulnerable. And you would never get that level up off. So I don't know. I mean, everything here is kind of scary on the side of Artificer. Thresh Nasus is probably the highest power deck, but I don't know if that makes it the best ban, because you are still running Frostbite midrange. So I would imagine Graven Ezreal is probably what I'm looking at if I'm real Prism Sword.
I'm thinking, all right, so it looks like we're going to do Thresh Nasus. I was actually going to say mid-range Frostbite, but I mean, Dragons it is. So we are going to take out the one, you know, we're going to go the route, in my mind, for Artificer that says, okay, the Dragons deck is the one deck that I know is very competitive right now. We're going to take our shot with the Marauders and the Lee Sin, two decks that aren't really as proven as some of the other decks. I mean, we've seen Lee Sin before, we've seen Marauders before, but they're by no means, you know, top tier decks in the meta right now.
Yeah, I think the Thresh Nasus ban out of Prism Sword does kind of confirm my theory that Lee Sin doesn't do as well into Thresh Nasus as it once did. Because last format, if I was bringing a Frostbite deck and Lee Sin into Thresh Nasus, I'd feel pretty good about my chances going into that. But instead, we are going to start off with Dragons up against the Legion Marauders. And was this a full keep on the side of Prism Sword?
Yeah, I believe so, which honestly makes sense. I mean, we have a turn 2 Sentry into a turn 3 Marauder, and I think the Marauder is probably the biggest deal here, making sure that we pick that up. And then just kind of hoping that, you know, maybe we can get something with this Sentry, just start to draw through our deck a little bit and pick up that strength in numbers. Not throwing down the Sentry, opting to potentially just take 3 damage to the face here. Maybe wanting to get down the Glory Seeker instead, but no, we're just going to bank the mana. We're worried about strength in numbers. Yep, that was a good call. That was a good call.
I was going to say we want to have mana for Troll Chant.
Oh, possibly Troll Chant, yeah,
because
to protect the Marauder.
If you throw down the Marauder, I would imagine single combat just gets fired off to try and prevent the Marauder buff, and Troll Chant would go a long way in doing that. Even if there was a single combat in hand, I don't think you play it when your opponent has 3 mana left open, but if it's just 1... You know, there's 3 Brittle Steel in the deck. It is still a bit of a risk, but I do like Prism Sword kind of holding that one back and saying, you know, worst case scenario, this is going to come down. And now we've got some okay development this turn.
Yeah, we have 2 2-drops that we could throw down, and we are 100%, I'm pretty positive, going to see a turn 5 strength in numbers coming down from Prism here.
Nightmare scenario.
Yep, here we go. No denies or any way to stop this on the side of Artificer. And just a note too, so everybody's aware, I mean, these players are X and 1 currently. Prism, by the way, is a DOT esports writer, for those of you who might not know, so you can definitely find him online. Definitely been in the game for quite some time, so it'd be cool to see if Prism can go ahead and make a top cut here with this X and 1 record.
Ooh, getting a single combat from the Shyvana, so not going to be able to buff up our Marauders as much as we want to, but we do have them at the important point, right? They're at 5 attack. That means they're proccing us towards reputation. And I actually want to bring that up because we're not seeing as much rally in this list from Prism Sword as we have in traditional lists. We've seen like 1 Katarina plus the 3 Shunpo, and now, even with that new Noxus card coming out, the Reputation Tiana Crown Guard, you know, are you surprised not to see that in this list?
Not really. I mean, I feel like you can only play so many questionable cards before the deck just becomes bad. What I mean by that is, I mean, we're already playing 2 Shunpo. We're already playing 3 strength in numbers and 3 Legion Marauders. That strategy in and of itself is a little, you know, it's a little flimsy to say the least. There's a reason why we don't see this deck everywhere. So if you start adding a lot of that clunky stuff to the deck, I don't think you're really going to have a good time. This Troll Chant, though, is going to be huge in saving this Legion Marauder for the time being from Screeching Dragon. We'll see if we have another single combat, which would actually feel really bad, but nope, not going to come out here.
Yeah, and Reputation is active, so now the 2-mana Whispered Words could find us that second strength in numbers, but we don't have any mana banked. It's going to be a while before we actually get to that point, but without any... Or we could just draw it. We don't have the mana to play it, but we do draw it, and that's good enough. We've got it online for the following turn.
I thought you cut out for a second because you just stopped right in your tracks. You're like, or... All right, yep, it's off the top. Never mind. And we're just going to trade them because guess what? We're going to get 2 more right into the field. And honestly, with a Shunpo, things are looking great. I mean, we can strengthen numbers next turn. We can Shunpo. We can attack and Shunpo the following turn. I think this is just way too much pressure for Artificer to deal with.
And again, Judgment would have been so good in a situation like this. I mean, not this one in particular, because your unit's going to get frostbitten, but like, if the Ash wasn't there, and maybe you had a few more units, and then the strength in numbers comes down, and there's no like spell shields or frostbite effects, then like, Judgment just blows this match.
Listen. Oh my god. Look at, see, all right, listen, Judgment, not for nothing, Judgment is an 8-cost spell. Strength in numbers, 8-cost spell. I've seen Strength in numbers played more times than Judgment, Boulevard.
That's because, yeah, that's confirmation bias.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's confirmation bias.
I'm pretty sure, I don't need to confirm anything. If you were to look up stats, I guarantee Strength in numbers was physically played more often in the entire game.
You know, I Googled stats and I didn't see anything about strength in numbers, so maybe that's not true, huh? Check your facts next time, buckaroo.
I got it. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I got you on that one. Game over. So, 4 mana open for the opponent. No deny. No right of negation. This ain't Ionia. This ain't Shurima. This is 2 Legion Marauders coming out, and I don't care about the Fangs. We've got Shunpo and Iceveil Archer and 2 Reckoning. You know, there's so many things that Prism Sword has to be, and a Calling Strike off the top. But we're just going in because we have the Shunpo. We're not losing these units on trades.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of committal here first from Artificer, which, I mean, this is a little scary, I'm not going to lie, but we do have Culling Strike if any sort of combat trick is used onto the... Okay, yep, so Culling Strike can actually prevent this if we'd like to, which honestly, I don't see a reason not to. I'm trying to think of what else you're playing around. I mean, there is still the possibility of a Concerted Strike. I
think we'll let this go because we're playing for Iceveil Archer Shunpo. And the chances that Artificer goes wide here is really low. Yeah, that one unit is going to come down. That's what you expected. Now you get the Iceveil Archer Shunpo, and that's game over.
Yeah, Iceveil Archer. You could even Iceveil Archer Culling Strike. Or, sorry, well, you don't have the attack token.
Yeah, it's also not lethal with Iceveil Shunpo. That's only 5 damage, so we're not going to go for that. It looks like it might be the Culling Strike like you had mentioned. Reckoning here draws you a card, but I don't think that's really what you want to be doing. But it looks like we're actually going to rip the Shunpo anyway and say, yeah, I'll take the 5 damage. And just kill your Screeching Dragon.
What is... Oh, that was unexpected. That is very unfortunate. It still trades with the Screeching Dragon.
No, we're going to block the 2-1 now because we live at 1. There's no burn in this deck. This is something that you can afford to do, and this is actually funny to me because if we were playing Katarina, we could get a 1 mana, 1 damage dagger.
I think we could still go wide and take this home.
Yeah, there's no Star Shaping in this list.
In Artificer's list, really?
Yeah, 0 Star Shaping. That is what we cut for the Pale Cascades. It was Dragon's Clutch and Star Shaping. So we're going to be able to just take this 10 damage, be wider than our opponent, and attack for lethal.
Yeah, 10 to the face. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. we're just gonna attack and just you know, pray that there's not 2 combat tricks, which honestly, I don't think there would be. It doesn't seem very probable. I don't think the Elixir of Iron actually saves us from anything.
No, Written in Stars is nothing.
That's nothing. That's game. All right, so Prism. Nothing for Artificer there. No combat tricks. And Prism gonna take home game 1. And for those of you who might not know, Prism, unfortunately, was 1 win away from the top 32 in the most recent seasonal prior to this one. So we're seeing if he can go all the way this time. Should be pretty awesome if that's the case.
Okay, we get to see the first and likely last Lee Sin game of the day.
Wow, no faith, huh?
I am not expecting to see Lee Sin again on camera unless we see Prism Sword again down the line. But I'm really excited to see this. It has been a minute since we got to cast Lee Sin. I know you missed this. I know this is your favorite deck in not even all of LOR, but all of card games, Jdoza. I know you are a Lee Sin aficionado. This is just your favorite thing to watch.
I despise this deck. I hate playing against it. I hate playing it. Like when it first came out, it was nifty and all, you know, like, oh yeah, I get this like really big unit and I pillar on this Lee Sin and we go in for 20 damage in one turn. Like OTKs, I love OTKs, right? Wrong. If you don't draw Lee Sin, the deck is trash. Although I will say, many competitive players will agree that if you play this deck, you should be able to play it not drawing Lee Sin. If you actually want to be good with this deck, because half of the skill behind playing Lee Sin is dragging the game on until you finally assemble that combo. And sometimes, and we've seen games go this late, Boulevard, back in the Targonian meta, where you know the last card in the deck or the last 3 cards, one's Lee Sin, and we actually get the combo off at that point. Those are the players that succeed with this deck, and I'm curious to see if Prism's going to succeed in that way here.
Yeah, so one thing I want to mention about this list from Artificer, this Dragons list, because it is also a little bit weird. You know, in Prism Sword, we saw the 3 Pale Cascade. In this list, as we had mentioned a little bit earlier, once again, no Star Shaping, but there is 3 Strafing Strike, 3 Single Combat, and 2 Concerted Strike. And there is something to be said. There is a chance that it works out, that if you just keep throwing combat tricks at Lee Sin until he dies, that might be something that actually works out. It's not very likely, especially with the Bastion in hand and, of course, the Lee Sin gaining barrier. But Concerted Strike usually is able to circumnavigate that barrier, and I think that Eye of the Dragon gets a lot of value in this matchup. Unless it gets Equinox. If it gets Equinox, it gets no value. That was a 4-mana Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to be doing. We are getting a little bit ramped on by Zoe right now, but I don't think that Prism Sword is going to have too much of an issue actually taking this into turn 5 and finding an opportunity to get that Lee Sin down, to get the Zenith Blade onto it, and get the Bastion on top of that even. I think that we've got a really good shot at, you know, Prism Sword not putting on a lot of pressure until that point comes, especially now with the Zenith Blade onto the Eye.
Well, I will say, with all those combat tricks you mentioned, you know, there might not be a lot of other decks outside of Lee Sin that are playing Nopify and Deny, but Lee Sin, of course, has 2 of each in this build from Prism. So that will take care of some of the combat tricks and whatnot from Artificer, but there's also 2 Bastion. We do see 1 in hand. I mean, there's ways to protect this Lee Sin. I just think that, you know, like you were kind of alluding to, Boulevard, with there being 3 Strafing Strike in here as well, I think there's too many ways. So we'll see if that's going to be a problem as we get into the later stages of the game. I will say, Artificer doing a really good job of being aggressive this early on in the game, and that's not good for Prism because, honestly, Artificer, this Dragons deck is made to go into the late game as well. I mean, you're going to get Eclipse Dragons down with possibly, you know, an Aurelion Soul on turn 8. Like, there are bigger units that you're going to have to worry about, and if you're already allowing them to develop this big of a board, that's not good.
Yeah, but we see a sort of a greedy play from Artificer. I don't know if greedy's the right word, as much as we didn't play Lee Sin because Artificer was still representing Concerted Strike mana, and Concerted Strike would have killed the Lee Sin. But as soon as that was no longer an option, we are free to throw out the Lee Sin, and now with 9 mana available, we're going to be able to get the Zenith Blade down. We have Bastion and Nopify. Lee Sin is definitely living, and now it becomes just a matter of time until we can get enough spells resolved to level the Lee Sin.
Yeah, this is big stuff from from Prism here. It's unfortunate for Artificer. I got to agree. Greedy is probably the best way to describe that. That's what you're constantly looking for as a Lee Sin player, right? You're looking for windows. You're constantly eyeing that mana of your opponent for certain breakpoints of, all right, they only have Concerted Strike. I have the, you know, response Bastion, or I have the response Deny or Nopify, whatever it might be. And that was the perfect opening for Prism. There's nothing that's going to be able to be done. I mean, okay, we could, all right, we're going to Nopify this. Single combat doesn't do anything, so we're still safe. And this is going to give us the barrier and the challenger. And this is going to start to allow Prism to pick off some units, starting with that juicy Shyvana, possibly even the Zoe. Zoe, I think, is...
It looks like we're going for both of them, as we are using the Lee Sin spell to go ahead. Oh, we're even going for...
Oh, the challenger. Yeah.
Oh, we're going
Screeching Dragon.
Are we leveling Lee Sin here? We are.
Oh my god. Wow.
You see Prism. Yeah. You have a little shrug. Sometimes Lee Sin just levels. And I do want to say...
6.
I don't fault Artificer necessarily for playing the Screeching Dragon, because as we were talking about a little bit earlier, the Dragons deck is really playing for tempo. You know, an Eclipse Dragon coming down on 7 and an Ace Soul coming down on 8 is not really that threatening unless there is a board alongside it. But I do think that taking the extra 3 mana gain onto a Lee Sin deck was probably fine. Maybe Artificer just made the read that Prism didn't have Lee Sin and said, I'm not going to get baited by you not playing anything. Your hand is bricked. This is why people don't play Lee Sin. Here's a Screeching Dragon. But things are looking absolutely dire for Artificer now.
Well, yeah, and I think that the Screeching Dragon probably had to be played at that point, because you got to remember, that was turn 6, right? There's really no other great plays on turn 6. There's just
turn 5.
Turns. That was turn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, turn 5. So, yeah, either way, I mean, there's still the Screeching Dragon is generally what you're going to see there. And I think that for Lee Sin to reliably win versus Dragons, like we're probably going to see here, this is the window, right? Like, you're getting the combo off before Eclipse Dragon and Aurelion Soul are even a thing. Like, we're not even allowing Artificer to get the Eclipse Dragon down. We're not even allowing them to get that additional tempo on board. We had Lee Sin so early that that's just not a problem. And again, I've said this a million times, that really just comes down to whether or not you drew Lee Sin in the first, 5 or 6 turns of the game, at least in this matchup anyways, which it's going to feel really bad for Artificer here, just having that happen so early on.
It looks like this is about to be a proactive hush onto the Lee Sin, which doesn't kill Lee. They are still a 4-5. I would imagine Prism just slams the OK button here.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a desperation play, it looks like, out of Artificer, maybe hoping to hush the Lee Sin after some kind of, spell was used, some kind of resource to try and give the Lee Sin barrier, but Prism just sees how the blocks line up and says, well, my Lee Sin's not dying, I'm hitting OK on that one, and now we've even got mana left to Bastion at the start of the next turn. I think this should just be lethal.
Yeah, I think the open with Bastion, I'm not sure if there's actually anything. I mean, we need double, we don't have double Concerted Strike mana now.
What if we Bastion Pale the Zoe so that we have lethal on 2 fronts because our opponent's at 3?
Sure, Boulevard, let's do it. You know what? Zoe's got a skin, so why not?
I'm just saying. I actually haven't seen Zoe level in a minute. We're going for the Spell Shield Lee Sin. I mean, that makes sense, but
hey man, that's the namesake of the deck. Let's just stick to the plan, Boulevard. All
well,
right?
we call it
the plan.
We call it Zoe Lee Sin, right? So Zoe comes first.
Okay. I get, which doesn't make sense because Zoe's Z. It should be alphabetical order, right?
Well, it's because you get the Zoe into Lee, so like Zoe Lee Sin instead of Lee Sin Zoe, then you separated the rhymes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't want to separate the rhymes. You want them to be next to each other, make it flow.
All about the rhymes, and unfortunately for Artificer, that is going to be the end of the game, and Prism taking it home 2-0 there to advance to continue with an X-1 record now. So Prism well on their way to making the top cut, hopefully. Fingers crossed that we don't end up in the same boat as the last seasonal and Prism misses by 1 game again. That's definitely going to feel bad. So
why would you say that?
I'm just saying that it's going
what
through
you know what caster cursing is? I know you know what caster cursing is. Poor Trevo still hasn't topped the seasonal, and I blame you for that one.
Caster cursing is saying they're going to win, right? And then they don't. I'm not saying he's going to win. I'm saying he's probably worried about losing. There's a difference, all right?
Anyway, so we do see Prism pick up the win with the Lee Sin deck, and as you had mentioned, can Prism win without Lee Sin? Probably. We didn't get any proof on that one because honestly, that was a pretty good opener. We had everything that we needed. We had protection for the Lee. We had the Lee. We had the Zenith Blade. Things looking pretty good. But now we're going to hop into our backup game, get you guys a little bit more action here. Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal.
Yeah, and it looks like we're hopping into Sanduichi versus Blitz. That is a fun name to say. Sanduichi versus Blitz. And it looks like Sanduichi here playing Nasus Thresh, Draven, Azir Aurelia. So a little bit of a different take on the typical lineup we've been seeing, replacing Dragons with Azir Aurelia. And finally, we have Blitz playing Dragons featuring Zoe, Nasus Thresh, and Draven. So there is that typical matchup that we see there on the side of Blitz.
And it looks like Sanduichi is dying to a Decimate.
And it looks like you are correct. So that is going to be Sanduichi getting taken down there and Blitz going up 1 game. So we'll see actually in a second what ended up getting banned from these 2 players. Once screen pops up. And yeah, I think, we kind of nailed it earlier, Boulevard, right? Like this lineup, Ezreal Draven, Thresh Nasus, and Dragons. That seems to be what everybody has kind of voted on being the 100% best option here in the meta for going into the seasonal. Gotta love them ads. So we will protect you. It's okay. We will protect you. We'll be back into the game in just a moment. So I'm curious to see what the
instead we're going to advertise ourselves. My name is Boulevard.
Yeah. Can we do our own?
We'll just run our own ad. Yeah. Hey, Jdoza, don't you love it when?
I do. And Thresh Nasus. It's funny too because Thresh Nasus had a nerf a while ago, if we all remember that.
2 nerfs.
And 2 nerfs. Yeah, multiple nerfs, and it's still sitting pretty at the top there. It seems like just not really able to allow other decks entry into the meta beyond what's already been there. We've talked about this before. How this meta has been pretty stable for quite some time now, and we did see thralls start to pop up. We've yet to see that today, which is unfortunate because I really would love to see some thralls. I'm not gonna lie. It's a fun deck, Boulevard. I'll give it one more second here. I think we're gonna get back into the game of Sanduichi, maybe, possibly.
And I know we had mentioned Thralls is caught in this sort of weird triangle where you can't bring it with TLC and you also can't bring it with Overwhelm. So it makes sense that its popularity is going to be a little bit lower, while TLC and Overwhelm just remain as sort of some of the more popular decks within the meta. Overwhelm is a great deck to round out just about any kind of lineup. It's got good matchups across the board. TLC, of course, sort of still like that exploitable tier 1 weakness. The chink in the armor of tier 1 is where Lissandra is at right now. A lot of soft counter lineups running around. A lot of deep making its way into the top cut. I know at least Kuvira topped with deep on the European side of things. Haven't seen any deep yet today, but I imagine we will down the line.
I was not aware Kuvira was running deep, so that's good to hear. Awesome stuff. I was kind of curious if we were going to see it today. I know we typically, as we constantly talk about, there's a lot of Brazilians that love to play deep, random. But we've yet to run into any of them today, and we'll see if we get them early or a little bit later towards the later rounds, round 8, round 9, where things are really going to matter, really going to heat up. We'll see who's going to be on the edge there of either making or breaking that top 32. We are still just waiting one moment to get into Sanduichi's game here, but Azir Aurelia is something that I wanted to talk about for just 1 second while we wait for that game to come back up, because we do have another player bringing it here, this Sanduichi. What's the typical lineup you're expecting to see this in, Boulevard? Like, because right now this is basically replacing Dragons in Sanduichi's lineup. Were we expecting to see this only in triple aggro? Like you said, you were surprised Mo was not running it in his triple aggro lineup. Like, what were you expecting to see this deck in?
Typically we saw it paired in tournament as either 1 point of an anti-TLC lineup, so it was actually paired with deep quite often, or if we were seeing it in an aggro lineup, it was paired with Overwhelm and discard aggro. But that was all sort of, I think that was like right after the nerfs happened. Players were still kind of figuring out the lists. It looks like Voices of the old one didn't catch on quite like we thought it would, but Azir Aurelia is going to have to wait for another time because we are back into Dragons versus Ezreal Draven. And something I've been noticing is there's a lot more main deck strafing strikes.
The second I saw that hit the screen, you took the words right out of my mouth, Boulevard. It's looking like almost, I don't want to say almost every Dragon deck, but there's, I want to say like all but a couple that we've seen today have ran Strafing Strike. And when it comes down to it, I mean, when you really think about it, it's not bad, right? Like it's basically just gives you more single combats in the deck with the potential upside of, hey, if you pair this with a dragon, it's actually pretty damn good, right?
Yeah, I mean, cheap removal is something that I think people underestimate a lot when it's situational. Because there are a lot of times, granted, when Demacia decks don't perform well, and it's because they drew too many single combats and concerted strikes. But I feel like with Dragons more often, it was happening where you just weren't drawing any, and you're stuck on all these units, and those are some of the more unwinnable brick hands that you're going to find yourself with. I think this is the first non-turn 1 Dragon Chow we've seen all tournament, and honestly, that I have seen in so long that I forgot that you could play this card anytime other than turn 1. Did not expect a Thermo Beam onto it, I'll tell you that one.
Neither did I. I mean, I guess we're just hyper concerned about the value of either a Screeching or that, exactly that, coming down. I mean, is that worth? Is that a hashtag worth moment? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, we deny a draw, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, and a +1/+1, but we have the second Thermo Beam that I feel like we're probably going to use on the Shyvana anyway. It looks like we're actually going to line it up for a Static Shock Flock, which is going to work because there's not going to be an opportunity for Blitz to use a priority sequence to actually play the gem, so if we just flock it right now, we're in a great spot. But yeah, in my seasonal bingo card, I did not have Thermo Beam and Dragon Chow.
Well,
Ooh, the cheeky hush to remove the damage.
All right, that is... I mean, listen, I was just going to give props to Sanduichi because that setup, ensuring the +1/+1 didn't go off means it's within range of Flock. Another thing to take into consideration of Dragon Chow is... We're just going to get another third. We really don't like the Shyvana.
No.
When Dragon Chow gets struck by Shyvana, it counts towards her level up, right? So that's another kind of key component to that whole interaction there, where it's not just +1/+1. It's not just draw a card. It's also your Shyvana suddenly might level really, really fast. And that's bad because talk about, strafing strikes being main decked. How about just having them for free every turn? That's not cool.
Yeah, Shyvana, ever since the change to give her Fury on the front side, I feel like she has done a much better job at just solo taking over games.
And that's her, right? I mean, that's her as a champion. You go to League of Legends. It's kind of, her kit. That's her style. She's just this big old dragon that tries to take over the game. And yeah, you love to see it. Ever since that buff, she's been very, very playable, so to speak. And we just saw 2 concerted strike. This is the most awkward interactions I've seen in a game today, Boulevard. Like double concerted on a single unit to take out a Farron, Thermo on a Dragon Chow. Wow. And this is 2 Thermos now to only damage the Shyvana. We're just simply damaging it, not actually killing it. It's working though, because there's not a lot of cards left on the side of Blitz.
No, the double concerted strike definitely hurt. I don't know if we were planning for the +2/+2. We do have the Mystic Shot. I guess this is just going to cost a few more cards than maybe we wanted it to, but for as inefficiently as Sanduichi has been using their resources, I still don't feel like they're necessarily in a bad spot.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, if we look at the hand, I mean, granted, 3 of these cards are just, but they can get swapped out, right? We have a Get Excited to utilize one. We have another Sumpter. That's actually amazing. So, actually, yeah, Sanduichi in a very good spot now, being able to trade all of these axes in for some sort of value, be it draw or this Get Excited. Things are looking up. Scorched Earth might be able to pocket that for a little while for a eventual Aurelian Soul coming down.
Yeah, I feel like in these late game top deck wars, it definitely has to favor the player that is playing Aurelian Soul. Not even necessarily just, oh yeah, one deck versus the other. No, it's just I have Aurelian Soul and you do not, and that is the best 10 mana card in the game.
I was trying to think quick of an argument to that, but yeah, there's no other good 10. What about Cythria, man?
What about Cythria?
I'm just saying, throw a little love her way. It's fine. I'm just not saying she's better. Calm down. It's fine.
All right, it looks like we are going to get a little bit of value out of this Fangs before it dies. Maybe this is where the Get Excited comes out, but I think this really speaks to the poor quality of Blitz's hand, because traditionally, I don't think I really want a single combat to kill a Sump Dredger. And it looks like this is such a low-stakes play that Sanduichi might let it go, but actually we're Get Exciteding to kill it. But this means we don't have any removal for the elusive.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that what Sanduichi's trying to do here is recognizing what you said. There's a pretty poor quality hand of Blitz. Never mind. Why did we just do that?
It worked. It looks like we were trying to bait out some additional resources and say, hey, this is a minor inconvenience to you. This Fangs killing your Sump Dredger is a thorn in your side. Grab the tweezers. You grab the tweezers, you turn around, Aurelian Soul's on the field. And you have tweezers.
Oh, man. All right, on the bright side, if Aurelian Soul blocks, okay, we have Static Shock into Scorched Earth.
Mm-hmm. But it's already generated 2 Celestials.
Yeah, that's not fun. That's for sure. But, hey, all I'm saying is we can remove it. We do need to do, 7 more damage somehow if we are going to win this game on the side of Sanduichi. And unfortunately, I mean, I feel like Draven Ezreal is not the greatest at top decking wars like this late game, regardless of, like you said, The Aurelion Soul player obviously going to have the advantage. Unless we're top decking a Farron on the side of Sanduichi, there's no, or maybe a Tri-Beam Improbulator. There's no like, crazy cards that we can get. Rummage might be okay if we had axes, but we don't have access. So Rummage right now is really just allowing us to dig more to maybe to a Farron, but that might not matter, Boulevard.
See, I was going to say Ezreal is probably the top deck that you were looking for, because this little Ezreal is definitely leveled. But with the Aurelion Soul not dying, and now having the capabilities to threaten the life of this Ezreal, and just having a big unit on board, you could even Sharp Sight. And we haven't even seen either of the Celestials come out of Blitz's hand yet, on top of the fact that we just got another one with the Star Shaping. I think this is too much, Jdoza.
Wow.
It's not even going to damage the Aurelion Soul.
Nope. It buffs it up with the Fury. Like, it's not looking good for Sanduichi here. It might actually be looking like a 2-0 for Blitz, unfortunately, because this top deck war just very quickly going the favor of Blitz. You can see, we had Blitz just a couple turns ago. Blitz had like 2 cards in hand. Now we throw that Aurelion Soul down. Completely different game. As you said before in a different game we were watching, these two players not playing the same game now. Blitz just has all the options, and yeah, it's not gonna allow Sanduichi to actually come back into this game.
Yeah, we're at a point where we are not playing these Decimates because we think they are going to win us the game. We are playing our Decimates because what else are we going to do? It looks like we're going to throw out the Tri-Beam Improbulator to at least play towards the top deck of a Scorched Earth, but that's not going to deal with the Elusive.
Okay, we got 2 turns worth of blockers. that's something, even though there's an Elusive that we can't block. So there's that.
It's a problem. Yeah, this is just going to be lethal in the open. It's even just going to be a surrender out of Sanduichi.
All right, yeah, and that is going to be Blitz taking it home there, 2-0 over Sanduichi. Going to advance to be X-1 through 5 rounds there. So good stuff. Getting into the later parts of the game, or the later parts of the tournament, I should say now, Boulevard. And it's going to be, I cannot wait until rounds 8 and 9, because that's when we're going to start to find out who is actually making the top cut. But I do want to go ahead real quick. We're going to head on into Blitz's decks just to check out what they're running. What are we looking at? What are maybe some of the different choices that were made coming into this tournament versus some of the other people? Again, this is the standard lineup, but here's the Dragon deck, and there's the Strafing Strikes that you were just talking about, Boulevard, too, in this deck as well.
Yeah, I mentioned when we were going over the meta earlier in the day that this is the deck that we are likely to see the most difference from player to player in terms of the build, but it looks like everybody is on the Strafing Strike, at least as around a 2 of. Star Shaping getting cut from the lists, I think, is a little interesting. Here we see Blitz on the Triple Champion lineup, and it just kind of goes to show that, this is one of those decks where player preference is fine. We're not throwing out all these different builds because it's unrefined. It's you can play the cards that you want to play, go for your play style, and still find success.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know. I guess I was kind of internally hoping that maybe there'd be a different prominent lineup that we would see. Like, I think everybody kind of knew this was going to be the lineup.
Yeah.
But, there's that the little kid in me just wanting, like Yasuo to make an appearance or something like that.
I like being right, so I'm happy that we were right. But here in this list, I want to talk about Shrouded Darkness real quick.
Yeah.
Because that's not something we see pretty much ever. I think the only decks that have ever run it were Indoor and now Nasus. It saw a little bit of play in Deep after it came out because, again, it's just you're playing this, you're playing your large unit, and then maybe going for Atrocity. It's been a while since we've seen it, but it does give either your Thresh or that Nasus that spell shield for the turn to go in for that one big swing, and sometimes that's all you need, and it's gotten Blitz this far.
It's like your Break Glass in case of emergency card, right? Like somehow you got Nasus really big, really strong. He's doing his thing. He's like a 12-12, 13-13. But gosh darn, you just can't get that strike off. And even though you're not leveling him up, getting him to level 2, you still have this Shroud to be able to put the spell shield on him and secure, especially with only 1 mana, secure that victory with the Nasus Atrocity. It seems like, honestly, a great addition to this deck, a nice little piece of tech, especially for the mirror match, right? In the mirror match, we see a lot of times where, we try to prevent the level up, especially if we get Nasus' champion spell on board. And I do think it will be very, very useful if we start to see that in the later stages of the tournament. But another Draven Ezreal deck, another slow burn. Boulevard. Nothing? No?
Nothing. Nothing. No reaction.
God, you hate that name so much, huh? Jesus.
A little bit. I think the only variation that we're seeing out of these lists is whether or not you're running Get Excited, and I don't know that Thorn has been in every list. I think it's in most of them, but, you know, it's definitely that Dragons list where we're seeing the most variation from list to list. Instead, everything here kind of standard, you know, more or less the same deck that it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, this is not a rocket science kind of deck. Not gonna lie, Boulevard. Yeah, it actually is interesting. I feel like Thorn of the Rose, there was a time where people were playing a 3 of this card in Draven Ezreal, like just kind of as a more aggressive build, because it is 3 costs at the end of the day. And, you know, this deck can go pretty wide sometimes between the Arachnoids and the Sump Dredgers and the House Biters and the Ballistic Bots, like all these cheap, smaller units in the beginning of the game. So sometimes those Guiles out of Thorn of the Rose would actually allow you to, okay, Arachnoid Sentry, Guile, let's go in for a wide attack and go in for the victory. But yeah, not much has changed for Draven Ezreal. So yeah, we're 5 rounds in, Boulevard. How you feeling? Feeling good?
Feeling great. How you feeling?
Me too. I got a lot of caffeine in me, so I'm ready and ready to go. But unfortunately, we are going to go to a break, but we will return. It's going to be about a 30-minute break or so. And this is really just because they're kicking us out. I mean, you know, we would stay here forever. We would talk 45, not 30, I was just told. So we would talk forever, but this is part of the tournament. You know, the actual seasonal itself, Guardians of the Ancient, does have a half-hour break between rounds 5 and 6, because let's be honest, I don't know if anybody can actually play 9 rounds straight of Legends of Runeterra without some sort of break. So we will be going to a 45-minute break, and we'll be back in just a bit. So you can go somewhere, go grab something to eat, go to the bathroom, do some stuff, and we'll be back in just a bit with the last few rounds of the Guardians of the Ancient seasonal. And welcome back, everyone, to the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. I am Jdoza, joined by the one, the only, anti-triple aggro Boulevard. What's going on, man? How is the last? I'm gonna keep shoving that in your face for the.
There are so many titles that you could give me that I have accrued for myself over the years, but triple aggro hater is like the most recent one. I'm not even getting into this with you anymore. What we're gonna get into though is Seku, a previous top 32 seasonal contender, I believe, topped the first one if I remember correctly, Monuments of Power, and is on a current hot streak. Going to be taking a look at their decks just here in a second, and it's not what we've been seeing over and over again. You know, I will tell you straight up, it is not Dragons, Draven Ezreal, and Nasus. Instead, we're going to get started with Frostbite mid-range. I got a little caught up there by the Ancient Yeti.
Yeah, so just to further on your point too. So Seku actually top 32 the Call of the Mountain seasonal a while back. But yeah, this is mid-range Frostbite with Ancient Yeti, Incisive Tactician. You actually had mentioned Incisive Tactician a little while ago. I think it was the last round Boulevard that we had cast with the. You were asking if we might put it in that Marauder type build that we saw.
Yes.
And which definitely would have been interesting. We did see the Shunpo in there as well. And I think generally speaking, when we're looking at mid-range Frostbite now, like traditional, not with Marauders, and clarify that, it's either or typically is the Shunpo or the Incisive Tactician. We have seen both before as well, but I'm starting to feel okay about this card. I kind of like it. It's definitely feeling like it's filling the role that it intends to fill when it's added to the deck.
I'll tell you what I don't like, or what I don't love rather, and that's 2 Trifarian Assessor. Granted, with Whispered Words, it's a little bit more understandable, and I almost feel like this Ancient Yeti is in there just so that we have an easier time getting Reputation off to decrease the cost of both this Incisive Tactician and the Whispered Words. But it's definitely a little bit of an interesting build, even a one of Omen Hawk kind of thrown in there just to make sure that we've got more things getting into that threshold for the 5 attack, which, I mean, if it hits the Incisive Tactician, it actually does feel the Whispered Words Reputation as well. That was always something I found weird about Incisive Tactician, that he's a Reputation card that doesn't have 5 attack himself.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit awkward, not gonna lie. And also, as does that Omen Hawk, right? I mean, you nailed it. A 1/1 drop in. I mean, granted, Omen Hawk is, has been in this deck plenty of times, so the card itself is not awkward, but it's always a little bit questionable when stuff like that, pops up, as well as that one of Ancient Yeti that we see in there. So, I mean, overall, it's generally the same mid-range Frostbite deck, but just a couple nice little tech options in there. And then next up, we have the Overwhelm deck, which we have seen a few times today. This deck is still as popular as it has been, in recent weeks. And this, honestly, Boulevard, I mean, I'm looking at this. This looks like a very typical build.
It's, again, a little different. There's 2 Omen Hawk. I don't know if Seku forgot that he could run more than 3 Omen Hawk between the 2 decks, because we've got a 1 of in the Frostbite and then a 2 of here in the Overwhelm. A 1 of Avaros and Trapper, continuing to throw that in alongside the Merciless Hunter, which for the most part players started replacing the Avaros Trapper with the Hunter. It did things better for the deck, but it looks like Seku has decided that he needed just a little bit more 3-drop action. And if we take into consideration that Seku's second deck is Overwhelm, did a lot of testing on Overwhelm, maybe we can make more sense of some of the choices in the Frostbite midrange. Like, maybe you just fell in love with Ancient Yeti so much in your Overwhelm deck that you were like, you know what? Let's put it in Frostbite midrange. It can fit in there.
Yeah, and I got to agree with the Aversion Trapper too. It's not giving that vulnerable tag. It just doesn't. Even the 1 cost 5/5 Yeti that pops out doesn't have Overwhelm or anything special like that. It just seems like it's not quite alongside the same strategy as the rest of the Overwhelm deck, whereas it does support the strategy of something like that mid-range Frostbite that we did just review there. But I mean, hey, listen, 9 times out of 10, this deck, what are we looking for? Battle Fury. And it does have the 3 of Battle Fury in there. Shen Jarvan, deck number 3 here. We have yet to really, I don't think we've seen Jarvan at all today, right, Boulevard? So
there were some Dragon decks that had 1 Jarvan, but I don't think we actually got to see them play.
Yep. And this one just going all in on the, that mid-range sort of barrier deck that has been around for, again, quite some time, but recently has fallen off quite a bit. I think, for the longest time, people were kind of like, do we play Shen with Jarvan? Do we play Shen with Lulu? Yes, that's right, Lulu. That did not work. I'm just giving you a hit there. And now we finally landed on Jarvan being the decision, the choice here. How do you think this fares into a lot of the different lineups that we've seen today, Boulevard?
I'm not the biggest fan of Shen Jarvan. I am not the biggest fan of dragons either, but I feel like if you are going for a Demacia mid-range deck, I'm trying to think of what differences we're seeing in the matchup charts between something like Shen Jarvan and dragons, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they're similar enough that it comes down to player preference, and your opponents aren't as used to playing against Shen Jarvan. Because even in the head-to-head, like, yes, you have the barriers in Shen Jarvan, but then you have the hushes in the dragons deck, so I'm not super sold on it. I know Jarvan hasn't had the best rep since he came out, but I do agree with you that I like this a lot more than I like Shen Lulu. And overall, if Demacia midrange is just a solid archetype and it doesn't matter as much what champions, what secondary region we even throw in it, then yeah, Screeching Dragon dot deck with single combat, it's something I can get behind.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that Screeching Dragon is kind of like that pivotal Demacia card that's kind of the glue that seems to be holding all of these Demacian decks together, whether it be Demacia Targon, Demacia Ionia. And honestly, Demacia Ionia is kind of just that, like, old reliable, right? Like, that's just the, you know, kind of been a go-to deck for the longest time in this game. Finally axing the Fiora, thanks to her nerf down to 2 health. But yeah, we finally see it pop up today with the Shen Jarvan. So we got Seku's lineup here. We will be getting into the game in just a minute. But I did want to just real quick just touch on, we do have a couple people that we've been kind of tracking, right, throughout the tournament. I just want to mention a couple 5-0s that we have here. So Zorig Dungo is currently a 5-0, which, after speaking with Boulevard, you know, Filthy Gamer Weeb's brother that we did see lose to Filthy Gamer Weeb on his insane streak in Fight Night recently, a couple Fight Nights ago. So he's at 5-0. And we also have Majin Bay, who we saw at the very beginning of the day, starting off 5-0. So the two-peat here, the back-to-back, you know, seasonal championship is definitely on the line here for Majin. That's going to be awesome if we get to see that happen a little bit later today. And finally, yes, that's right, Mr. Emotional is, in fact, 5-0 with the triple aggro. That's really why I wanted to go through that whole segment. It was just so I could say that again on stream in front of Boulevard to really get under his skin today. So thanks for that, Boulevard.
I like Mo. I don't know why you think that there's this, like, anyway. One thing that I did want to ask you about, looking at Seku's list, because I still have this Shen Jarvan pulled up, to deny no Nopify.
Ooh, interesting. I did not notice that. Yeah. I mean, that's so hard. So on the one hand, I feel like the deny is an advantage because we just talked about earlier how a lot of people are not running deny. So maybe you get kind of those, you know, like Atrocity it's going to be big in that, you know, Thresh Nasus matchup, possibly with being able to deny that Atrocity for the win. Some other matchups, I'm sure. But yeah, Nopify, I will say there are a few matchups that I found where Nopify just is useless, right? Like you just have no targets. And I think that's the concern. You don't want to have a possible useless card in your deck at any given point.
I guess it's just a matter of when you look at the meta, you know, there's so many things that it seems like Nopify is good against. There's a lot of Noxus running around, but maybe you're right. Maybe the Atrocity is something that's so important that we can't afford to have the Nopify in there. We need deny 100% of the time.
All right. Well, with that said, I am hearing that we are good to go for Zorig instead is actually who we're going to be grabbing here in a second, which actually is good because Seku, although Seku 4-1, still very much in the running, Zorig is 5-0, like I just mentioned. And it's going to be interesting to see who Zorig gets paired up against here in just a second. Zorig, a great player, like I mentioned, has played in Fight Night as well. I'm just going to go ahead and get these decks up for you guys in just a second. Looks like Zorig actually going to be playing Jocko Wako. That's a name. Jako Wako? How are you saying that, Boulevard?
I kind of liked Jocko Wako.
Jocko Wako. All right, we'll go with that. Jocko Wako.
And we do have Zorig's lists where, yeah, we see here TLC Overwhelm and TF Fizz. That's right. The menace.
Yeah, let's go.
The terror of the Cosmic Creation seasonal still alive and well. As we had mentioned earlier, Filthy Gamer Weeb for some amount of time made up like 50% of the TF Fizz games in Masters. And it makes sense. You keep it in the family. Zorig Dungu also very good on this deck.
Yeah, and I did get confirmation, too. It looks like Seku, the reason we pivoted there is because Seku got a bye. So good for Seku there, or bad, depending on how you look at it. And yeah, actually, so Jocko Wako's list here, we have the Aurelia, Azir, LeBlanc, Ashe, Midrange Frostbite, and then also, again, with the Overwhelm, So what are we looking at? Do we just ban Twisted Fate Fizz? Is that just like, that's the choice here just because we don't want to see that deck?
I've been told Tia Fizz does well into Aurelia Azir. I don't see it on paper, but I'm willing to see it in practice, I guess, and we might end up getting that here. I don't know, maybe, yeah, things aren't looking super cut and dry in the bans, and it's always interesting when you throw in this random one-off deck that your opponent, I mean, I would harbor a guess that Jaco Waco has done no testing against Twisted Fate Fizz, and I do want to shout out here, as I'm looking at Zorig's deck, this is the exact same 40 cards from the Cosmic Creation Seasonal. It is that, you know, the 13 3-ofs and then 1 Mind Meld.
Oh, you gotta love to see it. You gotta love to see it. Yeah, 3 suit up. We got 3, actually all 3 stress testings in there as well. You got the 3 burbs, good old burbs, 3 zap, 3 ballistics. So pretty typical for everything else there. The 3 pick of cards, 3 full suite of Get Excited as well. So we gotta see the Jellyfish pick up a win today. Let's go. I'm actually, see, now we're back. We talked about this before where we kind of got tired of seeing Twisted Fate Fizz. Now I think we're at that point where I like to see it again. I would love to see a Mind Meld victory. It's exciting now.
Yeah, it's just interesting that no adaptations out of the build. I know that there were some talks a little bit earlier on as we got out of the TFS format, you know, people talking about the possibility of this being the new Shirian posse list. Maybe we start running salvage instead of pick a card because the cards are a little bit more permanent. You know, losing that extra draw on that does really hurt. And I'm really curious because there's a lot more vulnerable in the meta than there was previously. A lot more organic Twisted Fate answers that you can just kind of afford to run. And I'm curious if we're actually going to get to see a Twisted Fate level up, as I say, at the deck is banned. We are not going to get a Twisted Fate level up. Of course, Zorig does just ban Aurelia Azir because you're not going to beat that with your TLC. Frostbite midrange, I think, is going to have to be the target for Zorig here. It's a little bit dicey to pick up with the Overwhelm. Maybe we win the Overwhelm Mirror. We'll see.
Yeah, so very likely we get an Overwhelm Mirror to start here. Would not be surprised. Be interesting to see TLC. I mean, these are a lot of the typical matchups that we're used to. So although we had a little bit of spice brought with the Twisted Fate Fizz, which I'm so happy I can actually say spice in the same sentence as that deck now, we're not going to be able to get to see it here. And it looks like we are not going to get the mirror match to start. It's actually going to be versus that mid-range Frostbite that you were saying. Zorig should probably try to target here. So let's see what the mulligans are. And yeah, we got a turn 2, turn 3 curve. Things look decent for Zorig to start here.
And I just want to talk about Jaco Waco's deck here for a second. No Avarosan Sentry, 1 Rhymefang Wolf, and Captain Farron has remade an appearance back into the deck, and as well, 1 copy of Shunpo. No Harsh Winds is kind of where we're going for this, but holy moly, somebody call an ambulance, but not for me. There are 3 Troll Chant and 3 Elixir of Iron. No board wipes.
Wow.
Shall prosper against Jaco Waco here.
Nope. So if it does have to take down TLC, I don't think that's going to be the case here with this first matchup. But I mean, not going to have to really worry about board wipes with the Overwhelm. Got the Ruthless Raider coming down, and we'll see if Jaco Waco decides to make this trade here with the Glory Seeker on the attack. Nothing, the Elixir of Iron would not allow it to actually survive this challenge if we go that route. So mid-range Frostbite, I feel, has a pretty fair matchup into Overwhelm, right, Boulevard? I mean, it's got a lot of Frostbite. It's got those Troll Chants, like you mentioned, to kind of buff up the health and, you know, take that four points of damage swing away from your opponent towards your Nexus health.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Jaco has brought sort of an anti-TLC lineup and, you know, having all these things that do well against board wipes in that matchup, but then you run into Zorig's lineup and you're like, hey, you know, this Overwhelm matchup doesn't look too bad for me. Yes, there is Ruin Runner that you're always going to have to worry about, but because you have Troll Chance to sort of effectively freely pop the Spell Shield, your Frostbite effects aren't going to have too much trouble getting through. That said, because this is an anti-TLC version of the Frostbite midrange, we're not running as much Frostbite as we typically would because it's dead in the other matchup.
Yeah, we have the 2 Flash Freeze and 3 Brittle Steel, but no Harsh Winds, unfortunately, which is a huge savior in a matchup like this, especially, you know, versus this Overwhelm if you got 2 large units coming in. We do have the early Ash, though, so something to always take into consideration. You know, it's going to probably stick around for a little while if we are able to get an attack off here. We could, you know, Frostbite something, pull something else with the Glory Seeker to get the Ash attack through, get an additional Frostbite. But nope, we're just going to take the Iceveil Archer, shove it to the face, and say, I am okay with the trade, and probably go back on over to Zorig here.
Yeah, kind of curious about how this one's going to play out. I think Shunpo has a lot of potential to really just kind of be a final nail in a coffin on the side of Jaco Waco. It's going to be able to kill a couple of these smaller chump blockers if we see like an Omen Hawk or something. I don't even think Zorg's actually running Omen Hawk. No, he's got 2 Omen Hawk in there. You know, all these little 1 and 2 drops. And that is not a good vulnerable target. It looks like we're just going to sack the Ruin Runner to actually take this out.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I guess we're okay with that trade right now. Just want to get these units off the board, but that feels... Okay, here we go. All right, Troll Chant.
The proactive Troll Chant makes a decent amount of sense.
And no response out of Jaco Waco. I mean, there's no mana. We're tapped out. And we save, most importantly, this Rune Runner with the Spell Shield for another attack. So, although we're not pushing a lot of damage there, we will be able to on subsequent turns. And 2 Preservarium in hand, actually going to be really nice for Zorig, just to refuel a little bit. You know, I mean, this is where we kind of run out of steam just a tad. This is why Preservariums are in the deck. It's actually only run as a 2 of in Zorig's deck, but we have both in hand. So I think we have enough to go to distance here with Zorig, because that is one of the concerns, I think, is not really having enough cards to keep up with card advantage of Jaco Waco, especially if Jaco does get something down like a Trifarian Assessor, gets that additional card advantage. Eventually, he'll just be able to trade away the entire board of Zorig, and I think we might be in an okay spot, but that is a wide board all of a sudden.
Surely, okay, yeah, we're not attacking with the Ash. We're not just going to sacrifice that to, you know, push a little bit of damage onto the Sejuani. But I mean, Jaco has done a pretty good job of consistently having this Challenger plus Ash combo available, which, you know, isn't really stunting Zorig's development as much as you would normally want it to, because Zorig is just kind of forced to play out the cards that they have. They've got the combat tricks available to make sure everything's going hunky-dory, and we're still not getting down these Preservariums, Jdoza. It is our attack turn. We want to be as aggressive as possible. And I don't know, things aren't looking phenomenal for Zorig. I think we're going to lose a decent amount of the board here and not push that much damage. But I mean, we're probably not at threat of lethal on the side of Jaco either. So I think Zorig is actually going to have time to get down these Preservariums and draw the cards off of them.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was actually lethal initially. I think, so you can see here Zorig actually valuing this Renekton more than the Ash too, if you saw that. That swap there right at the last minute. We're not getting the challenge with the Renekton to get the buff, but it wouldn't have survived the Ash's 5 attack anyways. Instead, it just gets blocked by one of these 3 attack units, and I think that Zorig is going to feel pretty nice to be able to keep that Renekton around, especially when there's really no good, you know, removal on the side of Jaco Waco, except for combat. So yeah, I do think we're going to see the Preservariums come down next turn. It's going to come down to those draws, and honestly, with how much damage is coming through this turn, unless we see some sort of Frostbite to, you know, prevent and mitigate some of that. There's the Flash Freeze, so I like that. We could, you know, draw a Battle Fury. I feel like this deck is always one Battle Fury away, one top deck Battle Fury from just straight up winning the game.
It's going to be a second Elixir or Troll Chant?
Wow. Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is bad for Zorig.
Yep.
We lose everything. We kill nothing. And that is a lot less damage pushed through. Now, this is a threatening board remaining on the side of Jaco.
Yeah, and we can... Well, we actually can't pull the Renekton. This Rime Fang is still only going to be 3 damage, unless we have some other way to deal with it.
Well, Rime Fang's effect, bud.
Oh, wow. I forget that card has an actual thing that it does sometimes.
Yeah, it just killed a Sejuani. Rime Fang's out here for blood.
I totally forgot. I'm just thinking it's like a 3-2 with Challenger. It's fine.
Yeah, why are we playing 3 mana for a 3-2 with Challenger? What are you talking about? No, it's got that extra ability. For those of you that haven't seen Rime Fang before, like my co-caster Jdoza, it'll kill anything that it strikes that has 0 power.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to get that same interaction again here on the Rime Fang. And yeah, even with the Preservariums now, it's not looking good for Zorig. This is way too big of a field. And this is what I said at the beginning of the game, right? We saw literally a Troll Chant and a Flash Freeze completely blow out, and an Elixir of Iron for that matter, completely blow out just one single attack turn. And honestly, that's only 6 mana that was spent. It was essentially like a 6 mana board wipe when it all comes down to it. And that's the problem going into mid-range Frostbite when they are able to establish this beefier board with units that, at the end of the day, will just win out with things like Troll Chant and Elixir of Iron.
Yeah, and if we have something like a Shunpo, I think this is going to be a lethal turn for Jaco. You know, being able to take a really big attack turn here, clear out a lot of the board for Zorig, and then go in for a nice open, because I know that Zorig's got 6 things on field, but only 2 of them are units.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot going on. There's not a lot going on. Just want to throw that out there.
I'm curious as to what we're hovering here, because I think Reckoning and Culling Strike are the only things that we can actually put on the stack.
Oh.
No, it is the Shunpo we were talking about.
Yeah, this might be the additional final kind of pressure that Jaco Waco needs here. We would get another Ash. I think, is this Ash actually one Frostbite from leveling, if I'm correct?
She's close, and it looks
It's
like
either
she's
one or
just gonna
two.
get challenged out by the Ruin Runner. If there's any kind of Frostbite effect here, and there is, it's the second Flash Freeze.
Yep, there's the level, and that means, that's going to be a surrender.
Perfectly reasonable surrender out of Zorig, who is not in the situation that they wanted to be in.
No, unfortunate. And I mean, again, just a reminder, Zorig and Jaco Waco are both currently undefeated at 5-0 in round 6 here. So both of them still, they can take an L. They can still be in pretty good shape to make the top cut. But obviously, you'd prefer not to. You wanna save that L for, the 8th and 9th round, if at all possible, just to really solidify your chance at a top cut here in the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. But we'll see now if Zorig can go ahead and turn it around and take 2 victories straight, and one of them for now is gonna have to be a mirror match, Boulevard.
One thing that always worries me is when, you're going into the point that I'm about to get to here in a roundabout way. I'm just going to cut to the mustard. Zorig is a 0 mastery Sivir.
Do you like mustard?
No.
I don't like.
But I really like the phrase "cut to the mustard."
It's the first time I've heard you say that. That's why I asked.
Well,
Rockhopper coming down for Jaco Waco here, and gonna put that vulnerable onto Ruthless Raider. So I mean, for the time being, I'm gonna say this is an advantage for Jaco Waco, just because that is one less overwhelm unit that we're gonna have to worry about. But we do see that Renekton plus Exhaust already in hand. Don't have the attack token on 4, which is unfortunate, but that might come down and be pretty impactful if Jaco Waco does not have the Renekton. So we'll see what happens on turn 4 here for Jaco Waco in just a second.
What I was actually going to say about the Rockhopper versus Ruthless Raider sort of interaction that we saw there in the early game is that it highly benefits Jaco, because now our... Oh man, what are these things called? Our Shaped Stones are online. And that's a huge deal.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's no landmarks for Zorig right now, so that's actually a really good point, Boulevard, because that extra 2 damage, especially in this mirror matchup, is insane. So we'll see if we can actually draw one. There's the landmark, so now Shapestones will be online for Zorig too once we get this Preservarium down. So not as big now.
Yeah.
But.
So one other thing I noticed, and it's totally irrelevant in this matchup in particular. I think the only target is actually Ice Shard, but there is a Rite of Negation in Jaco's list.
Wasn't somebody else earlier that we had seen in earlier rounds also playing Rite? That must be, is that the new cool thing that the cool kids are doing nowadays?
It is the absolute latest stage tech possible that 50 people threw into their deck with 5 minutes left before lists had to be submitted.
I don't know. I mean, maybe this will do some work. I mean, I feel like in the mirror match,
it's unplayable.
So much.
You can only hit Ice Shard.
That's
even
terrible.
Normally we look at champion spells for things like this too, right? No, all the champion spells are burst speed.
Yep. Oh yeah. So a little bit of a disadvantage there for Jaco Waco. But I don't know how big of a deal it's going to be, especially just looking at the board now. It seems like Jaco Waco and Zorig are pretty even, just kind of taking trades back and forth. It's really, I think it's going to be whether or not this Renekton sticks around. I mean, how often, Boulevard, do we actually see a level? Like, I want to see, give me a leveled up Renekton animation. Like, give the people what they want. We don't get to see this bad boy level up a whole lot.
Speak for yourself. I played Mono Shurima in the caster tournament on Saturday, so I saw a number of both Renekton level ups, but Yeah, generally, unless we see Battle Fury come down onto Renekton, he's not leveling. And it's this weird problem that Shyvana used to run into. Big Shapestone here, by the way, going to be able to actually take the trade onto it and continue to deny Jdoza the pleasure of the Renekton level up animation because it's a good one.
Yeah, and we don't. It's more like a movie.
Nice little cinematic.
Yeah, a little cinematic there. We also don't have the mana for the troll chant to save it, which rip Renekton going down the drain there. And now I do think, I don't know. I mean, it seems like Jaco Waco's in a pretty good spot just because we do have the additional 5-1 to push damage, and we are ahead by one Nexus health here. But we do still have 2 larger, chunkier units on the side of Zorig, and from the looks of that Rockhopper, I mean, maybe Jaco Waco doesn't have anything, bigger in hand yet. No Ruin Runners, no Alpha Wire. Never mind. There is the Ancient Yeti. Just as I say that, which actually, was that a 5 cost? That was no, that was a 3 cost. We just played Rock. That was a 4 cost. 4 cost. Okay, 4 cost Ancient.
You did it.
I did it. I did the math.
And it looks like we're just gonna take the free push onto the Omen Hawk, not go in with 5-1 Yeti as well. Oh, never mind. We are going in with it, and we're going to use it to kill a... Nope, we're sending in the Rockhopper to guarantee that the Ruin Runner has to be the one to block the Yeti.
Yeah, and honestly, the more I'm watching this, I have definitely seen mirror matches in the past. We both have Boulevard of this deck, but I don't know. I mean, have we in the past, has Rockhopper trading with things like Ruthless Raider, has that proven to be like a pretty big advantage for the player that's trading away the Rockhoppers? Because I feel like it's doing a lot of work here.
Oh, absolutely. We call the deck Overwhelm, but I want to say only about half the units in the deck have Overwhelm. And if you can trade a non-Overwhelmer for an Overwhelmer, if anybody followed that, it feels really good.
English. Let's go.
There are so many words that we have to say that are not verbs, and we have to use, or adjectives, and we have to use them in that way.
Oh man, it's like I saw somebody post on Twitter. I forget what it was. They're like, if you ruin, like, is it ruination? Like, it's like, how do you say some of these?
Before we got on cast, I think you and I had a 3-minute discussion about what we were going to call multiple instances of Nasus.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Nasai, Nasususes.
We settled on NASCARs.
NASCARs. All right.
Multiple
cool.
NASCARs.
Got it. Put that one in the piggy bank, and we'll take that to the bank. We got it.
You take the piggy bank to the bank?
Yeah, man. When it gets full, I'm a boss at saving.
You're supposed to empty it out and then take it. What do you do?
What am I gonna do? Put the change under my mattress? Like, come on.
No, you put it in like a plastic. No, so the piggy bank is fine. I'm not knocking that. My problem is that you are taking it to the bank with you instead of like transferring the coinage to. What do you just put the little piggy bank on front of the teller and hit it with a hammer like some kind of animal?
I'm one of those guys that like will pay my speeding ticket in pennies just to be like, yeah, I did that.
Why would you do that to the bank teller though?
I wouldn't. I don't think
so. Zorig Dungu did fall there for those of you that were actually paying attention to the match there. It was kind of a foregone conclusion. Lost a lot of the board in the mid game, unable to bring it back. Just a lot of the health advantages going the way of Jaco Waco, who does pick up a 2-0 victory, not even needing to go after the TLC, just 2-0ing that Overwhelm.
Yeah, and it looks like we are actually going to have another game, too. It's going to be Sir Termund versus Das Perrin 11. And it's looking like we did actually see Sir Termund a little bit earlier. They both are currently, they got 4 wins. And we got a Zero Aurelia, Tom Rocca, and Lysandra Talia on the side of Sir Termund. And then on Das Perrin, we have Deep. We finally found a Deep deck. That's what's on the screen. I am happy to finally see Deep. And then a Zero Aurelia and Overwhelm also in the lineup. Finally got some Deep action, Boulevard.
Yeah, I finally got some Starspring action as well, because I've said it a million times, I'll say it a million more. There will always be one Starspring in Top Cut, and I mean exactly one. Only one can do it. But it being turn 7 and the Soraka just now leveling, that's not great. You wanted that to happen infinitely earlier, and just a pass. I think you got to take that if you're Sir Term, and maybe you go for an eat first. Try to get a little bit of damage onto your Tom Kench. Maybe you just take the free draw with the Starspring onto the Codger.
We're in the middle of a tournament, Boulevard. He can't just go and grab food right now. What are you talking about? Just go grab something to eat. Pay attention to the game. Jeez.
You're the one that's not paying attention, man. That's a river demon. He's got an appetite for... I actually don't remember the Tom Kench quote, but I know he starts off with, I've got an appetite for...
I thought you were going to nail the quote. No, I don't know it either. I was going to be really impressed if you nailed that quote. Like, are we at the point where we need to start remembering, like, League of Legends lines just to make it to the next level? Is that
I told you. In the Targon season, I was on another level from all the other casters. I had started memorizing flavor text. I'm sure Blevins has all of the voice lines memorized.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Or on his soundboard.
Yeah.
But we are going out to breakfast on the Devourer, too. That's eating up what usually does the eating here. And Tom Kench also going to level up. Wow. I was not expecting that. Yeah, right? How did that happen?
We couldn't even see a Renekton level. I can't tell you the last time I saw a Tom Kench level. I forgot. Well, I would have forgotten what this art looked like, but I've been playing Howling Abyss a lot recently, and I got a level Tom Kench, which was useless. But that was a Maokai I saw eaten. That's impactful.
Yeah, and looks like we're going through some of the history here, double checking how far. I'm actually curious to see how far away we are from deep because
no response.
We're on 7, and we're still not deep.
What is this hand? We're not deep. We don't apparently have anything to do on turn 7, even after the acquired taste comes down. We didn't have anything that was going to send us deep, so we could even try and contest the Tom Kench with that Devourer's HP. This is looking rough.
So real quick, too, while we actually have the deep deck here, this does look like the typical version we've been seeing. There is 2 Atrocity in here, 3 Lure of the Depths, and 2 Bone Skewers. Otherwise, a lot of the typical cards, 3 Abyssal Eye, 3 Devourers, 3 Dead Bloom, stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, just not going deep. I mean, it's when the deck has a name and it can't do the name, there's a problem, and that's the problem that we're having right now for Dasparin.
We're at 21 cards in deck, 2 tosses from the Sea Scarab.
Wow. I feel like that's actually challenging to make it to turn 8 and not be deep by now. All right, here we go. I think this might be the turn. Yeah.
We're going to start popping off soon. Maybe this is it.
Yeah. And it's got to be soon. Did you happen to see what Star Spring's at?
Like 8?
Okay, so we have a little bit of time if that's the case, which, I mean, honestly, that's a lot of time for a deep deck. I mean, we really only need maybe 3 or 4 solid turns to just develop a really big board that, you know, Sir Turman won't be able to deal with, even with something like an Astral Protection like we see. We can only pillar so much onto this Tom Kench, and actually right now I'm curious to see what the max health is. I think it's just 7. I don't think there's any buffs on it.
No.
So that means that would put it up to 11. So it's got to get over that hump of, you know, kind of trying to eat a Nautilus at this point. We'll see if it can get there.
It's so hard to try and eat a Nautilus, but there is this really cool interaction where if we play the Nautilus too aggressively, we can hush it to stop it from leveling that turn, even if a Jettison comes out, and then eat it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, maybe we see that. We see the Hush in hand right now. So there is also Soraka's Wish, which I do got to point that out because that can be a very sneaky path to victory a lot of times for Tom Raka, especially if you do have a lot of damage units on board. You know, a lot of times your opponent's so worried about playing around, you know, Astral Protection and things of that nature, just those regular buff cards, Guiding Touch like we see in hand. But, you know, one Soraka's Wish can just end a game outright.
And it looks like we actually are going to attempt to eat a Nautilus. We have the Astral Protection in hand. We just ate a Crusty Codger. Going to make the max HP of this, I believe, 11. So we're going to be able to go up to 15 with the Astral Protection and a Bastion as well. Make sure we've got everything we could need and more. This Nautilus might just get swallowed by the River Demon.
All right, I was going to say Dasparin needs a Jettison here to at least get the cost reduction down on this Nautilus so we can at least get some sort of board presence back before what looks like you mentioned, Tom Kench actually eats the Nautilus. So that's actually huge that we did have the Jettison in hand. We can get down a big old sea monster, and then we cross our fingers and hope we can deal with this Tom Kench. I mean, problem is a Bone Skewer. If that is the response, I mean, we have Bastion too.
Yeah, this might actually come down to, is there a Bone Skewer? Do we have a way to pop the Spell Shield? It is still a big risk to go after this Nautilus, and we did need to start off the turn with a Jettison, because if we had started with anything else, if we even threw down like a Dredgers, we go to 16 cards in deck, we can just silence the Nautilus and eat it. It can't level at that point. It's silenced. It doesn't have any text on it, and we would guarantee eat it with the Tom Conch. Even if we develop a Nautilus after that, that is still 7 mana we are throwing down the drain, and Sir Termund would just be in a phenomenal position going into this. As it stands now, though, we've got to see how far the Abyssal Eye train can take us, because it's the only useful sea monster unless something crazy came out of a Jaw Hunters.
Well, there's an ephemeral Abyssal Eye, which, although it will die after it strikes, now a couple things here. We can pretty safely pass, because now we know Das Baron's going to want to utilize that Abyssal Eye, so we can get more of a mana commitment out, which is what Sir Termund wants. But that's going to pressure a lot of damage for Sir Termund here. So maybe this is where Das Baron finally just starts to commit a lot to the board, gets those sea monsters down. Looks like we're only going to go in for 12 here. We'll see. It doesn't look like Sir Termund actually has any response to this. We would just be taking 12 to the face. Oh, okay. There's the Riptide. This has to be Bastion, right? This has to be Bastion.
It's so rough because the chances that there's something to pop the Bastion are pretty high. But if I believe that if you go for the Bastion here, even if it doesn't work out, what you are doing is you are testing the waters to see if the Nautilus is edible.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because either it is or it isn't at this point. And,
yeah.
Yep.
If nothing comes out to pop the spell shield, you can eat the Nautilus freely, but it looks like there will be the Vile Feast.
Wow. That is a huge shift in momentum for Das Baron. That is very, very good, and also going to be a very, very big attack coming in here in just a second, which is probably going to lead Das Baron down the path to victory here, because honestly, this star shaping is just a little too far away for things to actually play out in Sir Termund's favor.
Okay, Boxtopus is a really important pickup, because Sir Termund's probable ideal line here is to hush one of the Abyssal Eyes and get a block off onto it with the Soraka, but as it currently stands, you need to hush the Nautilus because you didn't have any fearsome blockers.
Yeah, and that's 13 to the dome plus the elusive damage. That would have been game. So definitely a pretty big pickup. So the other thing too, that's really unfortunate. We can't save the Boxtopus though. We actually are forced to sacrifice it to block the Nautilus, because I was going to say, if we did survive through this Nautilus attack, maybe we keep this Boxtopus, we pump it up to have a lot of health, ram it into something like the Sea Scarab, and now all of a sudden you can heal up, like 5 or 6 health and possibly have some sort of out with this Star Spring victory. But I don't think that's going to be the case. We have to block with it.
Really curious as to what these last 2 cards in hand are. It doesn't look like they're going to be impactful, at least before we go into combat, so we're just full swinging with everything. Have I ever told you how much I love Abyssal Eye? This is like my favorite card in the game.
Abyssal Eye, yeah. Well, it's because we've talked so many times about why this card is just not played in regular decks that aren't deep.
Yeah. Man, I wish this card was played in other things. But because we do get the Boxtopus, we do get to play the Hush down onto the Abyssal Eye and block it with Soraka, so we at least do have a damaged unit going into the following turn. And try and get ourselves towards this Star Spring victory. Unfortunately, we didn't have any of the Star Shepherds down, so we're not going to get them back into trading range, but they'll have their time. They'll get there. They will be able to block Nautilus on the following turn.
Yeah, they'll definitely be within fearsome range. It might take both of them blocking over a couple of turns to actually kill the Nautilus, if that's the route we're even attempting to go here. I'm trying to think of some outs, though, that Sir Termund could have.
Shakedown's a good one. Shakedown might just, give us lethal with the Star Spring.
And we've seen that so many times too, right? I mean, Shakedown, just suddenly there's so much damage on all. Well, actually, Shakedown would put 3 on one of these Codgers. Put 1 more if we did it on the. I mean, we would need some other unit. Actually, all right, we could pull the Sea Scour with the Astral Protection.
Yeah, I was thinking Soraka's Wish also to just instantly heal up all of the damage. But
and that's not a thing anymore, unfortunately. Okay.
Oh no, there's the. I tried. I tried, Sir Termund.
It might still be a play, though. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have enough mana to just play out our entire hand. Wait,
Maokai.
Does this actually play out?
Maokai is a scary prospect because you're going to draw cards every single turn with the Soraka. If it levels.
Which basically cuts your time in half. You're really only going to have 1 more turn left. Oh, man. I don't think you have a choice, though, but to throw it down, right?
Yep.
you have to use the shakedown, and then you have to attack with Soraka to get the heal, and then you have to put the damage on stuff. Like, you have literally no choice but to just play out your hand. The biggest question is, how do you maximize the output of damage onto your units by your opponent's units based on what you pull? And can you actually go in with everything to try to get some additional damage? There's never a route. No, they're too... Das Parent's too wide. I was going to say, I mean, Das Parent is also at 7. You know, is there some way we sneak through lethal? But there's blockers for everything. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, I think the most damage you're going to be able to push is by hitting the sapling and the abyssal eye, like we see here. Soraka slapped that. One of the Codgers grabbed the sapling. And that's going to put us at 14. But without having the Soraka's Wish in hand... Oh, but we draw the Soraka's Wish!
That is a huge... wow. That is... Man, Riptide's a thing, huh?
Riptide's a good card, man.
Riptide won this game for Das Parent. Riptide straight up won this game for Das Parent. I
can't believe I called 2 great top decks for Sir Turman. He immediately gets handed them, and it just doesn't matter. The answers were there.
So unfortunate. Yeah, 15. I mean...
we're not dead here, though. We've got some more time. The Maokai's still not leveled.
Maokai's
not even really
that's
close.
crazy.
I think that was 19 out of 25.
Yeah, you'll get 3 more off the sapling. Or actually, no, we can't even summon anything right now.
Yeah, you're not getting any damage onto any of your units this turn either. I would imagine we're just going in with the Abyssal Eye. We might go in with the Nautilus as well just to clear out one of the blockers, but those aren't units that are surviving the combat.
I don't know.
You gotta love that pass if you're Turman, right? But I think what...
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's a card.
I think what Deep is going for here is just trying to stall out the game until we have more Nautilus's Riptides. That's what we're kind of like stalling out and drawing towards, but that vulnerable was permanent.
Yeah, and that's another 6 from the Abyssal Eye. There's also a Hush, even if, like, I don't know.
A Sea Scarab Feast?
Yeah, Sea Scarab, or even if Vile Feast comes out, then we could just go ahead and Pale Cascade. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we can play everything in our hand because that Star Shaping, minus the Star Shaping, is pretty much useless right now. Although, Star Shaping could even come in big too. That could be an additional point of healing depending on how everything kind of maths out here. This is one of the reasons why Tom Raka is such a difficult deck to play at times, because there's so many like mathematical lines here for blockers and mathing out your astral protections and how do you maximize how much heal you can get on stuff. It's very, very difficult to make sure that you calculate that 22, especially playing around whatever your opponent, you know, could possibly have in response. But right now,
this is the Maokai level. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Sea Scarab toss a little bit earlier, getting this to 20, that is going to be a Maokai level up. So now we are on a very tight clock.
We basically have this turn and next turn, I think. Did we already draw from Soraka? Or nope, that answers that question.
But that's just lethal.
Yeah, if we just heal...
We just end turn, Starspring heals too.
Yeah. Wow, talk about a top deck. I mean, we didn't even need that other top deck. We had all these other top decks, Boulevard. And the freaking Starspring, just the last 2 heal at the end there. Sir Turman tying it up, which means we are going to get a game 3. Both players X and 1 fighting for their lives here, man. This is going to be a pretty good game 3 we got going on.
We get Thralls.
Like overwhelmed. Oh, this is Thralls, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the other Freljord Shurima deck, you know, we were talking about the potential popularity of this deck. I think this is like the most wild card deck of the event in terms of just like, I have no idea how popular it's going to be. I have no idea how good it's actually going to be, but I'm going to be very excited when I see it.
Ooh, yeah, this is the first time today we're seeing this. It's apparently doing decently. I don't know how often Sir Turman's been, you know, getting it banned, but again, Sir Turman X and 1 right now, so
does not look happy with this opener though.
Nope, this is pretty terrible, actually. It's even just seeing promising future in your first. Oh, wow. Oh man, and we have no frozen thralls to throw down.
In case anyone was wondering why this is the second most popular Freljord Shurima deck of the weekend, why so many players are bringing Overwhelm instead.
All right.
this is one of the reasons. Now, we are going to get on the board finally, and there's no landmark removal anywhere in this deep list. I think Crumble and Sunken Cost are your only options. Two absolutely dreadful cards. So we're going to be able to get this Thrall down ×2.
Yeah, I think we're back in this now. We're feeling all right. We didn't, at the end of the day, we didn't burn any mana just because we couldn't play anything. We actually do have a Thrall going into turn 4 that's going to be on 5. We could even, I mean, we could top deck some pretty good stuff. You know, Inquisitor could come down, Dark Lorn, you know, that could come down and go ahead on turn 5, just get this, you know, this 8/8 out really quick. There's another Thrall as well. So it's looking better, but the question is, can we go, you know, wide with 8/8s faster than Das Perrin now can go deep and get Nautilus down on 7, get some big boys down on turn 8? I don't know if we can, because at this point, we have to wait until turn 8 with the clock hand to really get a lot of these 8/8s out.
If Abyssal Eye comes down here, though, we've got a full board clear with the Ice Shard and the Avalanche. That's going to feel pretty nice. It also doesn't give that much toss over to the Sea Scarab. It's going to toss 2, one for itself and one for the Dreg Dredger that is going to die before everything else does, but not a terrible spot for Sir Termund. He's doing what he can. He had a rough opening hand. He actually took a skip onto the Predict because he didn't like any of the cards that were available and said, I really need Draklorn Inquisitor. Still unable to find it, but as we get closer to that Nautilus turn, we also get closer to the Clock Hand turn, and Devourer of the Depths will never be able to kill a Thrall. That's full HP. There's Draklorn.
That's a top deck, baby. Let's go. Gonna get these sweet, sweet Thralls out. And I think Das Perrin, I mean, there's no Vengeance. There's no good way. I mean, there's Bone Skewer to deal with possibly Draklorn, but I don't think with the current board, that's not going to be an option. I think Sir Termund's going to be able to get down Draklorn and start getting the Thrall train rolling.
Yeah, I don't think anything's even going to get into, like, Bone Skewer range anytime soon. We're close to deep, but not quite there, as it is only turn 5. We've only played a small handful of toss cards. Maybe it depends on how many Jettisons come down, but we're already tapped out of the range of a Devourer of the Depths anyway. This is a safe Draklorn, and we have the Ice Shard if we want to turn off some of the aggression. Granted, it is going to be a lot of tossing done on the... Ooh, an insane amount of tossing done.
Wow. I mean, it feels good that we have... it feels good that we can clear the board, but it doesn't feel good. I don't know. Who wins out here?
You take the same amount of damage whether or not you Ice Shard, because if you Ice Shard, these are both. Yeah, you're actually gonna fall a little bit lower. It looks like because of Actually, are we gonna? Okay,
that's fine.
I don't hate this.
Yeah, we can't play the Ice Shard and block.
Jettison would actually put us deep. We're at 20 cards, but because that's an ephemeral unit all the way to the left, we're going to toss 6 before the combat happens with the Sea Scarab. We could actually be sacking our Draklorn Inquisitor if we take the block here.
We do have, though, 3 Sisters on backup, so we could Flash Freeze if that's the case. Doesn't look like we are going to get the Jettison, so we are golden to get these Thralls online. And actually, I'm going to see that hand pop up again. I don't think we have a way to get the 6 countdown Thrall down. No. Okay. No. So we're just going to get 1 8/8 for the time being. But turn 8 comes and Clock Hand, baby. That's, I mean, for a very brief moment, I think Sir Termund is going to have a kind of a bigger, beefier board than Das Perrin. And then Das Perrin's going to be able to have those, you know, the Nautilus and things of that nature to be able to deal with the 8/8. So, I mean, this is it. I mean, this is the turn where we try to, you know, swing the tempo in our favor. Between this attack turn and the next attack turn, I think if Sir Termund can close this game out, we can take it home. But Das Perrin, given any more time than that, might be able to turn it back around with a timely Nautilus.
If we can have this Draklorn live until turn 8 as well, we can Clock Hand down the other 2 Thralls, get another 2 Thralls on field. And while Nautilus is an effective blocker, I don't think he's really going to be able to do much about 4 Thralls. And
no,
I'm not going to lie, Doza, I don't actually hate Frozen Tombing this Nautilus.
Did we just... So, I agree, first off. But second off, we can't play... I mean, we have to overwrite something if we play the Clock Hand now, which... I don't know if that was, like, maybe just not thinking about playing that Preservarium there, because I feel like you want to play the Clock Hand here, right? Oh, there's the 2 elusives, actually. So
yeah, and we need to Flash Freeze one of those.
Okay, so maybe thinking we weren't going to end up playing the clock hand anyways. Okay, I can live with that. And honestly, playing it on your attack turn feels better anyway, since they are focus speed. You play it, priority goes back over to you. You jam out, some thralls with the God, what's the card called that comes out of the clock hand again?
The clock hands. You get two of them. He's got two hands. The clock hands.
Sure, let's go with it. Yeah. So we'll see if that's the case in the next attack turn. This is 6 damage coming in hot though, and like I said, we have to close it out on the next attack turn. If Sir Turman can close it out with the clock hand, with more thralls on this next turn, we're good to go. And I think that's why we might see, the Clockwork Curator, I think, makes it so we can get both of these thralls out.
Well, you'd have to overwrite the Preservarium.
I think you're fine with that because you don't win the game after next turn, right? Like okay,
probably.
That doesn't matter.
Now that the Draklorn's gone, we can actually just have them overwrite each other in order to get another thrall out here. And I looked up the card that is created by the clock hand. I was never gonna guess it because it's a paradox. It's Instant Century.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Never would have guessed that one. Not in a century.
Nope.
Yeah, funny.
Sometimes.
All the time. This is not a lethal attack, though. And the Talia top deck is a little weak. We don't have the board space for Talia right now, which usually, if you don't have board space for Talia, it's because you're winning the game. But against something like Deep that'll actually match your thralls, you're in a rough spot. And I think it might just be dead. We don't have answers for the Abyssalize.
Yeah, the elusives are just killing us right now, and it feels really, really bad. And we're just not able to get these thralls out.
If we can push 9 damage, we can draw.
If we can push... Draw with what?
With double Ice Shard. Kill us both at the same time.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Like, we can actually force a tie.
We have triple Ice Shard.
Yeah, well, we'll die after the second one, so we gotta put them to 2. I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure Nautilus is gonna block here. If you know what we saw last game is any indication, there's also gonna be a Riptide coming out here.
Yeah, this is only 1 damage getting pushed, and Sir Turman, I think just the look on his face, not feeling too hot about this. It's looking grim. It's looking like this is the last attack turn. We weren't able to close it out, and unfortunately, that does mean Sir Turman going to take the second loss of the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal right here. And that does mean that we also get Deep taking home a victory. We've been talking about it today, how we haven't seen it, Boulevard. And now officially confirmed, there is a Deep that's going to be in the X and 1 bracket here in just a moment, attacking with these 2 elusive Abyssalize.
Man, Abyssalize is so good.
Such a good card. I love that card. I mean, honestly, Abyssalize is what makes Deep decks, right? I mean, Abyssalize really... That's if Screeching Dragon is the glue to Demacia... Actually, no, never mind. I'm going to not compare those because Abyssalize is really good, but Screeching Dragon is Screeching Dragon. Totally other level in my book. But
Screeching Dragon sets the bar for units with no abilities.
Yeah.
It's exactly a very high bar.
So Turman getting taken down there for round number 6. So we got a lot more gameplay to go today, Boulevard, but we're getting towards those final hours now of seeing who's going to be able to make top 32 for next weekend, and a chance at that $20,300 prize pool for the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. What's your favorite lineup so far that we've seen, Boulevard?
My favorite lineup that we've seen got to be Sir Turman. Anybody that has the gall to bring Starspring, to be like, you know what, there's one Starspring player in top 32, and this weekend it's me. I'm gonna love that, as well as the Thralls. I really like Sir Turman's lineup. A little unfortunate that they have just now picked up a second loss. The player that I'm probably rooting for is What Am I? I'm not sure what their record is, but I know they have, in true What Am I fashion, continued to bring triple Targon.
Wow. Is that confirmed?
Yes.
What Am I? Yeah. Wow. That doesn't surprise me, I guess. But yeah, we're not going to go over my favorite because I don't want to cast a curse.
No, go ahead. Speak about it.
I don't. Hey, look at that production in my ear saying we need to go to a break. So with that said, we're going to go to a break. We will be right back for the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. Don't go anywhere. All right. And ready to go for the last 3 rounds today, right? Math. Yep. Okay. 7, 8, and 9. We're headed into round 7 right now. And I could not be more excited. We were actually just talking about some of the people currently and what their records are up until this point through 6 rounds. And a lot of these people, we hold near and dear to our heart. From the grassroots scene, we've seen these people in many tournaments. And there's a pretty expansive list here, Boulevard, of people. The ones that stick out 6-0. We got Majin Bay, still the dream alive, like we were talking about earlier, 6-0, the 2-peat. Then we got Easy to Win at 6-0 as well. Duckling at 6-0. That other guy that thou shall not mention until he goes 9-0.
Mr.
Black
Emotional.
Boss, Black Boss, Brazilian representative there at 6-0. And, most importantly, Big Poppy, as Boulevard calls him, Cephalopod, which is pretty awesome. I think we all know at this point that Cephalopod, out of anybody, probably deserves to top cut a seasonal. So it'll be really exciting to see if he's able to get some wins under his belt in these last 3 rounds here.
Yeah, I think What Am I was beaming it up a little bit on Twitter, saying that Cephalopod finally made it to the check-in of a seasonal. Unsurprising that he's doing well. I think many people consider him to be one of the best Legends of Runeterra players to do it currently. So really excited to see, honestly, what his lineup is. Maybe we can get him on camera a little bit later. I don't know if he's streaming. Sometimes he does for tournaments. Sometimes he doesn't. We'll see. But I'm really curious to see what some of these 6-0 lineups look like. There are a few players where I can look at them and I have a sense of what they're playing. If I know anything about Black Boss, they might have actually brought Shen Jarvan again.
Wow. Black Boss bringing Shen Jarvan. That would be interesting. It would not be out of this realm, though. Probably mid-range Frostbite, if I were to guess, as well. And I don't know about the third deck. We'll see what that lineup looks like if we meander on towards Black Boss's games in a little bit. But next up, we do have Seku, and I promise...
For real this time.
This is for real. This is not a joke. This is not a fire drill. We're doing this. I promise. And I do want to, go ahead and go over these decks if we get a shot here. We do have mid-range Frostbite that we kind of mentioned earlier, of course. We also have the Overwhelm deck, which we've seen quite a lot already today. Honestly, more than I thought. I know Overwhelm is a thing. We've seen it in tournaments before, Boulevard. But are you surprised? Were you expecting more or less representation of Overwhelm in this current format?
I actually think it's about where I expected it to be. I had this really weird thing where Overwhelm is a deck that I've been struggling to place on a tier list because it definitely doesn't feel tier 1, but it might feel like the best tier 2 deck. And it slots into so many lineups so organically that I think eventually I put it in tier 2 and highlight it as this is my expectation to overperform where I've placed it. So I'm really not that surprised. I am a little disappointed that it means we're not seeing as many Thralls as I would like, because I was really excited to see what that deck could do. Maybe that's more of a top cut adaptation. But I'm really happy with the placement of Overwhelm. I'm glad that it has finally gone out of this fringe playability, okay, we all net decked Rico Rex, to actually having a place in the meta.
Yeah, we've always kind of memed on this deck saying yeah, Rico Rex topped another tournament with Overwhelm. Overwhelm coming to a tournament near you soon, and it never actually happened. And then slowly but surely people started Rico's onto something here. Let's go ahead and give this bad boy a shot. And now we're seeing it everywhere for quite some time now, probably a couple months at this point. It's been around. The third deck that we're seeing out of Seku is Shen Jarvan. So again, we're going to get a Shen Jarvan deck that, we talked about this earlier, Boulevard. This is a mainstay deck from the early stages. Back in our day when, we had Bannerman and things of that nature, there was always kind of this Demacia Ionia archetype. And I think we did see it one other time today. I still think we've yet to see a Jarvan go off, if I remember that correctly. But well,
we were going to see it earlier. We talked about Seku's list earlier. Didn't end up
that's
watching
what it was.
Seku. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
And for those of you that are what are you talking about? Shen Jarvan's been around since the dawn of the game. Jarvan just came out not too long ago. This is 35 cards similar to Shen Fiora. Mm-hmm. You just take out the Fioras for Jarvan, and that's what this deck is. If anybody's been wondering, what's the secret spice? How do we make Shen Jarvan work? You just take out Fiora for Jarvan.
Yeah, it's been the same core build for quite some time. You have combat tricks. Ever since Concerted Strike came out pretty early as well. Was it Rising Tides that Concerted Strike came out in?
Yes, and I don't think it started really seeing play until Targon came out. That's when we started to get the more non-aggressive Demacia decks. It's when we started to see good Lux decks. I think Lux Asol was one of the bigger decks when Call of the Mountain released, and that's when it started to kind of pick up popularity, and that's what we were talking about as well earlier with Demacia Targon sort of being one of the premier decks of the format since its inception.
Yeah, rip Lux, unfortunately. She is nowhere to be found in this tournament, as she has been for most tournaments for quite some time. So, but yeah, it's just...
Put her down. Huh?
She's hiding under a rock somewhere. I don't know what happened. Maybe she was kidnapped. Who knows?
She actually top 4'd a tournament recently.
Which one?
The Marine Masters charity event. Boulevard ran
Oh my god! I see what you did there.
Granted,
All
it's
right,
even
all
worse.
right.
It's even worse because that was a Howling Abyss deck, and the only reason I put Lux in there was so that I could never get her off Howling Abyss. There were some ways to level her, but that was the main reason. Was this champion is so bad, I don't want to randomly generate it out of a pool of 70 champions.
Yeah, I do want to clarify. We have not been seeing Lux today whatsoever.
No.
We also do not recommend playing absolutely any of the decks at that tournament. So don't look into the tournament.
I also want to mention that she did win the tournament because Total Master brought Karma Lux, which we actually did the math. Karma Lux is the deck that has been nerfed the most in the history of Runeterra. Like, every card in that deck has been nerfed. It's disgusting.
Yeah, Karma, man. I mean, just ever since she came out. Very, very, very unfortunate. But again, we are just waiting to queue up Seku here in just a second. Now, Seku, I think, if I remember this correctly, I'm going to pull up the records here. Yeah, so Seku is actually also X and 1. So very much still on the fringe possibility of making the top cut here. One more loss, little less likely. But now the losses towards the end here, as long as we're able to kind of maintain an X and 2. I know you said, the rankings really don't matter because it's based on some other things there. But as long as we're able to maintain an X and 2 record, most players are going to have a pretty good shot at least being considered for the top cut. So we'll see if Seku is able to go ahead and maintain X and 1 for the time being. But man, these are the games that I am most excited. I've been waiting all day to actually get into Boulevard.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to take a look at the format again, just to remind everybody what we're playing with here today. 9 Swiss rounds of best of 3 matches. We are currently in round number 7, so we've got a few more hours of high-level Legends of Runeterra action to bring you. So the players are bringing 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combinations, and no more than 1 deck without any champions at all. The players ban one of their opponent's decks before the match begins. They cannot use a deck after winning a game with it, and each tournament round lasts for 60 minutes at maximum.
Is that like a recording?
No, I just say things similarly sometimes.
Yeah, that sounded, I mean, it's beautiful, Boulevard. It sounded just like the first time. Like, it's very consistent. Like, I love the consistency in that.
All right, let me put my soundboard away so no one sees it on camera.
Yeah. I mean, this has all actually been a recording, everybody. This is not live. But we do also have a prize pool at the end of the day. That is what many of us are here for. Many of the players, anyways. And, to have some fun. It's not all about the money. It's about having fun, right? So we do have that $10,000 grand prize there again for next weekend. So right now we're in the 9 Swiss rounds, the 9 open rounds to basically see who qualifies to make it to the top cut next weekend. And that is a top cut of 32. That first place winner there will get 10K. Second is 3,500. Third and fourth, 800. Fifth through eighth, 400. Ninth through 32nd, 150. And as we all know, everybody is really here for those sweet, sweet card backs. If you get at least 3 wins, you get the card back. And everybody's participation award is a player icon for making it to the seasonals. So, lots to think about, Boulevard. And I know, they do a lot of interviews about the $10,000 prize and stuff like that. What are they going to use it for? Things of that nature. And it's always interesting to me what people say, and I feel like the most common response has been like, pay off student loans, which makes sense. A lot of players are a little bit younger. They're either in college or about to get out of college. Yeah. Yeah. Is that really what you did?
I think I had to put like $4,000 towards student loans or something.
Student loans, the never ending gift that always keeps on giving.
Yeah. But I did want to mention even the players that are falling out at X and 2 or maybe even X and 3. It's still really important that they perform as well as possible and pick up game wins in their losses because they are playing for these seasonal qualification points for World Championship later this year. For every game win in a seasonal, you get 1 point. So if you go 7-2, the most points that you could get is 16, and that tracks over the course of the 3 Shurima seasonals. So, you know, even if you're not topping, it's important that you still maintain a good record. Try to go 6-3 at worst, maybe even 5-4, and hang on to as many points as possible so that if you do get a top cut, even if you don't get the World's qualification through the top 4, you still have a really good run in the points race.
And it does look like we do have the matchup here. It's going to be versus El Cholero for Seku. El Cholero running. We got deep again. 2 in a row. We asked for it, Boulevard. You ask and we shall receive. We have deep Ruben's Pile and Freljord Overwhelm. Ruben's Pile we've actually yet to see today, and that has been a pretty popular deck throughout the last, month or so, I'd say, in this format. Are you surprised we haven't really seen it yet?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. This is a deck that's, like, really hard for me to evaluate because it doesn't do particularly well into something like Dragons, as one of the big weaknesses that it's always had staring it in the face. But, like, Dragons is in the most popular lineup, but there's 1,000 players. Dragons is maybe in 200 of their lineups tops. But first, we're going to take a look at this deep deck. A lot more one-ofs in the spell lineup this time around. It looks like we actually do have Vengeance in there, as well as copies of the box. And I see a Thorny Toad has snuck his way back in. No Jawl Hunters, though.
I also, I spy with my little eye a Slaughter Dox, which is generally not being played recently anyways. It's a little slow. It's, it's a 3-mana commitment early on is sometimes a little bit much, but we'll see if it's able to get some value in this game or probably just be tossed. And that's always the concern when you run one-ofs in a deep deck, right? Like, if you're running one-of, you're asking to basically not draw it, which is kind of odd there, even the Stalking Shadows and the Glimpse Beyond. But deck numero dos here, Zoe Vi, Ruben's Pile, whatever you'd like to call it. This deck has made some waves since, Ruben Zoo kind of brought it into Masters there, was playing it on ladder a little bit. People adopted it for tournaments and ladder play. And we've seen a lot of different iterations, but this is pretty typical. Only one Submersible in this version. And I'm curious to see how it actually does into this lineup of Shen Jarvan, Overwhelm, and mid-range Frostbite.
As am I. The units are not quite as tall in something like Shen Jarvan as they are in Dragons. There's no, like, Aurelian Soul that is borderline unanswerable for you. So maybe you'll actually have a little bit of a better chance against the Shen Demacia, especially because, you do have that triple hush. You can take away the barriers. And then as we get into the Overwhelm deck here, again, this one looking really standard. 3 Omen Hawk this time. I think this might actually be one of the first times we saw all 3 Omen Hawk put into an Overwhelm list. Most players going just for the 2.
Yeah, and as you can see, that Sivir in there as per usual. The Ice Shard also teched.
I want to talk about Sivir for a second. Because
Okay.
I think this is the only deck that she's played in. I think some players have expressed that they felt like Sivir really hasn't been explored enough. She kind of like got slotted into Overwhelm and we called it a day. And we talk a lot about it feels really good to have this 4th 4-drop, and then there's also this weird consideration where if you open Ancient Yeti, it's also a 4-drop, and maybe that's why we're not seeing a split like 2 Sivir and 1 Sejuani and 3 Renekton, because I know even in the Frostbite Foundry deck, Sejuani has starting to get pushed more to the side because she's expensive, she competes with the Alpha Wildclaw spot. How are you feeling about the champion spread we're seeing in Overwhelm? Do you think Sivir as a 1-of is fine? Do you want to see 0 of it? Do you want to see more of it?
I mean, the fun side of me wants to see more of it, right? But I feel like whenever we do, I just have not really seen it make too much of an impact. I've definitely seen her level in some matchups.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't feel as impactful as a 4-cost champion should. The Spell Shield, I guess, comes in handy sometimes. But I feel like generally when she has leveled before, because you have to do so much damage, you're already in a winning position in the game. So she's really just, it's kind of like a win more card. It's like, you're already winning. Let's just throw down a Sivir and we'll just really drive it home there. And I don't know. I've never really been crazy about her in this deck.
I'm actually kind of wondering if one of the reasons we always see her as the 1-of is because she just has a, let's be honest, unplayable champion spell.
Yeah, that could be a reason.
Which I think is one of the big reasons we don't see like Sivir decks, right? There are some champions that fall into that category of drawing multiple of them is just a major hindrance because the spell is unplayable. Maokai comes to mind. I know you hate that Maokai champion spell.
I don't know. I'd argue Ricochet is kind of kind of in line thematically with the Overwhelm deck, just because if they have a empty board, you can rip it for, what is it, 6 damage randomly? So 6 to the face or 5. Yeah. So, I mean, it technically is just like straight up burn damage to the face at that point, but like you almost are never in that position. So that's what I mean. Like, it's just in this deck, I think people are kind of forcing it just to say like Sivir is a champion and does stuff. And it's not really needed.
I do like this Laurent Blade Keeper that Seku has sort of slipped in as a one of in their deck, which honestly, throwing that down onto this this Laurent Protege, that's looking pretty good. A 4/6 challenger that's going to be able to take something else out and still kill a Ruin Runner later on.
Yeah, Laurent has always, I feel like he's always been that sneaky kind of card that slips into decks like this, right? Like, and he never feels bad. Like, you can't really argue with a 4-mana 4/5 that actually allows you to, buff something else instead of himself. It doesn't feel terrible, especially when you are buffing something that has other keywords. Like you mentioned, if we did get onto the Laurent Protege there, not going to be the case, it looks like here, as we are going to trade it with the Ruthless Raider. But nonetheless, we'll see if we are able to use this Laurent a little bit later in the game. We do see the Deny in hand. Unfortunately, Deny not going to do a whole lot in this matchup. We have an Ice Shard. One single Ice Shard.
Yeah, that, and once again, none of the champion spells are deniable. They are all burst speed except for Sivir, but that's right, there's only one Sivir in the deck, can't have her champion spell. It looks like we are going to get a River Shaper trade onto this Ancient Yeti, draw an additional spell, but I don't know, I think this might be, this is a really low life total for Seku. Our Screeching Dragon gets to come down here, do a decent amount of work, but at the end of the day, as cool as the barriers are for helping our units survive, they don't add any additional HP, and we are just as vulnerable to a Battle Fury as we are ever going to be.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game with Overwhelm, is that Battle Fury. Get the challenge with onto the Ruthless Raider, I should say. So in this matchup, right, I feel like Seku should have a pretty fair chance at just dealing with the board of El Chalero, right? I mean, we have these combat tricks. We do see even the Golden Age's barrier in hand. If we're able to pick off something with this barriered up Screeching Dragon over the next couple of turns, whether it be, the Yeti that we see on board, whether it be, an Alpha Wildclaw or a Ruin Runner down the line, I feel like there's a lot of trading potential with this, all these Demacia cards that we see. And I do think Seku generally should be able to make it out of this one, but the problem is there's not a whole lot of lifesteal in this deck. Okay, never mind.
Not quite lethal because we do have the Sharp Sight.
Barely.
But that is still a certified problem. We can Golden Aegis the Screeching Dragon to push an additional 5 damage, and then on the open, Jarvan will actually kill it. And we might just have to do that, if we're being honest. This is a really rough situation for Seku, and this is what we were talking about. If things come down, if both players get their game plans off, what Seku's doing is he's buffing up and burying up his challengers, and he's constantly picking off the board. Sorry, I was looking at the other player's name. What El Chalero, messed that one up. What the Overwhelm player is doing is playing a unit, attacking, and pushing a little bit of damage every time, because the units that we're challenging are damaged. For example, we see 3 HP left on the Screeching Dragon. You get this chip damage in, Seku falls down to, say, 11 HP. You go in with 1 Battle Fury, and you're threatening lethal, and that's what we saw happen here. Now, if there's ever another Battle Fury coming out, that's probably just going to be game over, unless Seku can get down a leveled Shen, and probably even a Brightsteel formation, and then get a really swingy Spirit's Refuge.
That's another Overwhelm unit too. And as I was just saying in my last kind of rant there, there's only 2 Spirit's Refuge in this deck for lifesteal. That's what we need at this point. Like, even just 1 would help us stabilize. Like, a Spirit's Refuge on the Screeching Dragon is huge here, but we don't have it. And because we don't have it, it's looking like we actually have to commit the single combat as well as the concerted strike. So I don't know if we, do something like single combat Screeching into the Yeti, and then probably concerted strike first or second, however you want to look at it with the stack here. Okay. Oh no, actually, all right. So technically we live because Shen does have the 5 health. So
yeah,
this is okay.
And now we've got the concerted. Yeah, we get to bait something out, and now concerted strike comes down. Unfortunately, the Concerted is not enough to kill the Yeti through a Sejuani's Fury of the North. It is just 1 HP too high, so the single combat is also still going to go off. This is kind of one of the worst case scenarios for Seku here.
I think Troll Chant does not get us out, if I'm doing that math correctly. I think it's exactly enough to kill the Yeti. It'd be 5 attack on the... So we barely make away with being able to get this Yeti killed through Troll Chant. If we have double Troll Chant, that's just... you lose sometimes.
It's so it so feels bad to lose to your opponent throwing off like 4 burst speed spells when you've got this deny in hand.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. There's one.
That's lethal. That's all it takes. That's 3 damage over the Shen.
Hey, look at that deny doing a whole lot of stuff there in hand.
Yeah. Remember how we were talking about how we're not seeing any deny lately? This is one of the reasons.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Boulevard.
Great
I was
example.
just going to say that. Yeah, there's so many decks right now that just don't have good deny targets that it's just not worth running deny. But with that said, that's why I really liked that Marauders deck that we saw, right? A deck like that is in a really good position right now with the current metagame to make a lot of headway in a lot of different matchups. I would even go so far to say is maybe like a Harrowing deck would be even, good right now, but, Hecarim, rest in peace, that champion as well. We don't really see him.
That is not what I expected you to say, but El Cholero picks up game number 1. Gonna take the Ruben pile now into this Shen Jarvan. And I like that we call it the Ruben pile because it is so rare that we get to trace the lineage of a deck back to a sole creator.
Yeah. That is accurate too. And it's funny too because he created that deck very, very much after the meta had settled, right? Like a lot of decks were already created, and then he, ended up tweeting the information to the deck that he was using on ladder. And for the most part, I think everybody can agree that nobody was really running a deck similar to it. And so, yeah, I got to agree. It's not often that we can do that. Similar to like Rico Rex, we attribute some of the first iterations of Overwhelm to Rico Rex. But we do have Jarvan getting going here again. We'll see if Seku can pick up a win this time. I think with the smaller units of El Cholero, this deck should have a little bit of an easier time. I mean, this Ruben's pile does have a lot of different removal and things of that nature. We have Thermo Beams, we have Mystic Shots, we have Get Excited. Even the Hush, the 3 of Hush could get a lot of work done here. But at the end of the day, I do think Seku should be able to build up a decent enough board. The question is whether or not El Cholero can go ahead and get that value train going, right? If we can actually get, something like a Submersible on the field and actually protect it, get some value, maybe even get Zoe leveled up, something like that, maybe we can stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that Seku's going to be able to get some deny targets, and, as we see the Solari Priestess come down, I think this is actually, like, the last deck that she sees play in is this Ruben's pile. Poor Targon. No Mountain Scryer decks left, 1 Solari Priestess deck left. But, we are going to actually be able to get deny value. It looks like a really slow start on the side of El Cholero. Not really doing anything here. Okay, Fang's going to come down in response to the River Shaper. No removal fired off onto the River Shaper just yet. And in fact, throwing down a unit first. If you were going to, like, Mystic Shot this, okay, we get a Serpent. And there's actually... Nope, we got a Sharp Sight.
Yeah, we have some protection for it there. And that's really bad news for El Cholero just because... Or actually, I guess the advantage is kind of equal there. I don't think it's too big of an issue because at the end of the day, you did generate the Celestial unit off of the Fangs. So you're just basically trading the Star Shaping for the Serpent, which feels pretty good, honestly, to get that Star Shaping out. But there it is. There's the removal with the Mystic Shot. Do you take... I mean, if you single combat, the Serpent stays around, so...
Yeah, which then you can actually take out the Serpent with the Laurent Protege, but I feel like there are bigger fish to fry with that single combat later on, namely the Vi, the Zoe, and something like the Submersible.
Yeah, and it's even this deck, right? Like, we're talking about how there is now deny targets. Even these deny everything's cheaper than the deny. So, like... One of the big things with Deny when it was first released, if you could believe this, for anybody new to the game, it used to be 3 mana, is how much that card cost.
A long time ago.
That was fun. But with it being 4 mana, one of the things was like, all right, you want to get high value, you want to deny a Ruination or something like that, strength in numbers like we saw earlier. those larger cards like that don't typically get played as much, at least right now anyways. We do see Ruination and things like TLC, but it's just so hard to get value out of that card.
I think our highest value deny is going to be Cosmic Inspiration, which is a card that the Zoe Vi decks tend to dig for if they can. You know, if you'll take the Traveler off of the Solari Priestess, really play that long-term value game, get off that big big Cosmic Inspiration, then start to flood the board with the lower cost units. I think Spacey Sketcher is something we commonly see in this deck. Yeah, it's a 3 of here, and that's, you know, coming down as a 3/3, generating like 4/3 Serpents. This is probably one of the better decks to get Cosmic Inspiration out of. Dragons doesn't care about it as much because they're not going wide and they're already very tall, but we still haven't seen what came out of that Solari Priestess. I don't think it's Cosmic Inspiration. If it was, I don't imagine we would have thrown down the Serpent so haphazardly unless we knew that we had the second Fangs. Maybe it's still available, but my guess would be something else. It actually couldn't, it'd have to be Traveler, so throw that out the window.
Yeah, actually, it's a good point, Boulevard. I wasn't even taking into consideration the, the Celestial cards that we could pull there. This is actually not terrible value for the Jarvan. Like, it seems like kind of bad that we're
deny.
Oh, there's a deny. Okay, we did it. We got some value. There's the Celestial
You did it, deny.
Card.
Oh boy.
Woo! Party hat.
Looks like we wanted to kill Jarvan, and deny Seku, I believe, molded away and accidentally finds value off of it. Serpent number 2. That's not doing you any favors in the Submersible race, but with only one of those in there, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, so like I was saying, that Fangs is probably one of the best value trades you're going to get out of Jarvan, with the exception of the one of Submersible, and if Vi was actually on the field. But it's going to be kind of hard to wait for, either or to come down before you get that Jarvan out. So I do like getting it on board. And if we can get the Jarvan leveled, which, I mean, it's not out of the question. Again, we could, go head first into some Mystic shots and whatnot to actually, have this Jarvan removed pretty quickly. I mean, maybe there's going to be a really good swing there for Seku then, getting those free Cataclysms every turn. But Vi, just as I say, waiting for Vi. I mean, we saw that Jarvan come down and El Cholero goes, all right, that's the green light. Let's throw Vi down and start punching some holes in some walls.
Oh, and this is a one of Concerted Strike in Seku's deck, and it looks like it comes at the perfect time. El Cholero saying, I really want my Vi to be able to kill the Jarvan, or at least very safely take out this Greenglade Caretaker, but we get the removal spell in response to the Moonglow, and that is just an entire turn wasted.
Yep. That is a super high value Concerted Strike. That's exactly what you want to use those on, is Vi. That is the priority target. And then your other concerns, like you mentioned, are those high cost Celestials if they do come down. Otherwise, all of these single combats and stuff like that, they are there to just clean up the board, get some advantage going, getting those positive trades on board as well. I mean, right here, 7 damage unless we block. Yeah, it's actually pretty high value for Spacey Sketcher on a block. I'm not going to lie, that's going to feel kind of good for El Cholero, but it's going to be an uphill battle from here. You get 6 cards in hand, so not really winning that value battle like I mentioned before, and that's another Vi. Wow.
I wonder if this is going to be a hush. Take the barrier off and then just run right into a second Spirit's Refuge.
Double hush?
It's not out of the question.
Here's one. And you can see, too, Seku Snap did that. Seku's just like, Refuge, single, let's get Vi off the board.
Yeah.
And looks like we are very, I don't know, just 100% knows what they want to do, right? Seku is just like, we are not letting Vi stay on the board. Very assertive decision-making here, and let's see if we get the double hush to blow this out. Yeah, there it is. That feels bad.
I mean, it's not terrible, right? Because at the end of the day, all that you did was trade 2 Hush for 2 Spirit Refuge, which is more mana inefficient for Seku. So I think you actually like to do it on a non-pivotal turn like this, because you do still kill the Vi. Okay, deny top deck. Deny, you did your job. We didn't want a second one.
Yeah, we didn't want you around. We need units,
unless Star Shaping grabs a Cosmic Inspiration, then deny. You came right on time.
I don't know. I mean, El Cholero with no field and not a whole lot of cards in hand, I can't imagine Cosmic Inspiration was picked right now.
Probably not. Almost certainly not. If that was a big Celestial elusive, we're in trouble.
Yeah, Immortal Fire, Great Beyond, that is a very big deal right now when we have, like, no units. We have not a whole lot we can do. Getting this... All right, actually, getting Greenglade up this high is actually super, super important. Because it can take down some of those bigger Celestials, possibly in coming turns. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. We got 7 mana open. Maybe we got Destroyer. Who knows?
Jarvan's just leveled 2. That could be really big if we can top deck one of those and get it down into play.
All right, no Destroyer.
Oh, we need units.
Come on, Great Beyond. What do we got? Actually, all right, start. All right, 2 Sharp Sights are huge, though, for Seku. If we do get Immortal Fire or Great Beyond, at least, you know, we can trade with them. And there we go, or a Zoe, right? Now we can actually trade with the Zoe. There's the Immortal Fire. Yeah, this is oof.
This isn't really ideal. You would have actually preferred to see a Great Beyond if you were Seku, because you only have to kill it once. This Immortal Fire poses more of a problem.
Yeah, there's only so many Sharp Sights. What? Did we just pass the attack token? Did we just not attack?
We did.
Interesting.
I wonder if we're going for a Zoe level up.
That is so interesting.
But even then, it's so weird, I feel, not to attack.
What is happening? All right, hold on, what are we playing?
Okay, I think I know what's happening here. So,
okay.
It happens all the time where if your opponent is going to do things to kill your units, you would rather them do that while you are blocking than you are attacking. So I think what we were worried about was a Sharp Sight into a barrier spell. And, you know, Seku actually top decks the barrier spell immediately after so that we do have a way to still kill this Immortal Fire. It looks like we're going to get a trade onto the Brightsteel Protector as well, but we're not going to be able to save the Zoe.
And I think we're considering the single combat right now.
Yeah,
we can actually save
kill the Immortal Fire.
Yeah. But then the Zoe sticks around. So...
Oh, I thought we were going to single combat the barrier off of the Caretaker and sort of sacrifice it, but this works too.
We could actually single combat both and possibly go into an open attack. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think we do need to hang on to this Greenglade Caretaker, though. It is sort of the one thing that could win us the game. The awkward part is that by leaving Zoe around, she does have the opportunity to go and find Equinox, which is not the ideal denied target, but it would still let our unit stick around, and there is Vi number 3.
That is... Top decking all the Vi's in the world, and Seku with only 1 Jarvan, unfortunately. Let's see if we get one. Nope.
Not even a top deck,
right.
as it is at 7 out of 4, so it's been there for the last 5 cards played.
Yeah.
There's a star shaping again. You know, Zoe Vi does a great job at being the pillar in the format that reminds us, 1, drawing champions is good and will probably win you the game. 2, no matter what the game state looks like, star shaping can just win you the game. Thank you, Zoe Vi, for reminding us of these things that we would have forgotten otherwise.
Yeah, but isn't that's like every Targon deck ever, right? Like, isn't that how that works? Like, I brought Yasuo.
Dragons doesn't do that.
Well, okay. I brought Yasuo Malphite to that caster tournament, and every time I won with that deck was because I star shaping into like a Great Beyond or an Immortal Fire. So.
I remember testing in, I don't even remember what format it was, but my friend had this like terrible Targon pile, and they 7-0'd me with it, and every time they beat me, it was just star shaping into Great Beyond.
Yep.
And I was like, the other 37 cards of your deck don't matter. I guess this is playable if you draw star shaping every game.
Well, here we go. We have the other star shaping. We're going to trade with the Zoe. And we do have Deny to protect the Screeching Dragon from something if it comes out. I mean, it's a big old Screeching Dragon right now.
Oh, very surprised we're not taking... Or no, sorry. The Zoe spell only hits you if you're stunned or attacked this turn, right? Not if you're damaged. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
I see 4 damage conditional, and I'm like, yeah, that's Ravenous Lock. We can hit the Screeching Dragon with it. But River Shaper,
that's
super important pickup here. But there is still whatever horror came out of that star shaping.
Yeah. And alongside that Challenger on the Screeching Dragon, you know, you can ensure that pretty much anything that El Chalero plays can be pulled off to the side. We get the Nexus Strike with the River Shaper, just the strike. And that will guarantee okay, well, now we're pulling something that suicides our Screeching Dragon. If we want that spell, like I just mentioned. That's a problem. That's a big old Celestial. This is exactly what we're talking about. You star shaping into something like Great Beyond, and there's just, there's the Soraka emo. There's just not much that Seku can do about that right now. I mean, do you throw the River Shaper in just for the sake of drawing a spell? I mean, I don't even know if that... all right, well, doesn't matter now.
Do you deny that because you might never get deny value again?
Possibly. I mean, we've used a lot of the Celestials that we have gotten already, and that's really the best value you're going to get is the Thermogenic Beam at this cost. So yeah, I think that's a good play. Now the question is, do we attack with the River Shaper, like just for the sake of getting a spell? No.
The answer being no is... It's rough. It's rough out here no matter what.
Ooh. Would have been nice to have the Bright Steel Protector last turn. Over 2 turns, we could have killed the Great Beyond, but now if we wait...
Zoe. And if Zoe gets Equinox...
Oh,
and
wow.
Submersible, that's 19 elusive.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so if we had attacked with the River Shaper, we would have lost because Great Beyond has Fury.
Yep.
So Seku correctly playing around the remaining 6 elusive damage in there, but it doesn't ballistic bot. Well, that's not fair.
That is in fact game, and unfortunately, Seku just not able to find their footing here to develop a wide enough board that actually stuck to the field. You know, El Cholero were pretty much neck and neck with cards, and El Cholero, because of it, able to take home game number 2 and able to take home a 2-0 victory over Seku. We're finally able to get him on stream here, and just unfortunately going to go ahead and take an L. So Seku now with 2 losses. El Cholero are going to go ahead and move on to an X-1 record as we start heading into round 8 now. Although I think round 7 is actually still going on. I do think we have another game going on, possibly. I'm not sure if Leovold and Spicy Stats are going right now. So we're going to hop into that game. And it looks like we actually have another Ruben's Pile deck on the side of one of these players here, Boulevards. This is 2 games in a row now that we're seeing Ruben's Pile. And actually, all right, both players have Ruben's Pile. And we have an Elite Dragons deck on the side of Spicy Stats. We're not seeing that here, but I want to see what this spice is.
Oh, okay. It's not quite as elite as I thought it was going to be, so that's nice. But yeah, we do see 2 Ruben's Piles here. Leovold, do you still have open that document of all the tournament winnings? Because Leovold won something, and I cannot think of what it is. I want to say... I wanted to say the first Mastering Runeterra tournament, but I'm pretty sure that was Lord Vaughn.
Yeah, I do not have Leovold on here winning anything. I don't know if maybe they're under a different name or something, if that's the case, but not even topping.
I know I recognize the name Leovold from something.
It might be, would you say Lord Vaughn?
Yeah, Lord Vaughn, I think, won the first Mastering Runeterra tournament. I think Leovold topped the second one, but I'm not 100%. Anyway, we are seeing a very aggressive board on the side of Leovold. How did... Oh, okay. I was wondering how we got the prey, but it looks like it was an iterative improvement fired off by Spicy Stats. And now it's going to have to be a full block here as we are at 1. So we can save the Zoe or we can save the Ballistic Bot. We cannot save both. And we have to block Cursed Keepers, which does not feel good.
Nope, never going to feel good blocking those bad boys, especially when they're getting value. They're even trading with a 9-1 Ballistic Bot. You don't see that every day. But down to 1 health goes Spicy Stats. Leovold already up 1-0, looking to potentially, get another game here, another match here. 2-0.
Ooh, Atrocity top deck.
Yep, and that's enough.
Yeah, there is Get Excited in these Ruben Piles, so you don't have anything that's safe to Atrocity just yet. But if we get down to a little bit less mana on the side of Spicy Stats, if we see too many cards come out, we might just end up going for it. Or at the very worst, we're going to have to be forced to go for it anyway. And of course, Star Shaping, another thing that you need to be cognizant of. The last thing you want to do is just chuck a 4/3 at your opponent's face and watch them go to 6.
So I do have a secret. There are no Get Exciteds in this version.
Well, that's news to me. What about Star Shaping? That's certainly in there.
Star Shaping is a 3 of, and Guiding Touch is a 1 of. That's the
Guiding
1 of.
Touch is not enough.
Yeah, that's game.
Okay.
All right. Wow, no Star Shaping. So I wonder, I don't think Leovold would have been that confident ripping that Atrocity if we didn't already see maybe 1 or 2, that were already played a little bit earlier on in the game. Because that was a quick decision from Leovold. Just, all right, I got it. We're going to go ahead and play the Atrocity. So, but yeah, 2-0 there for Leovold. And good stuff. Headed into possibly another game here as well. Looks like we have Jason Florent versus Tempo 13X. We saw Jason, I think, a little bit earlier on in the day. And looks like 5 wins. So X-1 currently looking to continue that X-1 streak for Jason here.
And it looks like we actually got confirmation from Leovold in chat that 2-star shaping had already been played earlier in the game, and that's why he felt so confident going for that. And now, is this a Maokai level up? Not quite.
I take that back. Jason Florent currently X and 1, or sorry, X and 2, 4 and 2. With this being a round 7 game, so you would probably have to win out to have a good shot. And we are up 1 game here versus Tempo.
Ooh, treasure trove and a Maokai level. We might be a game up, but I don't think that's going to last too long. It looks like this is going to be a victory for Tempo really soon. Jason is pretty much totally out of resources. We've got the Supernova, we've got the Aurelian Soul, but we can't even play the Supernova right now until we get this A-Soul down. And then we're still at the mercy of Treasure Trove, but we're not even going to make it that far, Jdoza. We are just dying here.
Yeah, this is another deep deck, too, that we're losing to. I mean, all of a sudden, we're getting towards the later rounds, Boulevard, and these deep decks are just coming out of the woodworks, winning games left and right. Tempo tying up the series, gonna bring it to a game 3 here. And yeah, I did get confirmation. Jason does need to win out, but he is high enough rank in the X and 2 to make it there for the X and 2. So should be interesting to see if Jason can make it alongside possibly Majin Bay, because again, Majin was undefeated.
Majin actually just lost to Mr. Emotional. You actually got so excited
Boulevard.
that your mic peaked and you cut out.
Boulevard, can you... I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you just said. Could you please repeat that?
No.
Please, buddy. I couldn't hear you. I just really... I think it's my old age. I'm just going deaf here in my old age. I'm just... That was
with your boomer ears. Mr. Emotional did beat Majin Bay, knock him down to the X1 bracket. And I believe that is going to secure Mo for top cut. I know he was confident in his placement on ladder that he could make it even with a 7-2 record. I'm unsure of Majin's ladder record, but you know, X and 1's still in it. But in the meantime, we've got this great game to bring you between previous seasonal top cutter Tempo 13 and Jason Florent, the up-and-coming hopeful, the right-hand man of Majin Bay.
Yeah, good stuff here. We'll see if, I mean, from the looks of it, with Mo taking down Majin Bay, just wanted to get that in there one more time, and Jason Florent here looking to be well on his way to possibly making a top cut. This would be a very spicy top 32 heading into next week, so I am very much looking forward to tuning into that, too. Man, I can't wait for this. Things are getting down to the nitty gritty, Boulevard. We're really going to see who has it here in the last couple of rounds of the day, making the top cut. Good stuff.
Round 7 in an event like this in person is when a lot of the tension drops. Players start to get confirmed for top cut. Yep. You know, the 7-0s that know that they can take 2 losses. It doesn't really matter. Of course, they're going to try and win out. You know, might as well. You get more seasonal points, worst case scenario. So, you know, they're still going to be playing their hardest, going for that 9-0 run. Nobody wants to have to be the 7-2. But a lot of the tension is getting out of the air now as we get into the later stages. But for some of these X and 1 players, or even just players who need to be X and 1 to make a top cut, things are getting more tense than ever. So you've got one half of the room that's breathing a sigh of relief. Hey, I know I'm in. Hey, I know I'm out. I don't have to worry about anything anymore. And then some players like Jason Florent and Tempo are just fighting for their lives tooth and nail for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, it's rough for some people. You know, when you hit, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, you don't want, obviously, you don't ever want to lose, but it's such a big difference when you start off earlier with those 2 losses. Every single game matters. You just got to kind of strap in for the long haul and just know that you're in it for the long run. You're gonna have to go all the way to round 9. You're gonna have to win out, and that's the situation Jason is in right now. Looking to be in a little bit of a predicament here. This looks like a pretty aggressive start from Tempo. We do have some more units to toss down here. It looks like we can, also clean up something with the single combat if we want. Would have been nice to get a little bit of more lifesteal out of the Sunforger there, the single combat, but unfortunately things not going to work out. Maybe we'll get some more lifesteal. We
didn't use the single combat last turn to take out the bladed, or to take out the 5-2. And I think part of that was there was still 3 mana left on the side of Tempo. We had already seen a Bladed Caretaker comes down, which means this exactly. We were worried about the Black Spear. And now that it's come out, I think this is a relatively safe single combat. Yes, you are in a lot of trouble if a second Black Spear comes out, but then your opponent's down to one card. They've only got one threat left on board, and that's something that okay, this is the worst case scenario. You know, second Black Spear would have been, oh no, woe is me, they're down to one card, but saving the unit from the single combat, still getting some draw off. I think this is a great position for tempo, but, you know, this Radiant Guardian, that is where the turning point comes. We've got the Hush in hand. Jason has a lot of great setup, but it's got to line up properly.
Yeah, we'll see if he can put the puzzle pieces together here, because Tempo's still being really aggressive, going wide. I mean, we've seen this before, right? Actually, was it Jason? I think it was Jason earlier on in the day. There's a similar matchup where Jason had made the decision in the early stages of the mulligan to just, all right, we're going to go the aggressive route because, you know, we're not going to be able to take it home in the later stages of the matchup. And it looks like that's the same decision Tempo is making here, going to push for as much damage as possible. And honestly, it's looking like it's doing a fair amount of work here. You know, unfortunately, both Screeching Dragons are going to be sticking around here, which is super good for Jason Florent. And if we can manage to get Radiant Guardian down, Radiant Guardian plus his Concerted Strike is going to be absolutely amazing. But we know, I mean, there's so many ways to play around Radiant Guardian that might be on Tempo's mind here too.
And it's actually kind of hard to get this Radiant Guardian down. We could go for the Goat and then start to throw down a couple of things, but even if we don't get the Radiant Guardian down, even if that unit just sits in Jason's hand for the remainder of the game, this is surprising to me that we went for the trades like this, because we could have had the Screeching Dragon with 2 HP kill the Spiderling, and now we don't have a second unit for the Concerted Strike, but we do get down...
It's the Radiant,
yeah, the Radiant Guardian. So playing more for the Radiant than necessarily keeping all of our options open. I thought with the Hush and the Concerted Strike, we didn't even necessarily need to get down the Radiant. We were in an okay spot.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. But you know what? I mean, especially going up again, this isn't necessarily an aggro deck. We know who's playing the aggro decks. This is, you know, you always want to be a little bit concerned when you are feeling that kind of pressure from, you know, something being that aggressive. And I think it's always a decent play to play safe like that, right? We got the Radiant Guardian down. We just ensured that we get the lifesteal unit down. We also know there's already some sort of combat trick in hand to further ensure that we'll be able to get multiple procs off with that lifesteal. So I don't hate it. And especially now, seeing this Nasus come down, Nasus Atrocity is a very big concern right now. So Concerted Strike actually puts us out of the range of that as long as we can keep our life where it's at right now.
You're getting Nasus into some scary ranges, but nothing's too scary for Hush. Yeah, Nasus is coming in, and okay, it's going to challenge the Screeching Dragon. At least going to deny the lifesteal when we get hushed and die, but kind of curious if Jason maybe goes for a different route. I wouldn't have been like I don't think it would have been like the weirdest thing in the world to just throw out double Sharp Sight and save Hush for the next Nasus, but I think that hushing there is you know, double Sharp Sight might be one of those like 7-head plays that's actually 3-head, where like you thought about it too hard, you tried to be flashy and be like, I've saved the Hush, and then you're just throwing away resources you don't need to throw away.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like personally, especially in a matchup where I know Hush is a complete blowout, I prefer to save it until the very last, you know, last second if possible, right? When it's like kind of like your, you know, get out of jail free card, because you know it's just gonna shut down anything that Tempo tries to do on whatever turn they're trying to do it. So I mean, we could have gotten rid of the Nasus with the Concerted Strike there and gotten that lifesteal proc off. So why not, essentially, right? But you know, either way, we're still alive. We're way ahead here on the side of Jason. We have more units on board now. We have bigger units on board and almost no cards in the hand of Tempo. Things are looking up for Jason Florent to be taking home a 2-1 victory here in just a second.
Yeah, Tempo's on that sort of hyper desperation mode. I'm vile feasting my own units to try and deny the lifesteal. I'm really looking to get off an Atro Lethal, but you only have one card in hand. Your biggest unit on the board is 3 power. Even if Nasus comes down here, it's not that threatening. It could be a problem if your 2 cards are Nasus Atrocity. If your 2 cards are Nasus Atrocity, you actually just win the game.
Yeah, that's how this deck works, right?
More or less. Actually, I don't even think Nasus Atro would do it, because I think double Sharpsight on the Screeching Dragon still kills the Nasus, and then you have to Atro, and then I have Concerted Strike. It's a big problem for you. So yeah, I think that we are in limbo. I don't think anything Tempo does from here on out is going to be a game-winning line.
Yeah, so here we go. This is at least going to pick off this giant Screeching Dragon here, but it's all for naught.
I'm surprised we're not using our Sharpsights.
I mean, I don't think it matters at this point, just because we might as well let them trade things away and save the Sharpsights. Like it's not really going to make a difference, right? Resource wise.
Yeah,
they're still using the unit.
There's
we even
a second
have a
hush.
Yeah,
that's definitely it. If there was any debate as to whether or not this was winnable from Tempo at this point, that hush secures it.
All right, we're even going to delete the Spacey Sketcher here, get a Warrior down, and I do believe, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we have a Camp Blocker. This might be just about... this is actually lethal with the Sharpsights, so maybe that's why we were saving the Sharpsights, Boulevard. I think this was that lethal anyway, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we're short without Sharpsight. We're short by 1, I think. So Sharpsight will go ahead and be able to close this one out. Yep, there it is. And that should be game, assuming Tempo doesn't have a response. Even if Tempo has a response, just going to drag this out another turn. Of course we're going to drag it out another turn.
Well, that's not going to drag it. We have Sharpsight, we have Concerted, and we have Hush. All stop this atrocity kill.
So yeah, this is going to seal the deal here for Jason Florent. Going to advance through 7 rounds now. We're at 5-2, so Jason's got 2 more rounds to go. And if he can pick up some wins here, he will be well on his way to a top 32 for next weekend. All right, Boulevard. We're getting towards the promised land, baby. We're getting towards the promised land. And by promised land, I mean Mo going 9-0 today, baby. I called it earlier. I told you it's going to happen.
Do you know what else you called earlier?
What?
You called 5 triple aggro lineups in top 32. Were you standing by that one?
All right, I didn't call that. All I did was propose a question on Twitter saying over under 4.5.
And what did you vote? I
personally would have voted under, okay?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you would have voted under after picking a really specific number like 4.5. What is a half?
You have to, when you do over-unders, you have to pick a half, because then otherwise you can't pick a whole number with the over or the under, right?
Well, no, it's
you never
it's
bet
a
on
scam,
sports?
actually. No, it's a scam. See, I say, do you bet over under on 3 triple aggro? People bet over, people bet under. The answer is actually 3. I take all the money. I take all the money.
How did I know you would have that idea? How did I know? I knew it. I knew it. So, it does look like we will be getting into round 8. We're looking to get into Big Ogre's game here, which I'm not sure if you've heard of Big Ogre, but I'm very excited to possibly see some new players here coming up in round 8. So that will be right after we hop to a quick break. So don't go anywhere, because the best 2 rounds of the day are coming up here in just a bit. Guardians of the Ancient Seasonals. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to what's looking to be round 8 getting started here. It's been quite the day so far at Boulevard. Jdoza here joined. Listen, we've been casting a lot of tournaments, Boulevard, for quite some time now. Very excited to be here on the seasonals desk with you for this first weekend of the open rounds. I mean, what are you thinking so far? What are your thoughts of all the rounds we've gone through today?
I wish we had seen more Thralls. We only saw it once. We didn't really see it do anything. I understand that Overwhelm is more popular, but I wish we had seen more Thralls. And as we get into our round 8 match here in a couple of minutes with Big Ogre, we are back to the standard lineup of the day. Dravens, Dragons, and Degens. I mean, Thresh Nasus.
I see what you did there. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, too, because the one Thralls deck that we finally got to see play didn't seem like it had really the greatest hand. It actually almost had a chance to come back in the game that we had seen earlier, but yeah, that's 100% right. We are going to get into Ogre here in just a second, and with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the decks that Big Ogre's playing, and there we go. So there's the first one you mentioned, Boulevard, Draven, Ezreal. Pretty typical stuff here. We got the one Farron. We got the typical suite of spells. This is in fact running the 3 Culling Strike. Notably, I will say there is 2 Get Exciteds there instead of, generally speaking, I feel like we're getting the 1 Get Excited lately. So it's really the biggest. That's really the only real big thing I see here with this deck.
I noticed the 1 of House Spider, which is odd, to say the least, or at least substandard. We've seen some players go down to 2, some people, staying at the 3. It's not as good. Like, it's not good versus Dragons. They just kind of Fury proc onto it, they gobble it up, no problem. Thresh Nasus, it's not blocking those fearsome units, and against as Draven, it's not killing anything. It's everything has 3 HP for the most part. It can get a nice trade onto an Arachnoid Sentry, but that's really all it's looking to do. So I don't hate cutting down on a couple copies of that card if we're making room for something like Get Excited, because I am a big fan of the Get Excited.
Yeah, and real quick, too, I did want to point this out. So I know we mentioned Big Ogre before we went to break real quick. I personally have not seen Big Ogre prior to this, but Big Ogre is, in fact, a top 10 player. What I mean by that is top 10 on ladder. So this is definitely a player to watch out for. And as we see here, obviously heading into this round, is 5-2, still has a shot at making the top cut, the top 32. We'll see if Big Ogre can take that top 10 spot and actually turn it into a top cut of the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. But yeah, so typical lineup. We have the Draven Ezreal. We do also have Dragons, like you mentioned. We'll hold off on the talking about the other deck that thou shall not name for now. We do have Zoe, Shyvana, Aurelion Sol, as you guys see here, with the 3 Hush. As it's pretty typical throughout the day today. We've seen a lot of Hush blowouts. Obviously, this is also targeting Thresh Nasus, as it does blow out that Nasus, as we've already seen a couple times today. And we see the usual, lifesteal suite of followers here, kind of targeting that aggressive lineup. I know Majin Bay's build that we saw very early in the day. I think it was the first round that we cast in round 3. We saw something similar out of Majin Bay playing the Radiant Guardians, Fangs, and Solari Sunforgers as multiples of Boulevard.
Yeah, and it looks like as we get into the later stages of the day, players, as we get into the more players that are in contention for top cut, we see less star shaping and more lifesteal units. But we're going to move away from that one into the Thresh Nasus. Not noticing anything crazy here at first glance. The Wings in the Wave we've seen as a one of earlier today, still sticking with that copy of Rite of Negation, as well as that one of Box, which, if you'll remember last seasonal, there was a lot of debate around whether or not Withering Whale was good in Thresh Nasus, because your other decks you're going to run into were like TLC and Dragons. Whale really didn't feel good outside of the mirror. Now that TLC has sort of been replaced with Draven Ezreal, something like the Box is obviously going to do a lot of work against Thresh Nasus, but also at least has the opportunity to 1-for-1 against the Draven Ezreal. And once again, no Blighted Caretaker. I think that's something that we've seen a couple of times as a one of, but that still seems like something players are split on.
Yeah, this is one of the few things players are split on, as I do feel like a lot of the options, a lot of the choices in this deck list in particular are very similar across multiple builds. The Wings in the Wave, I think, who was it earlier that was actually playing a couple Wings in the Wave? I don't know if you remember the player.
I do not.
Was it Was it? I think it was actually whoever was playing Majin Bay. But my point with the Wings in the Wave is that I don't like that card very much from what I've seen of it today and just in the past. I feel like this deck already clutters the field a lot, which, one of the various reasons why Blighted Caretaker is not really being seen in this deck much at all nowadays. It's the same reason I don't really like Wings in the Wave in this deck. I feel like it can be utilized with a better spot. So I think this is the second deck we've seen actually play that card so far.
So I popped over to the lists of Dow, the opponent here of Big Ogre, and if I am seeing things correctly, the only difference between their Ezreal Draven list is that Dow has just cut the House Spider entirely and gone for a third copy of Get Excited in its place.
Yep. And I personally, I like it. I mean, me being somebody who, loves burn and aggro, I do like this deck's ability when it does get more, more Get Exciteds in here and it goes a little bit more heavy on the burn cards like that. The ability to kind of stock up on those for a little bit later on in the game. You have a couple Mystic Shots and a Get Excited, or maybe even 2 Get Exciteds in your hand, and then you just kind of unload them all at a later turn in the game and surprise your opponent, with a 10-0 or something like that. And obviously with an Ezreal on board, that helps as well. So we'll see if that's kind of what we get set up here from Dow. But Big Ogre on the Thresh Nasus, looking like we got a pretty good start. I mean, we got the aggressive start here. We got the Makai Reaper. We got the Fading Icon. And even have the curve 3 into 4. And the 4 is the Spirit Leech to refuel the hand. This is kind of the dream that you're looking for, Boulevard, with this deck.
But Draven Ezreal can't lose to Thresh Nasus.
I mean, that's what this tournament has showed us so far. We'll see.
I think we've seen this matchup twice.
Yeah.
We're willing to bet it all on that and say, 2 games, that's all you could possibly need. We're already up to a 3 damage Tri-Beam Improbulator. How could a Thresh Nasus player ever hope to compete with something like that? It's absurd. The tempo, the showmanship, the Draven axes. No skin, though. What's up with that?
Don't get me started on the skins. If you're going to listen, folks, if you're going to a seasonal, bring some skins. Invest the money.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. There's 1,000 people in this tournament. This is a sham.
Listen, if there is a game that Thresh Nasus would be able to win, I gotta put my faith in this one. Never mind. Just as I say that, there's a Static Shock on both units. I was gonna say, we have the turn 5 Thresh too. This looks good, and then Static Shock just blows it out.
This Thresh is gonna get. There are 3 Culling Strike in this list.
Yeah.
That Thresh is not long for this world. It might make it onto the field, but it's not staying there for long. It might even just get picked off by a Mystic Shot from the Ezreal into a Ravenous Flock. We were joking about this perfect curve from Big Ogre, the constant 1 into 2 into 3 into 5, but 3-3 Static Shock Ezreal just seems to be a little bit better on the day, and the Ezreal's already 4 out of 6.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I think the other matchups that we saw where Draven Ezreal did take home a victory, the Static Shocks weren't drawn as quickly in those matchups, and it seemed like it was a little bit of a game, right? Maybe Thresh Nasus comes back and wins. Now that we saw that Static Shock so early, it looks a lot different. This game is looking a lot different. It looks like it's going to be very difficult for Big Ogre to actually get into the swing of things here, especially with this Ezreal on board, this Thresh stunned. This Ezreal isn't going anywhere anytime soon, and it's going to continue to get targets with its own generated Mystic Shots, which eventually just lead to a victory. We're just going to end up seeing the machine gun to the face here in a couple turns.
We can try and take a kill onto the Draven, but it never really feels good to get this as your consolation bonus prize, just feeling more axes into your opponent's hand. And I gotta say, we are gonna get to take out more and more units. Is this just the triple Draven hand that we saw earlier again?
It might be. I mean, listen, triple Draven, I'm just gonna go on a limb. Triple Draven, I think, is actually pretty good. I feel like Whirling Death is probably one of the most underrated champion spells. I feel like it's definitely not Riptide God level like we've seen in the past with Riptide, but in this particular deck, it just makes such good use of it, and you almost love to see multiple Dravens in your first hand, because then, I mean, worst case scenario, you don't play the Whirling Death, and now you have another Draven, and another Draven hitting the board is always going to feel pretty good.
And I just want to mention that if there is a Tri-Beam Improbulator in Dow's hand that has been there since the beginning of the game, it's at 6 damage, which is a lot for 26.
Yep. That is
But
a lot of 3 cost played.
there is a leveled Thresh on the side of Big Ogre, who is going to be able to pull out a Nasus relatively soon. Even if this Thresh dies, there are 2 more in hand. I don't think that we're going to be able to stop these Threshes from ever getting off an attack. It's certainly got to happen at some point. But I don't think the Nasus is, like, game-endingly big. We're still at 14 life. That it's certainly not at 14 damage, I'll tell you that much. And this Ezreal is now leveled, going to start to do a lot of work here, and there's no removal in Big Ogre's hand. This Ezreal might be able to outrace the Nasus.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few times I feel that we're seeing this Draven Ezreal deck actually win with Ezreal outright. You know, it is a namesake. It's in the title of the deck. It does do work towards the end of games sometimes, you know, getting that additional 2, 3, 4 damage off from his effect, but not quite like this. And because there's no Black Spear in the hand of Big Ogre, this is posing a really big problem. This Ezreal's not going anywhere. And yet there's the Tri-Beam. That is not good for Big Ogre here.
It's an Overwhelm unit, too, which I don't think is going to matter, because I'm pretty sure this is either going to die to a Nasus because it has to block it, or it is going to not push through any damage because it gets blocked by a Nasus.
And I like how Dow is playing this too. Like, we can see we're not actually too worried about this Thresh pulling out a Nasus, it looks like, because I'm willing to bet that there's probably Get Exciteds in the hand of Dow. There's probably enough burn damage. And this is what I mentioned early on, where I have a feeling that Dow is going to play this so that it's going to come to the point where we kind of stockpile on some Mystic Shots and Get Excited, and we're able to close out the game. We'll see what we got. First, we have a Static Shock to start things off, and that's actually it. All right, we're not going to get any more damage. Maybe there is still 2 Get Exciteds in hand, though, as we are getting Big Ogre down to 6, and I don't even think, have we seen any organic Mystic Shots or no?
I don't think so. What's interesting to me is we've got to have lethal on the side of Dow, right? Because if we really wanted to, we could have actually used all 3 axes to push an additional 3 damage, and then surely we could have found, you know, anything among our remaining cards to try and push through lethal.
Yeah, we have to kill the Ballistic Bot. That's like,
but now,
like a requirement.
Things are getting a little dicey, though, as Big Ogre's Nasus is now in atrocity range. Yeah,
and... well, not quite yet, but it will be the second we play almost anything in our hand. Okay. Curious to... okay, we're just fueling the Spirit Leech. All right, that makes sense. And that's going to be the Slay. We definitely still need to get rid of this Ballistic Bot. Yep, that's Black Spear. Perfect. So, I mean, Big Ogre, honestly, in a good spot, unless Dow did what we think they did and has been setting this up for a little while. It just has... okay, yeah, there's another Ezreal.
Well, there's the Nasus' Siphoning Strike is the answer for the Ezreal, so that's not going to be the game-ending push on its own, and it looks like Big Ogre actually contemplating the Vile Feast box as well.
Yeah, I think you want a Siphoning Strike so that way you have... wait, do you have enough? No, you don't have enough for all of them. Yeah, so I think no matter what, Dow's going to have this. We almost certainly have some things that we're going to add to the chain, or to the... wow, the chain. That is a throwback to the stack here. For Dow, there's got to be a Get Excited. Playing 3 Get Excited, we haven't seen any yet. There has to be a Get Excited in hand. And that's pretty much game with just any other spell. All right, testing the waters with the box.
Let the box resolve. Maybe now we go in for the Ezreal attack, and we've got to win in response to the Vile Feast.
Let's see that Get Excited. Come on, Dow. Come on. Prove us right. You got this. You got this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
spells lined up.
This is looking good. This is looking good. We literally, any 2 burn spells will do it. If it's a Mystic Shot and a Get Excited, double Get Excited, double Mystic Shot.
Get Excited, Scorched. Oh, 3 spells. Okay, we're going hard. Everything's on the stack. We got Flock. That's 2 damage. We got Flock. That's 2 damage. We got Calling Strike. That's 2 damage. But the Calling Strike is going to get denied by
the Glimpse.
Yeah.
Wait, what are we doing?
Oh, we're glimpsing the Nasus to ensure that
gets
the 2
of them. Okay.
Yeah, gonna make sure we save even more HP. And there's only...
oh,
that's...
I can't believe we didn't have any Mystic Shots or Get Excited. It's like the way that Dow played that entire few turns, I was almost certain there's some sort of burn just stacked up in hand, and just still didn't care about that leveled Thresh and everything coming out. That's crazy.
Ooh, we're axing to push 1 damage. That's not a
nope.
good sign, I don't think.
Nope. Now we're in top deck mode. I mean, granted, we didn't have any Mystic shots or get excited, so it's a pretty good shot that we draw one, but...
So the axe does put us in range to win the game with Get Excited.
Yep.
And we don't have Nasus Atrocity mana on the side of the
Vile Feast. The Vile Feast.
The Vile Feast.
Oh, man.
Maybe we fair in, but... Okay, some Dredge are going to discard the last card, see what it is, whatever it is. We don't have the mana to play it, so we are at the mercy, but I don't think it really matters, because whatever we play just dies to this Nasus, is the Sacrificial Lamb, and even if it's Captain Farron, we're going to die to Atrocity in response to the Decimates.
Yeah, this is... Oh, that's not it. I cannot believe the way that Dow played that. We didn't have the burn. I'm questioning everything now.
So we saw this Draven Ezreal bring it back from the brink of defeat multiple times, and now after a really strong start for the Draven Ezreal, Thresh Nasus ends up on top. Probably. The game's not necessarily over just yet.
There's an Atrocity Boulevard. I think we got it. We're good.
Probably, it's over. Yeah. Well, there's no Atrocity mana, so if the last card is... I don't think there's anything in the deck.
Do we just win on the open? Wait. Or not open,
I mean,
but...
technically we can discard our last card, which is not a winning line, but...
We're 2 off of lethal if we... Oh, wait, no, we can't even block the... Okay, now we can block the Nasus.
Real. Oh, that must have hurt to discard, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Rip Ezreal, and that does mean we are most likely... I mean, I can't... There's Rummage is not going to do it. We only got 1 card in hand. We'd have to top deck 2 burn spells in a row. Either 2 Mystic shots or Get Excited Mystic shot. And this is why we're doing the Atrocity now, because this guarantees that we do win the game on the side of Big Ogre. And what a crushing defeat for Dow there. And, like we were saying earlier, hey, Draven Ezreal, pretty damn good matchup into Thresh Nasus, and this is just not the time for it. Dow getting taken down, and Big Ogre going to feel really good about that, Boulevard, going into some of these this other matchup with the Dragons now. That was not a matchup you're expecting to win, I don't think.
Well, now that it's 2-1, Draven Ezreal to Thresh Nasus, I can't say for sure. When it was 100-0, absolutely. I can say with the utmost confidence, Draven Ezreal will never lose this matchup. But now that it's lost the matchup, I just don't know anymore.
So 2/3 of the time it'll win, right? That's
but the deck has bled. It is shown to be mortal. I don't know if I can believe in its 66%. But we're on to Dragons, and we have a pretty good opening hand for it. We've got the Dragon Chow, we've got the Shyvana, and we're gonna see how far we can ride this puppy out.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we can actually get, one of the things that we've noticed this entire day when we do actually get Dragons is we see Dragon Chow come down, and the opponent, so in this case Dow, is always super concerned with either getting that off the board or making sure Shyvana doesn't come down. We do see the turn 4 Shyvana. I'm curious to see if Dow does opt to try to get rid of this Dragon Chow. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I think take 3 to the face, and I think this is going to be great for Big Ogre going into the next turn. Turn 4 Shyvana, Dragon Chow, draw a card. This is the setup that dreams are made of, Boulevard.
Yeah, we've even got the Screeching Dragon for the perfect turn 5 curve. We've got a little bit of lifesteal. The tools for success are currently available to Ogre. The only thing that we're really missing that would just kind of be the cherry on top. Or maybe everything that we have right now is all the sprinkles and frosting and the cherry, and what we're actually missing is the center, the cake, and that's Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, good old Aurelion Soul. Unfortunately, Shyvana getting stunned out too, so that's going to slow her down a little bit. You got to imagine there's probably going to be a way for Dow to deal with it. Yeah, there's Aurelion. It's like every time we say something, the exact opposite is going to happen. So just we know how to control the games now, Boulevard, right? So we need to
evolved.
We need to not cast Mo so that you can't try to do that to him, all right?
What are you talking? I love Mo. I would never. You already said he's going 9-0. I don't know if it's like we can fight for power thing where like I shoot out a laser and you shoot out a laser and then like it sits in the middle for a while until one of us, is reminded that we have friends and overcome the other, or if it's just like whoever does it first.
Oh man. Yeah.
If it's a first come first serve, then yeah, Mo's going 9-0.
Yeah, so here's the Get Excited to try to start to remove the Shyvana, and the gem is going to stuff any Mystic Shot shenanigans if that's what Dow was trying to do. And Yeah, that's going to be no attack coming in. We got the Screeching Dragon that would clean things up. Shyvana is going to get a +1/+1, but it trades with the Sump Dredger. Yeah, yep, there we go.
Gem.
There we go. Gem going to ensure.
Don't think it matters how you arrange these attacks. Shyvana's not going to level until after both of them have hit anyway.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because she was stunned the last turn, so kind of. Oh, what do we got? All right, so instead we're going to actually use that Mystic that was probably going to be lined up onto the Shyvana, which actually I'm surprised that we see it onto the Screeching Dragon and not the Shyvana, because technically with the 4 damage going onto her, oh, okay, we get the Scorched Earth. That makes a whole lot of sense. And we make ourselves, we make out with just the Screeching Dragon, it looks like, from this. And we are going to lose the Shyvana. Shyvana, always a priority target. Like you mentioned earlier, Boulevard, just takes over games. So I do think it's very smart for Dow to focus on that Shyvana and getting her off the field ASAP.
And I like hanging back the Concerted Strike from Ogre. I don't think that, while this is the biggest main decked unit that you're going to see before Captain Farron, I don't think a 4/3 is really where you want to be using this. I think Ezreal is a higher priority. I think randomly generated units off of a Tri-Beam Improbulator have a big chance to be a higher priority. And all we want to do now is develop our lifesteal unit, chill out, go turn 7 Eclipse Dragon, go turn 8 Aurelion Soul, and kind of coast on that, see how it goes, because Aurelion Soul is going to take a couple of cards to kill on the side of a Draven Ezreal player, and sometimes, Acel's not something that you need to level to win the game. If you can just get that initial Celestial and then get upwards of 3 cards out of your opponent to remove it, that's all Acel needs to do.
And that is a card that we have not seen in quite some time, Boulevard. Remember when that card was all over the meta? Woo!
Yeah, did you forget its name? It's Rasa the Sunderer.
Yeah, no, I definitely, this was not one that I forgot the name of, trust me. I just, very surprised to see this big bad boy on the field here.
This is what we just said, right? The Concerted Strike needs to be saved to kill randomly generated units. Like, for example, a Rasa the Sunderer that just happens to have 5 HP for the 5 attack of my, of my unit. Everything works out.
Yeah, that actually works out spectacularly for Big Ogre.
Ooh, we don't want to use it with the lifesteal.
Yeah, which is weird too, especially because we're at 6.
Number 2.
And we don't have like Star Shaping or anything to heal up.
Commander Ladros. Really
risky. Is that that's a Ladros.
That's a surrender.
That's a surrender. Yeah. Wow. That is go next. That's what that is. You
push out 8 mana. You kill 10 mana worth of units and summon 17 mana worth of units. Tri-Beam Improbulator. I would love to go back in time, grab young Boulevard by the shoulder and whisper in his ear, "Hey, Draven Ezreal is not troll. Tri-Beam Improbulator is actually just the best card in this deck. It's not going anywhere. Buckle in."
Yeah, Tri-Beam. I remember when Tri-Beam first came out, everybody was doubting it. Like, RNG bad. Like, this card is not really going to get played. And then people started throwing it in Draven Ezreal and still doubted it. And now it's literally been a mainstay of the deck since it's been put in the deck. So
I think people got onto it by trying the deck without Tri-Beam Improbulator and going, wow, this is not very good. And then you try it with the sort of trolly Tri-Beam build, maybe when your friends talk you into it, and you're like, actually, this feels like a different deck, which we can still see that today. The games that you open and do not open Tri-Beam Improbulator, you are playing 2 different decks.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Speaking of opening, one of the best opening turn 1s in the game, we do, in fact, have Zoe down, and we'll see if it's able to come in for a strike here. Vile Feast would be good for Dow, if that is something that we have in hand, but it does not also prevent, that Mountain Goat from coming down. Or I guess it would have been a chump blocker, but would have felt a little bit bad, so we are going to get that super cool star chart.
Nasus is a 3/3. We're going to keep track, bud.
We got this. Oh, are we actually going to... We're going to do this game? We got this?
Oh, no. I've been doing it every game. It just, hasn't really been relevant to talk about before the Nasus came out.
Oh, man. All right, Merciless Hunter.
This is why everybody still talks about Zoe like she's the best champion in the game, and yet she's only played in, 2 decks. And if you ever wanted to know why, this is why. It is specifically Merciless Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Merciless Hunter, similarly, also the best 3-drop in the game, right? So,
arguably the best card in the game.
Yeah, right? So it stands to reason that it is able to deal with Zoe quite handedly. And it's in 2 of the mainstay decks, too, right? This and Overwhelm. So And there we go again. Dragon Chow and Shyvana seems to be the go-to combo here. Feels really good getting it off again 2 games in a row. And this is a big old attack coming in. This is feeling really good for Big Ogre. We'll see if Dow's going to have any sort of response. This is not... All right, never mind. I was going to say this is not as aggressive as you'd want it to be, but now this feels decent. We're going wide. But I don't know how good you feel being aggressive going into a Shyvana and possibly, if we don't open attack, this Screeching Dragon. But it does look like we are going for the open here.
And if Big Ogre had 3 spell mana and a Judgment in hand, then we could...
That seems like a lot. You're asking a lot, Boulevard.
Yeah, I know, man.
That's a lot. There we go. Level up.
I'm just sad everyone cut Judgment. I don't even get to, like, pretend to hype it up anymore.
No. Listen, strength in numbers is all I'm going to say. Just played more.
That's probably not true.
It's totally accurate. I'm going to find somebody who does stats for this game, and I will prove that to be right. It's happening.
That's me.
No, I'm not going to you. You're biased. You're gonna find everybody that plays Judgment and just accidentally like overlook all of the strength in numbers deck. Oh well, the LRA doesn't count. No, Boulevard. The LRA counts for the NA. Okay, they all count.
I actually, I've done that before where I'm like, I need to find a stat guy, and I'm like, wait, shit, I'm a stat guy. I'm like, I should be going to me. Okay, it looks like we're gonna try and deny the Fury proc on the Shyvana.
Yep.
I guess the Slay is what we're really worried about. I don't know. This is interesting. Yeah, this just makes way for the Glimpse Beyond. I feel like that might have been a bait to try and get the Strafing Strike out, and we just went for it.
100%. Yeah, actually, that was a really cheeky play there by Dow, but it worked very, very well. I mean, because you know the Strafing Strike's there, right? I mean, it's going to be generated in hand, so I do like that play around to ensure that the glimpse goes off there, especially now at this point in the game. It's crucial. Dow needs draws. Like we are very far behind right now. This Dragon deck from Big Ogre is doing work with dealing with the field, and that Radiant Guardian is not gonna help Dow's case here.
Ooh, and every time we see, Dow play the first card of the turn, their unit go down here, we just know that they are not throwing out a champion on that turn. Not that the Nasus would make much of a difference. We do have the Hush in hand for Big Ogre, which is, I think, one of the reasons that we continue to see dragons as often as we do is because it's just one of the better Hush decks right now.
All right, Trickster as well picked up here. Not sure. Yep. All right, looks like we are going to throw it down. Just pressure with an elusive unit as well. So now there's pressure on all fronts, Boulevard. We have an elusive unit that, all right, now it looks like that'll be taken care of with the vulnerable, but we got some lifesteal. We have Shyvana that honestly is probably not going anywhere anytime soon.
No.
Wow.
Ever since that change to Shyvana, where Fury was added to her unleveled side, it doesn't matter that it came at the cost of an attack reduction. She just takes over games. The Dragon Chow is such a good accelerator for her. And I'm glad that Dragon Chow found a spot in the meta, even if, it's not really what we would call kind of a true Dragons deck. I know a lot of people were kind of memeing on it, saying, yeah, when are we ever going to play this card? And then all of a sudden, 2 seasonals in a row, this is just one of the best cards out there. Or one of the cards in one of the best decks is probably the better way to say it. I don't think Dragon Chow is necessarily carrying this deck, but... So
we have the Shyvana looking to be going head-to-head here with this 10-10 Nasus, but we do have the Strafing Strike as well. So that is something to... Oh, yeah, and the Hush. Never mind. Strafing. Who needs Strafing Strike, all right? Let's be honest here. When we have Hush, all right?
Now, if we can get a Glimpse Beyond onto this Nasus to deny the lifesteal, this is actually really big because Nasus is very close to being in one-shot range with Atrocity, and we just got a Hush out of our opponent's hand.
Yeah, and I mean, that means that Big Ogre's probably going to want to try to end the game by next turn, so we aren't giving Dow the opportunities to continue to draw, into that Nasus, into that Atrocity, whatever it might be. I mean, we are very well ahead on board, so there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to close out the game. Oh, there's the Nasus. We're 1 off. There's probably a Slay in hand, and right now there's no way of dealing with the Nasus.
Okay, we're going in for the attack. We want to get the Spell Shield and the buff this way, but thanks to the lifesteal, we're not going to be in Atrocity range anymore.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Anymore. I'm very surprised that we went in for the attack because of those lifesteals, right? Like, we're way further away from being able to one-shot with an Atrocity than we were previously, whereas we could have just not attacked and then try to Atrocity next turn. So maybe there just isn't an Atrocity in Dao's hand, and we actually have to make those trades right now. I think that might actually be the case that we're looking at here.
It's also possible that we just needed to get the leveled Nasus out, try and reduce the attack of some of these units, as well as get a unit off the field, because, I mean, Ogre has the board advantage, has the life advantage. This is a lethal swing, and if there is an Atrocity in hand, I think it's going at Shyvana.
Yeah, it has to now. I mean, that's actually the only... I think that's the only response that we have here to actually live, which feels terrible. Do we have... Okay. All right. So we are doing the Atrocity at the Shyvana. I got excited there for no... I don't know why in my head some weird stuff goes on up here sometimes, guys. All right.
I noticed.
I don't know why in my head I wanted double Atrocity on Nasus to work. Like, I don't know why. Maybe I thought Spell Shield would allow that to be a thing, and I was like, what? No. That would be God, if this deck wasn't played enough already. Let's please not ever do that. Yeah, Spirit Leech is going to draw, but it's not really looking like it's going to be enough. This is, I think, in limbo, but, you know, another Nasus off the top. I mean, what is it at now, 15 or 16?
It's, oh, man. It's not 20, tell you that much.
No, it's definitely not 20. I think it's at 15 now, if I were to make it a educated guess here. We do have concerted strike. I don't think that changes anything. Yeah, we're hardcore trying to dig for Nasus here. Do we got it?
Oh, I don't even think it would matter if we did.
I think it would be at 17 now. Yeah, I don't think it will either.
Yeah, and
there's a surrender.
Just getting the Trickster off the Fangs actually represents lethal on the next turn, so gonna be a surrender. And Big Ogre moving on.
Yeah, and actually, Boulevard, very excited for the game that we are about to jump into here. We have, and again, this is round 8. We have Majin Bay, who just recently lost to the triple aggro lineup of Mo, going up against Lazy Guga, and we're hopping into game 2 here. Very excited to see Majin again. We saw him earlier on in the day in round 3. And looking like he's up 1 game. Lazy Guga, another good performer on the scene, Boulevard. We've seen Lazy in plenty of tournaments, plenty of grassroots stuff. We'll see who's able to advance here, because whoever wins is very likely to make the top cut, with both players only having 1 loss currently.
I really like Lazy's lineup, but we'll get into that a little bit later, because right now we are not playing the deck that I am looking at that I really like the adaptation from. Instead, it is Thresh Nasus Mirror, and this is looking pretty even.
Yeah.
Nothing too flashy over here. Majin's just kind of biding his time for the next couple of turns until we can actually get down to Thresh. We've got some sacrifice cards, but nothing to really do with them. This is an opportunity for Lazy to pop off a little bit, and with the Dune Keeper coming down initially, I would assume the Sand Soldier's going somewhere in the sacrificial pot, and it looks like the last wind is going to be the overwrite. But this does just represent an attack with a Dune Keeper. I don't think you want to trade last wind for Ravenous Butcher, or maybe you do. You don't care. You just want to push damage, get life point parity.
And yeah, that is a little bit of damage push, like you mentioned, Boulevard. And that is it's a very big deal in this matchup, right? You mentioned life point parity, and you know, if you're lower, you are that much more concerned about your opponent one-shotting you with Nasus, and you can't allow that to happen. It's kind of like the Ezreal Draven matchup that we've seen as well today. You know, once you get below that 14, you know, it's very easy for Nasus to at some point, you know, possibly one-shot you. In this matchup, because you know both players are going to have Nasus, you know, sometimes it's all right, am I getting the Thresh or the Nasus down before my opponent? That's definitely a big difference maker. This is huge for Lazy, by the way, with this Thresh coming down with 4 units. But the life point total can also matter regardless of when those Nasuses come down, because if there it is, Nasuses, depending on whether or not you already have the Atrocity in hand, regardless of how much damage was pushed by your opponent. So this is crazy. This is exactly what you want to see from Thresh, with 4 units right next to you, being able to just trade away. But we might see Majin try to go in after this Thresh and kill it.
So I have a question for you, because this is a discussion that we've had in the past. It's a discussion I'm about to make you have again, and it's probably a discussion we're going to have at the next seasonal. There is an Undying in the list of Lazy Guga. How do you feel about that?
I don't hate it. Let's go with that. I am Switzerland as far as
a little
this
less
question.
committal than I would have liked.
I know, right? First off, I'm not gonna lie. I have not seen it enough in this deck to be in love with it. I have seen it, and I've seen it in play. I've seen it do some work. I mean, it does what the deck does. You know, it sticks around. It gets sacrificed for stuff. It generates value. It puts pressure on the opponent where they have to block it. So it seems like it works. I always get so concerned with Undying because I feel like I remember when this game was first released, everybody thought this card needed to be nerfed because it was absolutely insanely busted because it never leaves the field, and it's actually terrible because it can't block. So like I always hold myself back from saying like, yeah, Undying, this is the deck that Undying works in, because every time we've done that in the past, Boulevard, those decks they're terrible. They're bad.
Whoa, when I said that at EU Masters about the Pokervok deck, we were right for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks. But that's how it'll be like at the start of the meta, right? It's so unfortunate. I would love that card to be very, very good, but it seems like it's an okay addition here. I don't necessarily like, what do you think it's teching against per se? Like, I don't think it targets anything specific, right?
Well, off the top of my head, TLC. You know,
Okay.
It's something that is immune to the board wipes, is actually going to get bigger as your board dies. I don't even think you're necessarily teching it for any specific matchup. I think you might just be playing it so that you can play a greedier list with more sacrifice things and less sacrifice outlets, which is what I would normally say, except like we're still seeing the Wings in the Wave, we're seeing a normal number of Fading Icon and Dune Keeper, and it doesn't really look like we've upped the amount of sacrifice things like payoffs like Spirit Leech and Rite of Calling and Rite of Negation and things like that. It could just be more consistent access, so that if you only draw a Fading Icon and then you draw like 3 Spirit Leech and a Rite of Calling, that's bad. You draw Undying and all of that, you can resolve everything.
Yeah, it's never going to leave the board. There's not a lot of, you know, I can get like Falling Comet or something like that, but it's rare that we even see that happen.
This is not great for lazy, I don't think. We have not been able to level our Thresh pre-combat. This is going to level the Thresh of... Oh, never mind, I see what's going on here. We are taking this trade because it's actually not going to level Majin's Thresh. It's going to kill Majin's Thresh. Ours levels, theirs doesn't. The Thresh in hand or Majin doesn't matter, but with the double Vial Feast, this is going to level Majin's Thresh. It's just a matter... I don't think that there's anything we're going to be able to do. Maybe a Black Spear. If Black Spear comes out, this is disastrous. But if the Thresh levels for Majin before it dies, Majin might just take this relatively soon.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that box in hand. That is a Thresh's box. And that bad boy is going to come down next turn with a Nasus already on board as well, bringing out another one. And that's usually the difference maker. I feel like every time we've seen this mirror match, Boulevard, it's not about who gets the first Thresh down. Sometimes that matters. It's not about who gets the first Nasus down. It's actually about who is able to get the first 2 Nasus on board. Like it almost always seems like it's coming down to 2 Nasuses on board, and the person that has those 2 on board is usually the one that's going to take away the victory.
That feels like a really weird way to reduce the matchup for me, because I
can
probably count on one hand the amount of times I've actually seen a game end because one player got 2 Nasus.
I've actually so I'm on the opposite end of that. Like I've actually seen a lot of times in the mirror match where one person gets 2 on board, and that's kind of, you know, what swings the tides of the game. Because generally speaking, in this matchup, Threshers are going to level because both players have a lot of units. They're constantly leveling up.
It comes like stage 1 is fighting to see if I can get your Thresh off the board before mine, so that mine levels and yours doesn't. Stage 2 is like, who has the bigger Nasus? Is mine significantly bigger enough that I can like send it into combat against your Nasus, take the trade onto it, level mine up before yours levels up, and start to threaten things like Siphoning Strike and Atrocity and things of that nature. Stage 3, I'd say that's who can get 2 Nasus.
Yeah, and it's looking like Majin Bay is going to be getting 2 NASCARs.
We talked about this.
What a NASCARs it is. Racing down that racetrack on the way to a victory, hopefully, for Majin Bay. And I you know, I'm not going to lie. If there's somebody that I'd love to see win, you know, 2 seasonals, I'd love it to be Majin Bay. So we'll see if that dream is still alive here. It's looking pretty good so far. I'm not going to call it yet. You know, we still got a little bit of ways to go here, but Siphoning Strike in hand as well. I mean, that's rough for Lazy. I don't know if we get out of this alive.
No, it's looking really bad, especially because the Siphoning Strike will currently take one of the Fearsome blockers off the board. Then, Thresh takes the other Fearsome blocker off the board, and we just hit him with a Nasus. It's not quite going to work out that way. We are going to hang back our mana a little bit. Nasus wouldn't have leveled anyway, so the Ravenous Butcher still would have been on board as a Fearsome blocker, but as it stands, this is still a complete board wipe. I don't think a second Thresh out of Lazy really makes a difference here, because as you had mentioned, there's just more NASCARs on Majin's side of the field. One Nasus doesn't do anything in the face of two, and we even have the third one in hand, which will actually probably force out relatively soon, because we do have that additional Thresh in hand as well, and Thresh will not grab Nasus out of your hand if it's not a Nasus. It's a Siphoning Strike right now. We can't pull that with Thresh.
Well, there's the level up, though, and that is not looking good for Lazy. Also taking that 14 to the face. There's the double NASCARs I was talking about. I had to check my thought there, make sure the NASCAR word came out properly. And yeah, this is looking like Majin Bay gonna wrap things up here in a second. This is, we've seen this a lot today, Boulevard. This mirror match, Thresh Nasus. I mean, this deck again has been around for quite some time, and I mean, there's a reason why. Look at that. 2-14, well, 14-10 and a 14-14, but with spell shields as well. This deck doesn't even need Atrocity. There's the Atrocity over the top, because why the hell not? Let's win in style. And Majin Bay sends the attack through. Lazy Guga clearly knows this is not going to be a W for them. And Majin Bay advancing to 7-1, potentially meaning we are going to have Majin Bay in the top cut for a potential run at a second seasonal victory. Damn, Boulevard, am I excited to see that next weekend. Wow.
Yep. I was gonna
I hate you
go
sometimes. I hate you so much. I raise the level of excitement, and you're just like, yeah, that's cool. Anyways, let's talk about something else.
Because what I was gonna say is Majin's not locked. At 7-2, I don't think he makes it. I don't think he was that high on ladder this time around. So he's not guaranteed. You can talk about him winning a seasonal next weekend, but he might not be in the top 32. It's not in.
Jesus, Boulevard. Killing the vibe, man.
That's why I said, yeah, me too, instead, but then you called me out on it and made me say my original thought, and here we just see Jason Florent's opponent, Jungle Rammus, taking a scoop in game number 2.
All right, and that means it's tied up. So another match here, or another player, I should say, in Jason Florent, that could potentially make the top cut if we continue on this X2 streak. So I did get soft confirmation that Jason Florent is ranked high enough to make it at X2. I can't imagine if Jason Florent is ranked high enough that Majin Bay is not ranked high, being that Majin Bay is currently X1, right?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with ladder placement?
So the final placement is based on their final ladder placement as well, the top 32?
No, like the tiebreakers for this tournament are based on ladder placement.
Yeah,
so
that's
the 12
X and
2s that make it are going to be based on ladder rank, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And with Majin already being qualified for Worlds, there's not really a reason to shoot for a 7-2 spot. I mean, there's always more money.
Excuse me, there is totally a reason to go back-to-back. I don't know what you're talking about. So that is 100% a goal for Majin right now.
It wouldn't be back-to-back. He won 2 seasonals ago. So.
Oh, sorry, not back-to-back, but you know what I mean. 2 seasonals, anyways.
The 2-piece, I guess. Anyway, so Raven Ezreal, this is your chance to bump that 66% up to a 75% chance. We saw Jason Florent pick up the win in this matchup a little bit earlier on in the day. Can he repeat it? I would imagine he's been doing a pretty good job in this matchup. I would be very unsurprised if you told me that he has played this matchup every single round this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to see it again, as we have been seeing for quite some time now. And another aggressive start out of Jungle Rammus. I mean, is this the way to go? Is this with this matchup? Because now that we've actually seen Ezreal Draven take home a victory versus Thresh Nasus, is this the correct? Is Jungle Rammus correct in just, all right, we're going to throw down all the units, we're going to go aggressive, and just try to see if we can take it home before Jason can actually deal with all of our threats?
Absolutely. I can't imagine how else you would win the game, mostly because like you are so aggressively postured. This is the weird thing about Thresh Nasus for me, though. You run into situations like this. You've gotten a big push. You're down to, I mean, 4 cards is kind of more and less than it seems. Generally, like, they get down to, like, 2 cards in hand, and then they just start refueling. And you always wonder, you know, what happens if they didn't have the refuel? Well, the answer is they gas out and they lose. But there's so many refuel cards in the deck. 6 is a lot more than it sounds like, that generally they're going to be able to start to stabilize into the late game. It doesn't really matter if you can kill the Thresh. If the Nasus comes down, it's a problem. So you want to take that early game, push as much damage as possible, make Nasus's job to kill with Atrocity that much easier.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to start this push with the Ezreal. This is what we saw last game, actually, where we thought it was going to be an Ezreal-driven victory, kind of really utilizing these free Mystic shots a lot out of this Ezreal. We're already seeing this Ravenous Butcher off the field with this, so we'll see if Jason can make better use of this Ezreal, maybe utilize the Ezreal win condition a little bit better than that previous game that we had seen, because we do have Static Shock, so there is a okay chance that we're able to level the Ezreal here, but it does have that vulnerable tag. I'm not sure how long it'll actually stick around, unless we do want to commit the static and the Mystic shot to protect it.
I don't think we're going to do all that, especially if there is...
Oh, it's only 5 mana, too. We don't have the mana for it.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, even if there's just that one of Rite of Negation, it's so scary to put multiple spells on the stack as a Draven Ezreal player just to get them all negated in one fell swoop. So I think you just have to accept that your Ezreal is not long for this world, that you are going down to 9 HP. And we're stacking up the Tri-Beam. It's currently at 3 damage, which is not a lot. Not a lot.
I mean, we've seen some pretty big Tri-Beams today and some pretty high rolls. We saw Ladros, Big Daddy Ladros coming out of a Tri-Beam. So not quite going to get a Ladros just yet. But we do have some other 3-cost cards as well as another Ezreal. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Ezreal come down. I feel like Draven's probably a better choice here. Yeah, it looks like Jason is going to go ahead and go with that Draven. Continue to buff up that Tri-Beam Improbulator now to 4 damage. Which, honestly, I mean, going into next turn, we can play 2 more 3-cost units. We can actually play the Arachnoid and the Ezreal if we want. Arachnoid not going to do a whole lot on offense, though. Probably going to want to save that for a defensive turn, because right now, I mean, Jungle Rammus is just way wider than Jason Florent. And honestly, some Dredger now off the top is... That's a good top tag. We utilize one of these axes, cycle our deck a little bit, see if we have some more options here.
Continue to get that 3-drop train rolling without having to use our defensive Arachnoid Sentry. So I do think it's an okay spot for Jason, but if a Thresh comes down here, we don't really have an answer for that. And instead, we're going to open with the Static Shock and kind of test the waters with this. Clear out some of these blockers in a less committal way than using the Arachnoid Sentry. Ravenous Flock, not a bad pickup, but we'll see what we've got here, and it's Blackspear. You don't really want to see that on the side of Jason. You are falling super low, and you need every unit you can hang on to. Yeah,
this is not really looking good all of a sudden. I mean, this aggression's starting to pay off for Jungle Rammus. I mean, we could get the Sump Dredger down. Are we going to pass into an open? Currently, if we pass and Jungle Rammus open attacks, we have no way of stopping that 8 damage.
We have Flock.
Oh, yeah, okay, the Abomination is actually... Okay, the Abomination is damaged. Good call. All right.
Yeah, so we'll only take 4 damage, and 5... The one good thing about being at 5 HP is that this is a deck that caps out at 4 damage on everything that isn't Nasus or a really big Bakai Reaper, but at this point in the game, I don't think we're getting a Bakai Reaper up to 5 attack. And that really just means that, you know, we're only dying to Atrocity Nasus, which is kind of the same range that we're in at 9 HP.
Yeah, and Jason really holding back this Tri-Beam, too, to just... I mean, just get it higher and higher. I mean, at this point, it will be decently large if we're able to get down maybe another 3-cost this turn, and then go ahead and toss down that Tri-Beam as well. So this might be a little bit of a swing turn here for Jason. It looks like Jungle Rammus, though, looking to go wider again. So I don't know. Are we kind of forced to play? I feel like we're forced to play the Arachnoid Sentry here. We also do have Static Shock. I mean, we might be forced to play the Arachnoid Sentry and the Static Shock just to really minimize the amount of damage that we take this turn. I think we can pass though, right? Because we do have the Static Shock.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
Just
gonna
static shock now.
I don't like
this is a little bit safer, right? Because the chances that your opponent's going to throw down 5 units kind of low. The chances that they're going to throw down 5 units that are dealing more damage than these also pretty low. So I think you're fine to go for this and then sentry once they play something a little bit bigger, and maybe even take no damage this turn.
All right, well, we are going to get the proactive static shock here. There's the Spirit Leech that's going to threaten 4 damage again. Ezreal is leveled now, but that might be a day late and a dollar short, Boulevard. That is... I mean, we're going to be taking a lot of damage. And honestly, I think we have to throw down either the Sentry or the Sump Treasure just to prevent this damage. I do like the Sentry. We don't really have great discard targets for this Sump Treasure. And are we ever going to see this Tri-Beam come out? We've been slow rolling the heck out of this Tri-Beam, Boulevard.
Yeah, it's getting... Oh, man, this is still a lot of damage coming out of Jungle Rammus. I mean, it's only 3 damage at the end of the day, but Jason was really trying to set himself up to take 0.
Yeah, this is... All right, here we go. We do have the Ezreal. So this is in Ezreal we trust. Yeah, this is...
Yeah. Look, I remember last summer, Draven Ezreal existed, but it was nowhere near as popular as Karma Ezreal. And we constantly talked about Draven Ezreal. This is not a deck that is going to 20-0 you with the Ezreal. It's got to get in unit damage. The Draven has to do some work. Ezreal has only got to deal 19 damage, you know? We talked about him not being a 20 damage champion. That was even when he dealt... That was when he dealt 2, no matter what spell you played. So, you know, irrelevant. 19? That's not 20. We can do that, Ezreal. I want to see you chug along and pick this one up. Can't you do it, little guy? There's only like 3 spells in hand. Ignore that. Ignore that. That's your eyes playing tricks on you. This Ezreal's going to the moon.
That's a juicy Tri-Beam on the Thresh, but if we do the Tri-Beam, we don't get the free Mystic Shot. And I don't think you pass this up. This feels good.
It's too good. It's too good.
All right, 7 cost. What do we got, Boulevard? Are we going to high roll the heck out of this to a victory?
I don't think there's any, like, phenomenal 7 costs. Usually if you can get to 8, then you get some really heavy hitters, but at 7, I don't think your high rolls are that high.
Let's see. And okay, that's a Fury and a Scout, which is not terrible.
I think that's about as high as your high roll gets.
Yeah, you might be right. Hey, Boulevard.
Yeah.
Want to guess who's 8-0?
Yeah, so anyway, we got a game in front of us. If we could finish that up, that'd be phenomenal before we get ahead of ourselves here on who's 8-0 and who's 7-1 and all that kind of stuff. You know, let's just
no, you're
cast
right. You're right. All right, I apologize. That's my bad. Okay.
I have a question, though.
I might have
Since this game is looking pretty over against Jason, is Overgrown Snapvine a high roll or a low roll?
That is 7 cost. As the Draven Ezreal player?
Yeah, so it's a 5-3, which is bigger than your 4-3s, but I don't know if you want, like, your Captain Farron turning into it. Like, maybe if you played more House Spider, then it's a high roll, but we don't...
Yeah, I think it's a low roll because generally your units are only getting +1 attack because of it. And I'd rather have the bigger body and the Scout here. Like, this is much better. And the Fury, like, this seems so much better. So, this should allow us to clear out some of the board, too, which, honestly, we're using... Did we already use the Scout attack?
Yes.
Oh, we did. Okay. All right. I was like, what the heck? Why did we do that? This is honestly like a defensive attack, if that makes sense, because we're actively getting rid of units that we really didn't have a good way to get rid of. I mean, we've kind of been behind on board for a lot of the game, but now we're kind of catching up thanks to this brooding.
Stalking Broodmother?
That's the one. Stalking Broodmother. So I think, honestly, Jason, I mean, Jungle Rammus is, I think, just faltering to draw the Nasus here or anything to get the Nasus or Atrocity, or maybe just has the Atrocity in hand. And we're just so close, but don't have the pieces of the puzzle yet. And that's allowing Jason to slowly but surely come back in this game. Because honestly, if we don't remove the Ezreal this turn, it's looking like Jason could take this away, Boulevard.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it feels like Jungle Rammus, there's 10 cards they could possibly have, all of them kill you, and against all odds, they just don't have any of them. And while it's got to be really frustrating from the Jungle Rammus side of things, from, because we are spectating Jason Florent, we tend to root for whoever we're spectating, we might just be able to make the miracle run and take this Ezreal from 19 to 0. Okay, gonna discard the Captain Fair and decide that's too much of a mana commitment, a little bit too scary, never want to play that card. And we pick up another Arachnoid Sentry, which is not a bad take. I think we're happy with that.
Yeah, we have all the defensive tools I think that we could want at this point. It's really the only concern now is Atro and Nasus, right? And we clearly, just from the way Jungle Rammus has been playing this, we just haven't found him. We have not found them. And another Mystic Shot in hand. Ravenous Flock not going to be able to do anything to Jungle Rammus's units anyways for the time being. We'll see if Jason can close things out here in just a second.
And Jason continuing not to develop the Arachnoid Sentry. I think he's really trying to math out how much damage can I take this turn and still feel okay versus can I use these Arachnoid Sentries aggressively on the following turn to try and push lethal? Do I have to use this Mystic Shot to kill a unit? Am I allowed to send it face? Discarding one of them, actually, and...
Oh.
I'm actually a little surprised we didn't discard the Flock.
Yeah, I was thinking the same exact thing, because Flock seems to be the least useful card here. There's Nasus, too.
Yeah, maybe we were hoping to Arachnoid Sentry something and Flock it. It's not like it was a useless card.
Yeah.
But now, things still looking a little dicey. Nasus is here. He doesn't have Spell Shield, but it doesn't matter. We don't have a way to take it down. If Atrocity's in the hand of Jungle Rammus, that's just game over.
Yeah, and we don't have these Flocks online yet. I mean, that would be a total of, 2, 4, 6 damage if we just sent it all at the Nasus, plus 2 more from the Ezreal, plus 5. So we actually be 1 off of lethal with just all the spells in hand, plus Ezreal, plus the Mystic Shot from Ezreal, which is really backbreaking. So we kind of still need a spell. I mean, that's assuming Jungle Rammus, like you said, doesn't have Atrocity. If there's Atrocity, we just lose.
Yeah.
So
I think that is the most said sentence in Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah. Wait, well, hold on. Are we saying that Star Shaping and Great Beyond is not the most said one now? Are we making that
because
shift
it was
now?
Well, we constantly were Atrocitying the Great Beyond, so
okay, actually, fair.
Kind of played
fair
double
point.
there.
Fair. Oh, is this no, because we won't have any discard target for the Spinning Axe.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if there is Scorched Earth or not. Jungle Rammus can't play around it. If they have the Atro, they're going to have to go for it. This actually presents a possible kill onto the Nasus.
Yep. Oh yeah. Okay. And there's no way Jungle Rammus slow played the. Maybe we did.
Maybe we did.
Maybe we have. I you know what? Honestly, with
Maybe
the way
that said though, if there's a Rite of Negation, that's still.
Yeah,
pretty bad. I think we need every point of damage available, and even losing 1 attack off the Ezreal because of Nasus level could be a big deal.
Yeah, here we go. What do we got?
That's a spell lined up. Okay, it's a Vile Feast to keep the Nasus big enough.
Yep. 1 additional Slay here. We could now Mystic Shot the Fading Icon or the Nasus.
Because this is a scout attack. We still have our whole combat phase after this, and we're going to Mystic Shot to deny the lifesteal. It's still going to deal 2 damage to the face. We can develop the Draven, and the Mystic Shot actually means we'd probably go for an open. There's only 1 blocker. We push through 4 damage. We push through 2 with the Ezreal. If everything resolves this way, there is still an opportunity for Jungle Rammus to develop units. Priority is going to go back to them, and if they have a Wings in a Wave or another Fading Icon, maybe we've got enough blockers. But I have hope for Jason Florent here.
Yeah, even if we develop those blockers, this would mean that Nasus is off the board. That's the biggest issue. I mean, if Nasus is off the board, now you need those 2 puzzle pieces again, and an open attack will prevent those 2 puzzle pieces really from coming down and getting the spell shield. So I think we got it. I think Jason, after this back and forth here, Jungle Rammus slow playing this because, why the heck not? And wow!
What?
Wow, we have the Atrocity.
Sandbagged it for so long. And just as we were starting to think we had hope for Jason, in the final hour, the Atrocity comes out.
That's so tilting for Jason, too, to have him take that long. Jungle Rammus took that long to just rip the atrocity. And, jeez, wow. Jason Florent's streak, unfortunately, ending, as that will be the third loss, which means we are pretty much out of the top 32 now, and very unfortunate ending to Jason Florent's run there. So, whew. But we are about to hop into round 9 in just a moment. So with that said, we're going to go to a short break while we prep things for round 9, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal, round number 9, coming up in just a second. And we are back and actually going to hop right into the gameplay here for round 9 of the Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. We got some big ogre action. No, not Shrek, the player for the top cut here. Sorry, for one of the top ladder players, I should say, of the of the seasonal. So let's see if we can go ahead and hop into the gameplay here in just a second. Actually playing Flarvex, which I have not actually heard of. I'm not sure if you've heard of Flarvex before, Boulevard. Playing Draven Ezreal, Overwhelm, and Jarvan Shen here to start things off. Their opponent conceded is what I am hearing. I take it all back. It's going to be a no-go. Oh, wow. Okay. So
I was trying so hard to maintain this air of seriousness before we got into the game, and then it's like, all right, the stakes are high, and then their opponent conceded. Sometimes it's like that, you know? That does mean Big Ogre's going to top 32. Congratulations to Big Ogre, our first confirmed player. It looks like we are going to hop into Majin Bay again. Jdoza, I know you've been rooting for them as the first 2-time seasonal champion. They are on a winning in. I'm being told that Majin tanked a lot of LP right before we actually got into the cutoff, so definitely not in contention for an X&2 record. So gotta win this last one if Majin wants to claim his 3rd seasonal top cut.
Yeah, I'm glad we confirmed that too. So it does give us a little bit of certainty here as to whether or not he wins or not.
We just got word on Majin's opponent, Jdoza. It is hyped.
Majin's opponent is hyped?
It's hyped!
I thought, see, when I read that, I thought we were just hyped for Majin Bay playing, but it is in fact Team Liquid's hyped? Is that what you're telling me?
I am confirming it's hyped!
It's hyped!
It's hyped!
The guy comes out of the woodworks, out of nowhere. It has to be oh man, this is great.
I know that hyped. I know hyped has been active on ladder. But Hyped was always one of my favorite players. But first, we're going to confirm what Majin's decks are. We've seen them a couple of times today, but here we have the Thresh, Nasus, the standard, probably the most popular deck in the tournament, because Doza, we really have not seen that much Azir Aurelia today. It has actually been a lot less than we kind of expected, and instead this Dragon, Draven, Degens lineup is just constantly taking over, and Thresh, Nasus at the helm of that. I don't think this deck has been banned by anyone. It seems like most players are still willing to play into this.
Boulevard. I just got chills thinking about Majin Bay versus Hype, man. Listen, we've talked about, I'm not gonna lie, we've talked about these decks all day, right? I think everybody knows what Thresh Nasus does. You do the Nasus thing with the big dog, you put the atrocity on it, you put them together, you kill your opponent. But let's talk about Hype for a second, all right? Because we're gonna get into Majin Bay versus Hype. Man, I miss me some Hyped, Boulevard. And if you guys don't know who Hyped is, he was one of the first players on the grassroots scene. I remember, I think he was in the first ever Duels of Runeterra. If not, I think maybe the second one. It's been around for quite some time. One of the reasons, or one of the people that was really the foundation of the Legends of Runeterra community, and it is so awesome, Boulevard. I know you feel the same way. Seeing Hyped here in the last round with a potential chance at top cutting this season, going against the one and only Majin Bay. Are you as excited as I am? Are you more excited than I am? Because I'm excited for this.
I might be more excited than you are. Hyped was when the grassroots scene started off. We got some stars to rise to the top. They gained a lot of clout. They started streaming. I'm thinking Fresh Lobster. I'm thinking Bruised by God. But first, we're going to talk about Hyped's decks. And Hyped always stood out to me because Hyped started off as a popular streamer and still grinded grassroots tournaments week in and week out. And it looks like we also have the Thresh Nasus, this time with the addition of 2 copies of that Bladed Caretaker that a lot of players have been starting to cut. Bladed Caretaker still feels like a relatively big advantage in the mirror match if you have the attacks on odds.
Yeah, and it's actually a really good call out there, Boulevard, because we have not been seeing this, I think, in any, like, we've seen a lot of Thresh Nasus today. I don't think, have we seen a single one with Bloody Caretaker? I think the answer is no.
We've seen a couple with one.
Okay, maybe it was one then, but still, I mean, this is not a common card that we're seeing here. So definitely like this iteration from Hype. Honestly, I've never stopped liking Bladed Caretaker. The only problem I've ever had with it, similar to Wings in the Wave, which we also actually see Wings in the Wave here in this deck as well, is just the clogging up of the field, or the potential clogging up of the field, especially running both in the deck. that might end up being a problem. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe Hype's been, doing a pretty good job today of managing that field. But deck number 2 here, Boulevard, the tried and true favorite. I know it's your favorite, Boulevard. We are back to seeing Azir Aurelia.
You keep putting words in my mouth today. I don't love it, but Azir Aurelia is a pressure point here for Hyped, because when we talk about the standard lineup that Majin Bey has brought, we talk about it so fondly because it does have good matchups into Azir Aurelia. This could be the weakness of Hyped's lineup, which is really weird to say for what many people consider to be the strongest deck in the game right now.
Yeah, and strongest deck in the game that we actually haven't seen a whole lot of today, because generally speaking, we see Thresh Nasus, we see Draven Ezreal, and then we see Azir Aurelia, Dragons in place of Azir Aurelia that Hyped has here. But Azir Aurelia is going to be the choice. And then Draven Ezreal here, from what I am looking at,
this
pretty
is
typical.
Actually the exact same list as Majin, except we cut a Captain Farron for a Get Excited.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people looking like the one House Spider is a pretty popular choice here.
Or none.
2 Culling Strike. Is Majin playing 2 or 3 Culling Strike?
2 Culling.
Yeah, Majin is playing 2. Okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. It does look to be the exact deck with just that one change. And I mean, let's be honest, I think it kind of is seeming like the one variation we're seeing of this deck is generally the Get Excited or possibly Guile and whatnot, or what's the 3-drop 5/1?
Thorn of the Rose?
Thorn of the Rose. There we go. That one. Yep. So, I mean, we saw that in a couple builds, but even that was only like a one of. So definitely pretty typical stuff here for Draven Ezreal. But here we go, getting into the bans. Yes, that's right. 7-1 hovering over the head of Majin Bey, and 7-1 also for Hype. So Majin Bey, soft confirmation here that he'll need to win an in if he loses his ladder rank based on what Boulevard had mentioned earlier, just a little bit too low to actually make those tiebreakers happen. Hyped, on the other hand, I'm not positive what the ladder
Hyped
rank was.
Is rank 67.
Oh, okay.
Last season, the cutoff for the 12th seeded at 7-2 was rank 44. So Hyped very unlikely to make it with that ladder placement. Both players need this win to top 32 this seasonal.
Okay, there we go. So Boulevard on top of it there. And that is, man, what a great round 9 game to end things off, man. Hyped, a longtime player. Actually was playing before Majin Bey, if I remember correctly, because Majin Bey started playing, maybe like 6 to 9 months ago? Yeah,
Majin didn't really start until seasonals.
Yeah, so just, kind of an old schooler here in Hyped, one of our tried and true favorite players from Team Liquid, and Majin Bey, one of the newcomers that has made an absolute behemoth wave in the game, taking home a seasonal, looking to potentially top another one here. This is definitely looking to be one for the history books here. Very excited to get into the game. And we also, if you guys stick around, have a surprise interview for somebody special after this round. And I think you guys might have an idea of who it is. Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. But we'll keep that up as a question mark for now, right, Boulevard?
You know what I love about you, Jdoza?
What? Oh, God, no. I don't want to hear this.
Your subtlety.
I love it, right? I think I'm subtle. I'm great. Great at being subtle. Not.
I don't want to be near you at a party. Your subtlety is too subtle. No one will pick up on anything that is going on.
Oh, man. So
let's talk bans.
What are we banning here?
I think that we're probably going to see the Draven Ezreal ban out of Majin. It looks like he's taking pictures of the deck list right now on his phone so that he doesn't have to swap between the two monitors. We've seen Draven Ezreal do fairly well into Thresh Nasus over the course of the day. I think currently they're actually tied up at 2-2 because of that last atrocity coming out of the hand. So, a little 50-50 here. I think it really depends on how Majin feels that matchup is supposed to go, and then is willing to take the mirror match on the other side, but we're definitely leaving up that Azir Aurelia.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you think maybe we actually keep that, or get that Azir Aurelia under wraps and ban it just because it is Azir Aurelia. I think that's kind of just my knee-jerk reaction there, but I do think you're right. I do think this is Aurelia will stay open. And on the side of Hyped, I mean, I'm thinking, especially with the Azir Aurelia, if Hyped is thinking the Azir Aurelia is going to stay open, maybe we ban out Dragons potentially. No, it is. And yeah, thinking so Majin Bay went with the Azir Aurelia knowing that Hype would probably ban out Dragons. I think this is actually very smart on Majin Bay's part. This might lead to probably a bunch of mirror matches. Now we just get Dravenez and Thresh Nasus. But
yeah, when it comes down to matchups like this, you know, we talk about you've got. Oh, it looks like it actually. Oh, okay, never mind. It was just a visual bug. He still queued in the Draven Ezreal like he wanted to. I've had that bug happen to me in Gauntlets a couple of times. So, you know, generally when you're looking to leave open the Azir Aurelia, it does matter what is the rest of the lineup. And in this case, it looks like we've decided, hey, I've made it to 7-1 by playing pretty much nothing but Draven Ezreal and Thresh Nasus mirrors over the course of the entire day. What's one more?
Yeah, and we'll see how this goes. I mean, this is an interesting matchup. I do think your Ezreals are kind of important to save for when they do level up towards the end of the game. I've seen people go that route of kind of the long game, holding the Ezreals in hand. Obviously, you want to get Draven down on turn 3 if you do have it, like we see in Majin Bay's hand. So I imagine that'll get slapped down real fast. And yeah, I mean, we'll see who's going to get the better of the other here. The Captain Farron in Majin Bay's hand as well, going to prove to be pretty advantageous here if Hype does not have the ability to answer it on turn 8 with either a return Farron or some sort of removal. And there's also, even if we do have the return Farron, I mean, it's going to be rough depending on if we have something like a Draven to match this Draven here. And nope, we're just going to excited it away. That's, wow, was that a real card that was discarded too? Wow.
I was going to say that the one difference in this list, as we had mentioned earlier, was that Hyped is running one more Get Excited than Majin and is running one less Captain Farron and just immediately tosses both Get Exciteds to get rid of a Draven. That is not really how you want to be starting the game. No. And I feel like sometimes this is going to be as simple as who has more Tri-Beams in the opening hand. We know Majin has one. We don't know how many Hyped has.
I mean, based on utilizing that Get Excited, maybe we're stuck on something. Maybe we had like double Get Excited, double Tri-Beam, and then, you know, some other cards that we can't really play early on here. So that might be what Hype's working with. We'll see. I mean, there was 1 3 cost played. We'll see if we have something else. I mean, it's not looking good. If we don't see a unit come down here. Okay, there we go. There's the Sump Treasure. Oh, Rummage.
Discarding another real card. Hype seems like he got the wrong end of the Draven Ezreal deck, but, you know, it's possible that we're going through these motions because we're stacking up Tri-Beams, but that's optimistic.
Yeah, that is optimistic. I really do think we just chalk this one up, Boulevard, to a pretty bad hand. You know, we'll see as this game continues to play out here, but that's 2 cards now, discarding real cards. I mean, that means when you do finally get, there's one Tri-Beam.
That could be indicative of the fact that we have a second one, because that's a pretty low value Tri-Beam, but at the same time, you really don't want this Ezreal picking apart at your life total and your units, getting closer and closer to that level. It looks like Majin, no slouch either, going to continue to proc up their Tri-Beam, currently sitting at 4 damage.
Yeah, I do think that, again, I mentioned Ezreal towards the beginning of this. I do think it's actually a big deal that Hyped is now 1 Ezreal up on Majin Bay. You know, if we do get to the later parts of the game, that might come in handy, just having that leveled up Ezreal. But I don't know if we're going to make it there with how Hype's hand is currently looking. And Slotbot's actually not bad, I got to say, though.
Really? I was going to say Slotbot's awful.
You don't like Slotbot here?
The problem is that Slotbot will damage itself to rearrange its stats and is probably just going to die to a Ravenous Flock at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty easy target. And so I think because of that, Hype's going to go ahead, come in for the attack. Man, I just got... this just reminded me that we never ended up getting Nola Gold today, which is unfortunate. Man, whatever happened to Casino, man?
Well, he brought Zombie Ash. I'll tell you that much.
Did he really? He literally always brings that.
Yep.
That's the Nola deck, baby.
As far as the late game goes, though, I know you had mentioned Hyped being up an Ezreal, is also up a Draven, but there's 2 Captain Farron in Majin's hand. And the problem that Majin is about to run into is that he just doesn't have enough space to hold all of his decimates, which is a really good problem to have, but I also think he actually just does have enough space to hold all of them. And even if there is a return Captain Farron on the side of Hyped, Majin just runs twice as many. Things are not looking good for Hyped here as we get into turn 7 with a really sort of even game state, especially since Majin already has both available. You're not going to be able to handle those unless you opened triple Tri-Beam, and that would be a really weird way for the game to swing back for Hyped's favor. It's just, oh yeah, I opened 3 Tri-Beam because I threw out one early. Here's a Tri-Beam that summoned a Farron and killed your Farron. Haha, I'm back in the game suddenly. That would be wild.
That would definitely be something else. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We do get at least a flock to start kind of having this board parity here, even things up a little bit. Still a little bit of card advantage up for Majin Bay. Also going to likely get another ignition as it currently stands to utilize potentially this rummage next turn, which is really going to start to throw Majin Bay, I think, in the lead of this game. Both players still at 20 health, so nothing really happening on that end. So I do want to say, I think both players are just resorting to, all right, this is going to be, we're in it for the long haul. We're going to be here for a little while. Let's see if we can make the trades necessary, to get ahead, get the damage down. We are on turn 8 now, which means Farron could be a thing. Looks like we're getting the open attack, this is decent from Hyped, yeah, because the Ballistic Bot does not trade, so there's a little bit of damage. And we can't actually play the Farron on the side of Majin Bay, thanks to our hand being so big. So it looks like we're going to, get it a little smaller here with the Rummage. See what we got. Another Rummage and another Tri-Beam, which is not bad, like you were mentioning, Boulevard. If we can continue to get these Tri-Beams right now, if Hype does have a lot of Tri-Beams, well, now we have another one to answer those.
Ooh, this is... I think for Majin, it still really behooves you to throw down the Captain Farron. 1, you don't have any other place. 2, you have 2 Captain Farrons. Unless it is, like we had mentioned, an insanely large Tri-Beam coming down, I think you're pretty happy if a Thermo Beam is what's coming down to kill your Captain Farron. Yeah. Even if both of your Captain Farrons end up getting Thermo Beams, you've still got 16 damage worth of Decimates you're hanging on to.
Yeah, and it looks like we got maybe Static Shock double Flock if that's what we're playing into here, which would be a pretty big deal. There's the leveled Ezreal. Do we have a way to deal with it on the side of Majin Bay? The answer currently is no. We would have a Tri-Beam at some point once we have the mana. So this is a really awkward timing, I think, for Hype to get this Ezreal down. I mean, maybe we can toss out a bunch of spells next turn as well if we are going for the double Flock here and get off a decent amount. All right, Scorched Earth. All right.
This is what you had mentioned, right? Coming into the late game, having this Ezreal available, we've got a little bit of a life lead. We've actually been able to make up 1 Decimate so far between killing the Farron and throwing out this Arachnoid Sentry attack to start off the turn. Actually going to get a pretty weak Thermo Beam just to finish this off.
Yeah, and it still feels... I wonder if there's another Ezreal in the hand of Hyped, because Tri-Beam takes care of this. And I feel like we didn't really maximize the Ezreal because we weren't able to attack with it, right? We did get it down on a turn where it was safe getting it down and not having it removed, with Majin only having 2 mana. Now we have 10 mana to, play some other spells and whatnot. But I don't know. It's really going to depend on Hype's hand. I'm really curious, with 2 Get Excited's gone, what other types of spells do we have in hand to potentially get off some more procs of this Ezreal? Because it is going to be dying pretty soon.
And I do want to point out that Majin actually discarded a Decimate to get the draw with the Sump Treasure.
Yeah, they are clogging up his hand, to be honest with you, especially with another Captain Farron, right?
Yeah, we've got to just make some hand space, and with the double Tri-Beam available, I gotta say, Majin feels like they're very much in the driver's seat. When you get into these weird stare downs in the Draven Ezreal mirror, whoever can take control of the board is going to be really advantaged, because whoever Tri-Beams first is usually going to be a little behind, because you Tri-Beam my unit, and then I Tri-Beam the unit that popped out of your Tri-Beam, and if I kill that, I have a huge tempo advantage.
Are we discarding? Yep, there goes the other Decimate and Ballistic Bot. So now Majin starting to just... Yeah, we're starting to toss our own real cards here, like Hyped was a little bit earlier. We're still up, I think, a couple cards, though, on Hyped as it currently stands.
Yeah, and our card quality is super high. Everything in our hand is gas.
Yep. If by gas you mean Tri-Beam and Probulate are one of the best 4-drops in the game, then yeah.
Does Tri-Beam... is Tri-Beam gas-powered?
That's a good question. It's probably diesel. Actually, no, wait, it's P and Z. It's P and Z. It's probably electric, dude.
It fires a rocket. Look, I I know P&Z is like technologically advanced compared to Runeterra, but I don't know how electronically advanced that is. Because a lot of Hybrid Digger's supposed to be a genius, and I'm pretty sure I've seen some duct tape on a pitching machine for a couple of those turrets.
Duct tape fixes everything, baby. And yeah, Hyped really slow playing this too, saying, all right, you need to play the first Tri-Beam if you want to do anything this turn, or if you want to prevent my Ezreal from attacking next turn. We technically can delete this Ezreal with Get Excited and Mystic Shot in the open attack if we want to do that, but that's bad. That feels really
that's
bad.
a lot. Majin does not look happy with the position that Hyped has put him in, saying, yeah, go ahead, Tri-Beam this. Maybe I throw down a Farron. Maybe I throw down an Ezreal.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Majin finally pulls the trigger, sort of says, hey, I have to do this. I don't have a choice.
Ooh.
Cygnus the Moonstalker, not a good 6-drop stats-wise.
Nope, definitely a low roll. And if there is a Farron coming down, I mean, that's 5 damage that's going to be pushed thanks to the Overwhelm.
Well, if Farron comes down, Majin still has the attack token. I don't think you can take 9. I think you might have to block it, and then it just dies to the Scorched Earth.
Oh, that is a fair point. I don't know. It depends. Maybe not. I think you might be okay with taking 9 just because you know you're going to put your opponent 2 away from lethal, right? With the Decimate plus the Farron attack. So that's something to take into consideration as well, especially when you're at 20 and you know your opponent's going to be very, very low if you keep that Farron undamaged. So a lot of decisions, I think, for Hyped here. I want to say he has a Tri-Beam like we were talking about earlier. And yeah, we're getting exactly what we talked about, or what you had mentioned, Boulevard, where the Tri-Beam, just 2 slot bots. What? Nola Gold would be proud, Boulevard. This is... Oh, there it is. There's the second Ezreal.
Why did we Tri-Beam and then Ezreal?
Oh, wait, yeah, that is... Huh?
Oh, because we didn't want to take 9 damage.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
see, we talked about this earlier, and then we threw our brains out the window
Yeah.
when we saw cards get played. No, it still was the attack token on the side of Majin. So an unfortunate low roll there onto the slot bot again. Like, this is what we're talking about. That's a 1-5. That's nothing. If it actually does flip around to some relevant stats, it's going to be damaged. It might even just be too low on life that it does to something like a Mystic Shot. But here is going to be Tri-Beam number 2 alongside a Get Excited, clearing out a lot of the board. And you don't really hate to discard a Scorched Earth. That's relatively dead in a matchup like this. You're not going to need 2 of them, certainly.
Yeah, especially because we do have... I mean, this Tri-Beam is going to hit for 2 onto this Ezreal, so we have the Mystic Shot to clean up the Ezreal, right? So this feels a lot better than having to utilize the Get Excited and the Mystic Shot. I feel like overall, this is... Majin Base feeling pretty good about this.
Is it not hitting for at least 3?
Oh, is it 3? I thought it was 2.
Well, because we put the Get Excited on the stack.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then it looks like the FMAT actually comes out. Gonna tick down your Sun Disc by 3. Good job, Majin. You are one step closer to telling the people what you have seen here today.
Can you pronounce that one more time for me?
No.
Can you? I would love to hear how you just pronounce that card's name.
Anyway, so really unfortunate for Hyped. It looks like it actually was that really stacked triple Tri-Beam opener we were talking about, but they all only come out for 3 damage. And if this is a 3rd slot bot, that is... I mean, it's funny because it's 3 slot bot. Haha, slots, that's how you play it. That's really unlucky. Oh, it came down for 6 and got Cloud Drinker, which I think is mostly useless. There's not a lot of burst spells in this deck. And I think we already discarded a Rummage earlier to a Sump Dredger.
All right, well, we're going to push for,
4.
4.
And then
4 damage.
Try to figure out how we deal with Captain Farron.
Yeah, this is, I definitely think Hype played this well for what Hype's strategy was. I mean, you can see the board's pretty even now, and I think we did a pretty good job, especially with the tools that we were given in the early game. We were kind of questioning, like, wow, tossing away those cards there with things like Rummage and Sump Treasure. But we're in a pretty good spot, but unfortunately, I just don't think it's good enough. Maybe this is a flock, though. Get rid of this Ezreal would feel real nice now that we're underneath Farron mana. Do we get the flock? No flock.
I think I think what we really want is our own Captain Farron. I mean, we've got Majin pretty low.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're pretty wide now, too. So Majin, yeah, I think we have to try to get the most stats off the board as possible here. Because if we risk taking any more damage, I think, what is this Tri-Beam? It's at 2. Okay.
It was just top decked. We got the Ezreal down. We're going to get the Scorched Earth down with it as well, and then shoot something for 3.
All right, so the question is Slotbot going to high roll?
Really?
Oh, wait,
That's...
what?
Okay,
what?
so it's using the red to signify that its HP is lower than its starting HP, but apparently it's not damaged. So take what I said earlier about it being flockable and throw it out the window. That is
Wow.
just sort of a weird visual decision that they've decided to go with here, having the I am at a lower HP total than my starting, representing the same as being damaged color-wise, but not actually being damaged. Or it's just a bug. One of the two.
That is very, very interesting. I want to go with probably the latter. But we do get a life. Is that fledgling Stellacorn that I spotted?
It is.
With my little eye.
It is.
That's a really bad sparkle fly.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. You wish it was elusive, but Majin still has the Decimate. Okay, 0 mana Rummage. Thank you, Cloud Drinker.
All right, got some use out of it. All right, that's all you can ask for, right?
Majin's not too happy about that. Now we're going to push 6 damage and kind of see what sticks. No, we're going to push -1 damage. The Fledgling Stellacorn taking us out of the range.
-1.
Majin actually saying, I don't need this. I don't need this Ezreal anymore. I have Captain Farron. You're not killing me this turn. Captain Farron is coming down. I'm at 11. There's no way you could possibly kill me. And it looks like Majin Bay will be taking game number 1 in the Draven Ezreal mirror.
Yeah, these 2 Decimates are going to close it out next turn. No combination of cards for Hyped. And this was one heck of a mirror match, though. I got to say, the multiple slot bots coming out here, just the way that this game was played is definitely pretty interesting. We got the... Okay, yeah, we got the Farron off the board, but unfortunately that's not going to do away with the 10 mana that we have for the Decimates.
Nope. And Majin... This is what I love about Majin Bay. How many times have we yelled at players for just not playing their Decimates and trying to do other things?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But Majin plays the Farron, plays the Decimates. You'll love to see it. That does mean Hyped is going to fall here in game number 1 and now has to win, eventually, has to win a Thresh Nasus mirror against Majin Bay.
Yeah, this is going to be another interesting matchup here, I think. Very curious to see how both players try to go about it. It seems like, I mean, both, like, just watching that mirror match as he goes through some of the, it looks like chat helped them out there a little bit with a clip. When, just looking at just that Ezreal Draven game, it's a mirror match, but it's interesting seeing both players have seemingly 2 different strategies of how they wanted to go about, winning that game, just using certain advantages, that were different, than their opponent. And that might be the case if we eventually get to a Thresh Nasus mirror. But we've seen so many Thresh Nasus mirrors. I don't know if there's too much variation in the way that you can go about winning the game as there might be in Ezreal Draven. I mean, at the end of the day, you got Nasus, you got Atrocity, and you got the aggressive start. You gotta pick one way to win there, and we'll see if that's gonna happen. But to get to that point, we have to pick up a win on the side of Hyped first, and this is the deck to do it with. We'll see if Hyped can pick it up, or if Majin Bay can prove us wrong again and get a victory with Thresh Nasus.
So this is the 5th Ezreal Draven versus Thresh Nasus matchup of the day. I know we said we were going to take the first game of the day and base all of our knowledge of the matchup off of that.
Oh, yeah.
I lied. This last game of the day. This is the last Draven Ezreal versus Thresh Nasus matchup that we will see today. And we are basing all of our knowledge on the matchup of the way that this one goes.
You just twist things however you want them to go so that they benefit you, so you sound smart, Boulevard. Jesus.
It's not illegal.
No, you're not wrong.
Exactly. Anyway,
I see what you're doing. I see through you.
Back to my soapbox. So if Hyped is able to pick this one up, if Hyped can confirm this as, hey, Draven Ezreal is good into Thresh Nasus, then he will get to take on former seasonal champion Majin Bay in a Thresh Nasus mirror. That is a terrifying win-in situation. We said that at the beginning of the day, the first time we saw Majin Bay play a Thresh Nasus mirror. This isn't the guy I want to play in the mirror. But Hyped has been sort of quietly in the background, climbing his way up the ladder, playing a lot of Legends of Runeterra by the look of his champion masteries, and might just be well-versed enough to take this one home.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this advantageous matchup will help and assist him in that goal. Right now, pushing through a little bit of damage with this Draven going to feel nice, too. No reason, really, for Majin Bay to block, but this is dangerous. I mean, we have Thresh coming down on 5 with quite a wide field. Static Shock would feel decent to at least remove a couple of units and prevent them from getting triggered with Thresh here, but I don't know if I love that.
No, they're kind of dinky units too, yeah?
Yeah, like it's not worth the investment, I think, to prevent the level.
If Thresh comes down and it gets Culling Strike, Hyped is taking like 2 damage. Because I would imagine that we're going to sacrifice this Draven to kill the Bakai Reaper. That's not something that you want to leave around and let smack you around a couple of times. Atrocity is not something that you deal with well. You have to be cognizant of your life total as the Draven Ezreal player. And an early Ezreal coming down post-combat, though.
Yeah, there's another Thresh off the top. I mean, there's pretty much no choice but to play the Thresh here. And I mean, I guess you're really not worried about Thresh because of Culling Strike. So that Static Shock statement doesn't really matter, I guess. It's just so weird, you know. Only 2 Culling Strike. I know you made a comment earlier in the day, 2 Boulevards. You know, some of these players only bringing the 2 versus the 3. I'm very much a proponent of the 3. I think it's a very good card right now.
That's out of context. I was talking about Frostbite mid-range.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I just think it's a really good card right now.
Yeah,
right?
I think 2 is fine in Draven Ezreal, though, because you're probably going to be playing against dragons a fair amount as well, and Culling Strike doesn't do anything there. You can try and hit it on a Shyvana, but if they started off with a Dragon Shout, that's not happening. In Frostbite, though, it's insane to me that you wouldn't run 3, and we actually got confirmation from the player that was only running 2 that they didn't notice they were running 2. They wanted to run 3. And there's the Static Shock you were talking about.
That is... Oh, that feels so ugly. I'm not in love with the Static Shock.
Paying mana to kill a 0/1.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's not even like it's a zero. It's not even like we're being facetious here and being like, oh yeah, it's a 0/1, but it's like Trevor Snooze bottom and it's got support and it'll copy your unit. That is a vanilla 0/1.
Well, I do still think, even after that Static Shock, I mean, maybe this is what we're going for here, just so we kind of force the Bakai Reaper trade onto the Draven if we don't want to take the damage. So I think that's what Hype was going for here. And not only that, we will have, looks like an Axed Up Ezreal going in to push some damage, as well as getting us a Mystic Shot. So if we don't block with the Bakai Reaper, I imagine that Mystic Shot's going to go straight for the Reaper anyways and get that bad boy off the field. So things are looking pretty good for Hyped to get to a Game 3 mirror match.
I would love a game. If we don't get Game 3, let's get Game 3.
Yeah.
Let's just get Game 3.
Oh yeah, we're getting Game 3. Come on, this is round 9. Hyped versus Majin Bay. Hyped living up to his namesake too, coming out of nowhere.
You know
getting us hella hyped up for this round.
You know what the funniest part is? I would not be that surprised if these players have no idea who each other are.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree 100%. Like we mentioned earlier.
Hyped had stopped streaming before Majin came in. Maybe Hyped knows who Majin is, but I don't know when Hyped really started playing again. Maybe it was after the seasonal that Majin won. Maybe Hyped didn't even pay attention that much to who the winner was. Just coming back in, keeping it low-key. So, you know, it's so weird from a spectating perspective that we've put the stakes here. We know who these players are. We know what's at stake, and they just might have no idea.
I think you're right. I think it's probably Majin that doesn't know Hyped at this point. I mean, I feel like Majin's made enough waves that you can't be playing the game right now at a competitive level and not know who Majin Bay is. So, but yeah, it's very interesting how that interaction is working. Would love to see Hype start streaming again. I think that would be awesome. But we are where we are. Another
got the Culling Strike number 2. There's the Rite of Negation.
Man. Yep.
And this does mean we are going to lose only one of our units. The Bakai Reaper is not going to get big enough to actually kill the Draven. And actually, we're just going to go right at the Ezreal, even though that is the one that is vulnerable. Not really taking advantage of that tag, but do you really care?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is looking grim regardless for Majin Bay, right? I mean, we have so many cards in hand for Hyped. I think we're in a really good spot. We have a Draven on board that will now be able to attack freely because on top of the Culling Strike, we had a Scorched Earth for the Thresh. So really, no matter what happened there, Hyped was getting that Thresh off the board.
All it takes is one Nasus. Never mind.
Yeah.
Nasus, it's too little, too late. Where did we get a Mana Crystal?
What do you,
Oh, we lost. We sacked a Mana Crystal on Majin Bay's side for the... Right. I was trying to figure out why we played a Farron and there was 7 mana. That's a surrender. We say the Bakai Reapers are not enough. Our hand is too bad. We are going to game number 3 of Hyped versus Majin Bay. Last round. Winning in Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal. Jdoza, can you feel it?
I can feel it, Boulevard. I am very hyped See what I did there for this round 9.
That was the
game.
least hyped way you could have said that. I hate you so much. Anyway, Thresh, Nasus, mirror match.
So good. So good. Now, and I guess, listen, it's kind of anticlimactic here because we're it's hyped. It's Majin Bay. Let's go. Winning in. Whoever wins, we're seeing them next week at the top 32. Guess what the matchup is? Nasus Thresh mirror match.
And things are,
which we expected.
Things are not looking great for Hyped here. Hyped, so Majin has one copy of the box. That's going to be very good in the mirror. Hyped has a second copy of Rite of Negation, which, while it can come in clutch for the atrocity in the later stages of the game, for the most part, it's not a card that you want to be seeing in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So from the deck, like just straight up deck versus deck, Majin's got the advantage.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case here in a second, or in a bit, I should say. I imagine this game will by no means be a quick game, but we shall see. Not an aggressive start here for Majin Bay. We'll see what Hype's got on turn number 2. All right, that's good. Definitely a good pickup for Majin Bay, seeing that Curse Keeper. You see the nod from him as well. And Hyped, looking to go a little bit wide here, but might get a little bit punished. I mean, the Bakai Reaper can freely trade onto the... Yep. So it looks like we're just going to go in with the 2-1 instead of going in with the Sand. Well, there's no reason to send in the Sand Soldier, right? Or to not send
it would just give a Slay over to Majin, and that is a big deal.
Yeah.
A much bigger deal than setting the HP of the Bakai Reaper to 1.
Yeah, so I do like holding that back then on the side of Hyped. We've talked about this before, you know, getting the Slay count up faster than your opponent. And that's exactly what that Glimpse Beyond is going to do, as well as start drawing us more quickly towards the champion. But Majin Bay also got the Right of Calling, got the double Glimpse. I mean, we're looking like we're in similar boats here on both sides. It looks like we get the Thresh over the Nasus here, which might actually, I don't know. I mean, 3 Glimpse. We got to get one of these off, man.
We've got to, but the turn 4 could be really scary from Hyped. Reminder, Hyped is running 2 copies of Blighted Caretaker.
Yep. Ooh.
This isn't the best Caretaker board we've ever seen, and it looks like we're actually just going to lose even more of the board. Get the Merciless Hunter down, but it doesn't matter because now the Bakai Reaper would trade with the Merciless Hunter. Things not looking solid for Hyped here, but we know that this game is determined by more than the first 3 turns.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, this is looking like it's going to swing back and forth a few different times here, especially knowing that, 3 of these cards are Glimpse Beyond. So this is going to be a little bit of a slow trek up towards the later parts of the game here. So I want to... Okay, all right. We're going to get a Vile Feast onto the Bakai Reaper, which is going to prop the Glimpse Beyond. I can't imagine... I mean, this is... We just need... the Spiderling to tribute for something,
well,
I imagine?
The Spider would actually be able to kill the Bakai Reaper because of the vulnerable.
Yeah, but that seems like such a weak play there.
I mean, Vile Feasting to kill a Bakai Reaper is not bad.
It's not great either, though.
No,
right?
it's not great, especially when, like, Majin still has the board, is going to be able to develop the Thresh this turn. See if Hyped has the Thresh in return. It's really important to just make sure that you're keeping up the same number of Thresh stacks as your opponent. We talk about the different stages of this game. Stage 1 definitely feels like, can I level my Thresh and make it so that you don't level a Thresh? And if Hyped doesn't have a Thresh to begin with, that makes Stage 1 a lot harder.
Yeah, and this is looking like Majin's in a pretty good spot to level this Thresh. I mean, we have this Spirit Leech, which should come down next turn. Followed by, we're going to draw a couple cards, which I imagine will give us something that we can go ahead and tribute off to these Glimpse Beyonds as well. So I do think we're in a good spot. The Thresh, however, getting this vulnerable tag, thanks to Ruthless Raider, Merciless Hunter. Jeez, way off there. Yeah, I don't think it's long for this world. Although it's going to feel really bad if Hyped has to pull it twice. Like, if that's the way we're getting rid of this Thresh yeah. So I think we're going to be proactive on the side of Majin. We're going to pull the Merciless Hunter, try to push 4 damage. We'll see if we get the block from Hyped. And I think Hype's going to be able to deal with this Thresh A-OK and get it off the board before it's able to level.
Nasus, so we are currently, just to keep everybody up to date on where the Nasuses are at, Hyped is currently sitting at a 4-4 and Majin at a 7-7.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we could just jam Nasus early on if we wanted to. There is, okay, we're actually throwing down the 4-4 Nasus for hyped.
Not ideal.
Ugh.
And we actually could kill this Nasus with the box if it comes in to take that vulnerable kill onto the Thresh. Maybe we even just glimpse beyond the Thresh, throw down our own Nasus, and start to play from there.
We could also, I mean, maybe Majin Bey thinking about the Spirit Leech, and then we hold open the mana for the box if the Thresh does come in.
The box is a Thresh.
Okay. Yeah. So we Spirit Leech, and then Nasus pulls the Thresh, you play the box.
Oh, you meant, I thought you meant
yeah.
Spirit Leech the Thresh.
No. Spirit Leech the Spiderling. And
yeah, that makes more sense.
You have the box on the attack, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, so I that could be a route. It looks like if we throw down the Nasus, then we don't have the box, which is going to be an issue. I do really like the Spirit Leech line.
Well, I
don't like Merciless Hunter for sure.
I like Nasus because you can just glimpse beyond your Thresh and then open attack with a Nasus and say, hey, I have an 8/8, you have a 4/4, block it.
Okay, so now that I'm looking at this line a little bit more, I mean, this does allow us to... Actually, no, because the Slay is going to buff up the Nasus. So, all right. We're still essentially doing kind of the same thing here. We're just getting the Merciless Hunter down. Maybe to push some damage on an open attack, actually, which is not a terrible idea, to be honest with you, because right now Nasus is already within range of lethal with Atrocity if we do open attack.
Oh, Majin just... All his champions are on the top of the deck. How does this kid do it?
And now we have a Siphoning Strike because of that. And we've talked so many times when we see this mirror match. Siphoning Strike is huge in this matchup, Boulevard. If we're able to get one off, especially already having the bigger Nasus on field, that's insane. Things are looking very, very good for the previous seasonal champion, Majin Bey, to make yet another top 32 here for Guardians of the Ancient Seasonal.
We are already down to one Nasus on the side of hype.
Yeah, and, that is...
You know, we talked about stage 1 being, hey, can I get my Thresh to level without yours? Stage 2 is who gets the bigger Nasus, and is it bigger by a significant enough margin? Right now, Majin's is only 2/2 bigger. Hyped has actually been able to bring it back a little bit, but when you're down to your last Nasus, and it is still smaller than your opponent, so the Siphoning Strike can just come out, bonk, a little tink, and knock it out of the park, that's a problem. But Hype does have the 2 copies of Rites of Negation. And if you Rite of Negation to Siphoning Strike, that kills a Nasus. Maybe that's a line to come back in, but honestly, I'm not optimistic about it, Jdoza.
That's a stretch, to say the least. We're talking about a Rite of Negation killing a Nasus off of a champion spell. I mean, that's a stretch. I'm not feeling too confident.
No, this is looking disastrous for Hyped. Had a really weak opener, didn't scale well into the mid game because of it. And looks like they're going to be falling relatively soon. I cannot imagine that you come back with only one Nasus. And Majin Bey just continuing to draw. That is every champion. How does he do it?
We got them all.
We finally see the Blighted Caretaker difference, and it's nothing.
Nah, it's way too late. I mean, you want that on turn 3 or 4, right? Especially turn 3 with the attack token. I mean, we haven't even really used all of our draw. We just now are using the Spirit Leech, and we already have been drawing all the tools that we need. We have these Glimpse Beyonds on backup if we really needed any more gasoline than we already got. And holy wow, Boulevard. This is all of a sudden Majin Bey looking to be pulling away from Hyped, saying, nope, we're not going to the top 32 together. I got a trip to make to the top 32, and will not be seeing you there.
Well, technically... Hype could make it. Probably not. I'm not even gonna try and I'm not gonna try and live in that reality and give myself that much hope. And this is going to be a guaranteed bonk push through with only 1 mana left on the side of Hype. There is nothing they can do to stop the open attack. No 1-drop in the game is going to be able to block this Nasus, except for Shadow Fiend, but that wouldn't live into the following turn. Gotcha, Twitch chat. Don't even bother.
Did you just pull out a Shadow Fiend line?
It is the only 4-attack 1-drop in the game, but it doesn't live into the following turn, so Nasus is unblockable here.
Yeah, Nasus going in for the hit. We saw a quick little smirk there from Majin Bey. If there's no response from Hyped,
that's it.
That's
Majin Bey 3-time seasonal top cut, previous seasonal champion, takes the mirror match overhyped, and is going on to the top 32. Jdoza, you've been talking up all weekend. Mo's gonna 9-0. Majin Bei's gonna win the seasonal. I don't really know where that one came from, but you've been saying it, and now he's in the top cut with an 8-1 record. Has been absolutely slaying the Thresh Nasus mirror all day.
What can I say? I am a prophet, Boulevard. Things are happening here in the Legends of Runeterra scene, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what I am seeing. We got a lot of other people, too, that I want to try to get through this list once we get some updates on kind of the standings and who finished undefeated. We're saving one secret for whether or not Mo went undefeated in a little bit. And I don't know, like Cephalopod, we were talking about Cephalopod being undefeated a little bit ago. See if Cephalopod was able to make it into the top cut there, which I imagine so. I think last time we checked, Cephalopod was 7-0.
Seth was 7-1 going into the last round, and I don't know what Seth's ladder rank was.
And Duckling, easy to win, and Mo were all 8-0 going into the 9th round. So they are 100% going to be making it into the top 32. 3 great players that we've seen plenty of times in multiple tournaments. We had the 7-1s after 8 rounds were Seth, Black Boss, Majin Bei, who we just saw take home a victory and advance to 8-1 to the top cut. Arax, Bry Guy. I haven't heard Bry Guy's name in a little while, so that's pretty cool. FGW, Henneke, Stolen Conch, Damien, and C. Spickle. All 7-1.
FGW, of course, being Filthy Gamer Weeb.
Yeah, yep. So, pretty good stuff there. We'll see if we can get the updates in just a little bit, but very awesome stuff here. Are you, Boulevard, what are your thoughts on Majin Bei right now? Just crushing it, killing the game in Legends of Runeterra.
Dude's a beast. A straight-up beast. I know he fell out, if I remember correctly, he fell out very early in the last seasonal. And it's hard to win a really big title like that, to become the seasonal champion, and then go into the next one, because that's a lot of pressure on you. So I think once he lost out of that one, that pressure from being the previous champion going into this one, the pressure of the back-to-back was gone. He was able to just come into this one, absolutely crush it.
Well, we are going to be entering into an interview in just a moment with a surprise guest here.
It's
and
on the
as
screen.
you guys can see on the screen, the one and only Don Mo Zera. I can't believe I just said. Why did you change your name?
Talk to me, baby.
Zera.
Talk to me, baby.
Are you undefeated? What's up, Mo?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it was easy. Just play aggro.
You heard it here, folks. First, folks, ladies and gentlemen, you just play aggro. You're golden. So you did go 9-0. Confirmed 9-0.
Yeah. Easy.
Boulevard, you're never going to hear the end of it. I hope you realize this. You are never going to hear the end of it.
That's fine. I like Mo.
I was honestly kind of hurt that Boulevard didn't also think I was going to 9-0.
I'm just saying. No, you know what Boulevard thinks? Boulevard thinks that your lineup is
This
trash.
guy's gonna
This is
put
why you
words
wrote an
in my mouth
article about
again.
it.
Yeah. A
I've been
lot
putting
of
words in my mouth all day.
a lot of people thought aggro was really bad. I'm pretty sure aggro is in like an amazing spot right now. It basically did exactly what it needed to today. I hit the lineups I was wanting to hit. I even beat lineups I didn't want to hit. So I hit like Majin Bei playing Dragons, Thresh Nasus, and Draven Ezreal, right? And still beat him. Beat someone that was playing like Targon, Shadow Isle with 3 whales, and then TLC with 3 whales, and then Thralls with fucking 6 avalanches. So it beat that. So it was just a good spot. It beats all of the anti-TLC stuff and beats all the Aurelia stuff.
Yeah,
And how much Aurelia did you run into over the course of the day? Because on broadcast, we saw significantly less of it than we thought we were going to.
At least 3. My first 3 rounds, for sure. I think maybe round 4, but for sure 3. My first 3 rounds were 0 Aurelia.
Awesome. Now, you mentioned Majin Bei's lineup of the Thresh Nasus with Dragons and stuff. So is that one of the harder lineups that you really wanted to try to avoid most of the day?
It was a lineup that I didn't want to see, but I actually teched my decks. I figured I was just gonna 2-0 Draven Ezreal, so I even put so my discard aggro list plays 2 fervors. The reasoning because it was basically Draven Ezreal. So every lineup that I made, discard aggro is my weakest deck because it lost to Draven Ezreal. So I figured the way you beat Draven Ezreal is you just go over the top because they have no healing. So I just took out a Battlecaster, took out the 1-mana 3/2 and put in 2 fervors and hoped that could get me there. Funny enough, I just got smoked by his Ezreal Draven and then 2 Otis Dragons.
Yeah, if I recall, Boulevard, somebody wasn't too confident in those fervors being added when we first took a look at that deck list. If I recall properly,
I said it was weird. I said it was weird, and it is weird. I'll stand by that one.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. It was like a last minute decision that I made. Like I think like as I was locking my deck list in, I clicked check in, and then I unchecked in so I could throw in the 2 fervors.
Well, if you had told me that you made this decision literally 30 seconds before the tournament started, I would have been a lot more confident in it. Those are the best decisions you could ever make, is like when you hand your deck list to the judge and you're like, actually, wait a minute, you scribble something out, write something else, and then you're like, okay, here you go. Then you're winning the tournament.
For sure. That's how it goes all the time.
And I told Boulevard this earlier too. Like you said, 9-0 easy. Noxian Fervor 3 damage easy. Like that's why you put it in the deck, man. It just does damage to the face. You know?
It was either that or like 2 decimates, and decimates are just so clunky with Jinx, right? That was like the reason why it got taken out. The very first iteration of discard, if you guys remember, was playing like triple decimate, and those immediately got taken out because it was hard to get Jinx Rocket all the time.
And as we're trying to wrap up here and get everybody home, I did want to ask, how much triple aggro did you run into?
0.
That's gonna be your one takeaway that you can at least rebut me with. Well, Mo is the only one playing it, and it was way under 3.5 or 4.5, whatever the heck.
Mo is built different. So Mo is certified built different. 9-0 gamer.
In Mo we trust, baby. In Mo we trust.
Mo we trust.
All right. Well, Mo, anything else you want to throw into the audience here? Any shout outs or anything you want to give?
No, I mean, shout outs to my girlfriend for always supporting me. Outside of that, everyone else that supported me. Hydra's cracked. If you guys don't know, like Easy was also, he went 8-1, lost his bubble round. So I think we have 4 or 5 Hydra members that are top 32 confirmed. So it's Hydra's cracked. Great testing partners. I definitely leveled up once I joined them and started testing with them.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good
and I guess Blevins. He's all right.
And that guy in the background, that's kind of cool. Yeah. So, all right. Awesome. Well, Mr. Don Mozera, thank you very much for joining us. Have a fantastic evening. Enjoy that 9-0 victory, all right, man? Thanks, man. I will. Y'all have a great night.
You too.
All right, so awesome, good stuff there, Boulevard. So I'm so happy that this kind of storyline that we had throughout the day of back and forth about triple aggro and Mo 9-0ing, and then we get Mo in on the end there. It seems like it all just came together so perfectly. I'm so happy. I didn't think
that it was going to be. I noticed a cool historical anecdote. I threw it in an article. I didn't think I was going to get lined up on a hill for a firing squad about it. I'm not married to the idea that triple aggro is bad. I still think it is. Mo's just different. If nobody else did it, I'm not going to be surprised.
And that, everybody, was Boulevard defending himself on the soapbox, trying to save a little bit of face. So, I'm
Did
just
it work?
kidding. We love poll the audience right now in the Twitch chat. So yeah, awesome time. Boulevard, anybody you want to thank? Any shout outs you want to give for today?
Yeah, of course, our wonderful Boulevard. Shout out to Boulevard and nobody else, baby. I'm out here crushing it. You thought I was going to thank anyone? That's crazy talk. You know how I do. Is shout out to me.
God, you look, I can't tell. Are you angry when you say that? It looks like you're angry.
I don't express emotion well, so I just got to start shaking.
Oh, man. Well,
you can thank the crew.
Shout out to, honestly, the production for this is amazing. As I'm sure many of you guys know, when me and Boulevard cast, I'm usually having to do production. Let me tell you, it is it's just amazing feeling to have such an awesome team of people behind you helping you out. So awesome there. I will add on to that shout out with Blevins, who's been a huge help today, as well as the rest of the squad. Kathy in there talking to me in my ear, making me think I'm insane all day. And everybody in the community, you guys have been great. Awesome in the chat. It's been a really, really fun time. And to get to this point to, cast a seasonal alongside Boulevard, it's been really, really fun. So, so with that said, we are going to go ahead and end everything today. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of the week. Stay healthy, stay positive. I hope shit just works for you. Peace out, everybody.